転生
What if Naruto was the lover of Hope Michaelson? Movie 1. A New Legacy by Hamida Gurdon. Start. 3rd POV. Naruto had no choice. He looked over the battlefield and watched his comrades slowly run out. It was clear they were going to die soon if nothing was done. All of the cage had spent most of the chakra in holding back the Jubi. He had a telepathic link with his longtime friend Kurama. As heaved in a deep breath, he spoke. Furball, it seems this is the end. The only way I can beat this damn Uchiha and the Jubi is if I use the Shiki Fuin seal. He breathed out with a tinge of regret, knowing if he used this seal there was no way he could fulfill his dream of becoming the strongest. He also knew that to save the elemental nations his sacrifice would be minuscule considering the lives he would save, and as a consolation prize he'd be taking Madara with him. Kid, if you go, so will I. Even though I didn't plan on going out like this, it's been a pleasure to call you my friend for these years, even after our rocky start, chuckled Kurama from inside his mindscape. Naruto laughed and remembered when he met the fox on his 6th birthday after a particular nasty beating by the villages of Konoha. It was surprising and a lot of information to process, but after they got over their initial dislike of each other and he heard the proper story about why he attacked the village when he was born, he felt sorry that for the fox being locked up constantly without any freedom. To him it seemed like the fox and himself had a lot in common. Suffering from people's stupidity and lack of understanding. I don't often tell you this, Kurama, but you saved my life and turned me into a proper shinobi. I looked up to you like a father, and for that too, San, I will forever be grateful, he said sentimentally. He heard the fox scoff but not deny his words. He knew the fox always kept a mask of toughness, but he was a damn cute kitsune when he wanted to be. Huff, don't bother kid, just finish the damn seal, he said, finishing the last part sadly in his own thoughts. He said, I'll miss you too, kid. Hi, let's finish this. He flipped through the signs of the jutsu and yelled, Shiki Fujin, a translucent, gaunt specter with a demonic visage. It is much larger than an average human, possessing long, shaggy, white hair, from which 2 red horns protruded, as well as purple-colored skin. It is draped in a large white kimono and carries a set of prayer. He spoke. It sounded was calm, yet you could feel the sense of impending death. Why have you summoned me, human? Rang out the voice of the Shinigami across the field. The others who watched Naruto complete the signs, mainly the Konoha 11, understood what was going to happen. Hinata tried to run to him, but she was held back by Choji. Sakura attempted as well, but Kakashi held her back and shook his head sadly with a tear rolling down his cheek. I'm sorry, Sakura, once the Shinigami was summoned, a soul will have to be taken, he said, enough for the group to hear. Each of them had the same thought in their heads. Why Naruto? Naruto was still holding the Jubi and Madara in his chakra chains that he inherited from his mother Kushina Uzumaki. As he completed the seal, he answered the question of the Shinigami. Shinigami-sama, I wish you to seal the Jubi in myself and take my life and Madara Uchiha's for payment. He finished off strongly. His blue eyes was steely blue as his resolve hardened with what he was about to do. Very well, that payment will do, since this Madara has escaped his death many times. He finished off indifferently. Soon the Jubi was pulled and sealed inside of Naruto as he panted and gave his foxy grin and smiled to Madara. Hey, I guess this is where we say goodbye, everyone. Mindscape. The Jubi was separated into the different tails. Naruto stood in the middle of everyone with his head down. Sorry guys, I know I promised you would be free, but this is the only way I can save the world from being destroyed, he said sadly as he looked to his friends that he made over the years, and just recently in the midst of war, he had some tears rolling down his cheeks because he didn't keep his promise. The 8 tails moved toward Naruto and smiled. Don't worry Naruto, we will reform in a couple of years and be free, so thank you, and you have kept your promise. Don't apologize or cry, it's not your style. Naruto laughed, wiping his tears with his sleeve, and gave a blinding bright smile for a 17-year-old, but it looked like he was still a kid. The other Biju shook their heads at the boy and how quickly he was able to change gears. You're right, Octopops, this is the last time that I'll see all of you, so live well, sayonara. He saluted before fading out of his mind, leaving only the Biju. The Ikibi spoke to Kurama. Nay Kurama, will you reform too? Kurama laughed and shook his head. No, I'll be with my son dwelling in the Shinigami's gut for all eternity. I made my choice, he just doesn't know it. He finalized while looking at his siblings. They were shocked because the 9 tails was the strongest but also the eldest out of all of them, but the Ikibi didn't have a filter. Ha, son, he said loudly while the other's face faltered. Yes son, since he was 6 and I took him under my paw, he always slipped up calling me the Kyuubi no Kistune, but after time I accepted it and we had a bond not on of container and demon but father and son. He shrugged and he laid down on his head on his paws and shrugged lightly before shutting his eyes, trying to seem nonchalant. And what kind of father would I be if I let my son go and do this without me? He questioned. The rest of the Biju just watched and listened with wide eyes because they knew out of all of the Biju Kurama was the one who hated humans the most, but now he treated the very race he hated with love, care and compassion. It was kid-boggling to say the least. The Nibby decided to weigh in her opinion and quipped, "Not a very good one, Kurama ni," she said jokingly while the others chuckled, and she turned serious once more. "So this is goodbye then?" She didn't have to wait for his answer as he opened one eye and gave his own version of a foxy grin. Sure, you could say that. Just don't destroy the world after everything, okay?" He said lightly, but there was a seriousness in his tone. They nodded. "It's starting now, Yane," he said. In the real world, the Shinigami swallowed Madara as he cursed Naruto. "You will pay for this, Uzumaki," he screamed while Naruto just laughed at the mon's threats. Knowing it was the end, he saw the Konoha 11 come closer. The boys had tears in their eyes while the girls cried openly, but he shook his head, gave his famous fox grin. "Gomen, I wasn't able to become the strongest Hokage," he scratched his head impishly. But Kakashi chuckled at the boy. "Only you, Naruto," while Sakura said loudly, "Baka." "Kakashi-sensei, can you tell Obaa-san that I went before her?" he said seriously. Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, of course, Naruto. How could you do this?" said Hinata sadly, but he just smiled and shrugged. "I'm the #1 unpredictable ninja Datboyo," he finished in his usual exuberance, but they could see he was trying to be strong. They heard the Shinigami speak once more. "It's time, human," he said eerily, and Naruto nodded his head as he prepared himself. He felt the Shinigami's sword pierce his back through his chest. Throughout the process he didn't show any outward signs of discomfort, just peace as he smiled, but his smile was marred with blood dripping from his mouth and gave his victory sign to his comrades. He didn't want his death to be harder than it needed to be. That's why he smiled, but inwardly he hissed and groaned at the pain from the sword. In a flash of light he was gone. The battlefield was silent before cheers and roars could be heard, but only a few knew exactly what happened. Those who had been reanimated faded away in the wind. The cages before smiled. A rueful third and fourth Hokage felt the loss more than the others did. "He was truly your son, Minato," said Hiruzen sadly. Minato gave the third Hokage a grin and a nod before he faded as well. The battle was won. The world was not going to end, and as quick as his legend began, so it ended as well. Over the days that passed, things returned somewhat normally, and here we find all of Konoha as well as the cages in attendance for Naruto, the hero that ended the funeral, but there was no body, so they buried an empty casket. The Godime Hokage spoke. "We are here today to say farewell to a hero that gave his life willingly time after time in the name of peace and a world where everyone could live happily," she said sadly. Naruto was like a grandson to her, even though she never told him, because that would mean she had to admit she was old. She chuckled inwardly at her thoughts. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze sacrificed his life and dreams so that everyone else could have theirs, so for that we thank you and may you rest in peace, Naruto, she finished off. Konohamaru cried openly for the death of his niece-san. He was being comforted by Iruka-sensei, another one of Naruto's friends. The grieved his death. It was hard. The demon boy most of the village called him as he grew up, but even when he was shunned he protected them to the best of his ability, proving to everyone that he was never a demon. Everyone else grieved in their own way. The cage gave a nod and disappeared in a tornado of sand. No one followed since they knew he was close to Naruto was the one who saved him before he went completely crazy. Once the proceedings ended, there was only a few that lingered at the grave. The Konoha 11 and the ones who truly saw and understood what his death had brought wouldn't be able to share her love with the blonde. Sakura was thankful to him for all the times he saved her without asking anything in return. Shikamaru just had one thought. Troublesome Blonde thought sadly. The others had their own thoughts, but Lee spoke and he stood on his crutches, and surprisingly he didn't scream. "I don't think Naruto would want us to be sad, but carry on his dream and make sure peace is kept between the nations," he spoke wisely to the surprise of his teammates and other ninja, but Kiba and Shino nodded. They knew Lee was right. "You're right, Lee. By being sad we are insulting his memory. Come on, instead of mourning him, let's celebrate his life," said Kiba strongly. They all agreed and left the graveyard and walked to the bar to share stories of the favorite blind ninja. In another realm, Naruto woke up groggily. He opened his eyes and squinted. The light was way too bright and way too bright for the gut on the Shinigami. Before his thoughts could run away with him, he heard an ethereal voice speak. "You've awoke, Naruto Uzumaki." He squinted and looked at the person that said his was sitting on his knees. He scratched his head and looked at the person. She was beautiful, probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Maybe he was in heaven. "Am I in heaven?" he asked, smiling slightly. No, you are in Kami's court and I am Kami, said the gorgeous woman. Ha! He asked before fainting. Naruto groaned as he woke up. He heard the fox chuckle at his fainting spell. He shrugged it off but was confused. Why was Kurama still with him? He spoke telepathically. Natu-san, why are you still here? He asked confusedly. I wouldn't be much a father if I didn't join my son in his demise, would I? Answered the fox simply and went back to never felt as much love as he did in that moment. He never wanted Kurama to suffer the same fate he did. But he did. It made him into a proper shinobi when everyone had turned their backs on him and called him a idiot or doby. It was new and filled his heart with joy and beat it into him that deception was a shinobi's greatest strength, that why he pretended to be the idiot everyone thought he was when in reality he was a genius. He knew what people thought of him but never held it against them and simply passed it off as their own ignorance and stupidity. The only ones who managed to see him without his mask was Tsunade. She knew the real Naruto, not the happy overactive ninja. Everyone else remembered why he passed out in the first place. He met Kami and yes, she was beyond beautiful, but passing out was a bit too much. He turned to look at his surroundings. It was all white with the exception of multiple chairs in the room, the one in the middle being the biggest. I see you've awoken, Naruto, said the voice quietly, and he got up and bowed and spoke as he normally would, and used his skills his father deemed necessary when talking with women, in other words flirting. Of course he didn't think he was cocky enough to even interest to God, but there was no harm in trying. Besides, if he was honest he was being sincere. I apologize, Kami-sama, but your beauty was otherworldly and knocked me unconscious. He finished with a sincere and honest smile. He expected to be hit with a fist over the head, but all he got was an amused chuckle. Hee Naruto, I see the Kyuubi has taught you more than just your shinobi skills. She smirked and sat down. In her blonde boy shrugged and smiled but didn't deny the decided to find out why he was here exactly. It was common to meet Kami when you essentially supposed to be in the Shinigami guts. I apologize, Kami-sama, if I sound too forward when asking this, but why am I here? As far as I know, I struck a deal with Shinigami-sama to seal the Jubi and take my soul along with Uchiha Madara's as compensation. He asked. He spoke. He watched Kami nod and give a small smile. You are right, Naruto-kun, but for the longest time I have watched your life. I've seen your lows, your highs, your battles, and the latest war. Unfortunately, as gods we cannot interfere in the mortal realm, but you have been through much more than many your age would go through, yet you haven't lost yourself to hatred. Why is that? Naruto thought back on his life, and if he hadn't met the Kyuubi when he was 6 he might have fallen into depression and turned onto the path of hatred. He sighed lightly when he answered the god he that stood before him. If I hadn't met Tu-san when I was 6 I might have lost everything I currently believe in, but just as I told him back then I will say it now, darkness is in everyone's hearts. No matter who you are, you cannot be blindingly pure because there will always be a shadow no matter how hard you try. He said seriously and then grinned a bit. And even when I was filled in a world with darkness I found a light when I found my precious people, so I became stronger for them and promised Kurama that there would never come a day where he was controlled again. Kami watched the boy as he spoke. There was no deception. He truly did think of Abiju as a father of Inari. The fox god was here. He would truly be proud of this. Even further cemented her reasoning. He was a good, never had a chance to experience life fully, and if she knew Kurama as she knows she did, he was already in the process of becoming a Hanyu, a half-demon, meaning he would have eternity at his fingers. I see, Naruto, were you aware you're in the process of becoming a Hanyu? She asked and looked at the boy. He just laughed and nodded. Yatu-san said he would be doing it, but I summoned Shinigami-sama before he completed. He finished off a bit sadly. Well, would you say if I granted you the opportunity to start a new life in a different world? Naruto looked skeptical. He knew there was nothing like free lunch in the world, and even more so if a god would be offering it. He squinted his eyes suspiciously and subconsciously straightened his back. Perhaps it was because of the years of torment he was forced to endure, but he never did trust easily, or maybe it was because he called a fox demon father the most cunning of all the Biju. I would love to, but there's a catch, isn't there? He asked knowingly. He heard the god chuckle that turned into a full laugh. Sorry about that, but you are correct. She turned serious. Unfortunately, there is a world who will be suffering from something even worse than Madara. I believe they might need some help, and I wish to send you. Of course you will be able to live your life as you want to, but I only ask you to ensure to keep the balance, so to speak. I see. Can you tell me more of this world? He asked. Considering the request, he would never turn down someone in need. It wasn't his ninja way. They have differences. There is no chakra, but they have supernatural creatures and monsters, the main being vampires, werewolves and witches and other. If you were to go, you would have your Hanyu heritages, be able to use your jutsu without any problem and even access sage mode, but they cannot. Kami said while watching the boy's expression. It didn't change much as he processed the information. I understand Kami-sama. As long as it's fine with Shinigami-sama, I would like to lend a helping hand and learn to live in this new world. He bowed, accepting his new mission. Well, that's all been sorted. Besides, Shinigami was happy with just Madara, but you offered your souls before he could tell you that. He chuckled the god at the gobsmacked look on the boy's face. Naruto shook his head and laughed but shrugged. In the end, what's done is done, no need to lament about it further now. When will I go? Well, I'll be converting the Uzumaki and Namikaze estates and provide you with the money so that you can live, obviously, and also they speak a different language, so I'll be granting you with a blessing to understand and converse with them. Unfortunately, that's all I could give you. She finished, somewhat off-miffed since she wasn't able to give the boy more, but she was stopped from her thoughts when the boy gave her a wide grin and a thumbs up. That's all I need, no worries, Kami-sama. He said with a certain excitement that he'd be taking on an entirely different world. Even though he wasn't able to make his dream come true with becoming Hokage, he was at least able to reach a peace that he only hoped would be kept by those who remained in the elemental nations. Good, then this will be one of the last times we speak, Naruto. I hope your journey is a safe one. She nodded and waved. His hand was a bright light and he closed his eyes instinctively when he opened them once again. He was in the forest with a backpack besides him. He opened the backpack and looked through the contents. There was a letter with a card attached. He opened the letter, and spied a few books in there as well. Dear Naruto, the card has all the money on from your family. It's in the millions in the current currency. I'm sure you would be able to get everything necessary like clothing, etc. The place I want you to go to is called the Salvatore School for the Gifted. They house many different supernatural features and teach them to control themselves so that these children can live in the world. But before that, you might want to get new clothes. I don't think your current clothing will be helpful in your plight. Sincerely, Kami. He chuckled when he saw the chibi Kami give him a thumbs up. For a god, she was surely playful. He made a cross sign and made two shadow clowns and handed them the books. Read this and dispel when you're done. They nodded and got to work. He knew his father was still sleeping since he had been spending most of his energy to make him a Hanyu. But in doing so, he would no longer be with him. It was sad, but Kurama explained that he would be the new Biju and it would be an honor to hand his title over to his surrogate. He first was told of the news of his father's impending demise. He vehemently refused to be part of it, but after a smack with all nine tails, he realized his father was tired of the life he led and just wanted to fade from existence, and if he could give his father some relief he would do so gladly, but it didn't mean he wouldn't miss the grumpy old fox. He sighed and jumped up on the trees, making his way through the dense forest. He saw buildings up ahead and decided to get some new clothes. Had been about an hour into his shopping for new clothes that his first clone dispelled as he received the memories. He understood more about where he currently was and more about the world around. Bought the clothes and immediately dressed in the new outfit. It was a faded denim jean, a white t-shirt and an leather jacket that wouldn't hinder him in. Bought a pair of boots to go with his new outfit, and when he looked at himself in the mirror he could definitely appreciate the way he looked. His blonde hair was shorter and fell naturally, still having a spiky look to it. The whiskers on his cheeks that used to be his calling card faded completely, and instead of his usual deep blue eyes it was replaced with a more orange-reddish color. He chalked it up to becoming a Hanyu. He was happy he didn't show the tails nor the ears of the fox, but he was told previously that it will only come out when he wills. Was sure that having the tails out constantly would definitely be a bitch when getting new clothes. The bags that was filled with clothing, he decided to put it in a scroll, so he entered an empty alleyway and sealed it into a sealing scroll before continuing his journey. He decided that he would get to this Salvatore School immediately to try and assess the situation from there and maybe get admitted too, since he passed for a 17-year-old. Hope's POV. My name is Hope Michaelson. I come from a long line of the villains in the tales you've heard about: vampires, werewolves, witches, and everything in between. The school behind these gates protects the secrets of people like me. And tonight, under the light of the full moon, we will be opening our doors to someone new. After we brought Rafael and Landon back from the church where they attempted to perform an exorcism on the boy who was thought to be possessed, Dr. Saltzman decided to get some information from Landon about who Rafael killed, which would trigger the werewolf gene. So Landon, this place is a sanctuary for people like Rafael, but before we take him in we need to know some important things, said Alaric. I watched from my spot on the couch and decided that was her cue to leave, but before I was stopped by Landon, panicking slightly. I'm sorry, but I don't know you. He pointed to Alaric and then looked wide eyes back to Hope. And the image of you whamming a priest is still fresh in my brain. I need you to stay. Because everything is just so goddamn confusing right now. He finished off nervously. I scowled at the description he gave me but decided to brush it off. It was clear he was panicking and nervous, and the way his eyes were moving back and forth, he hardly trusted them. Sigh. Okay, sure, I'll stay. Before I could continue, we were interrupted by a knock on the door and Alaric went to open it. It was one of the smaller kids in the primary school. He looked nervous as he scuffed his foot against the floor and wrung his fingers nervously. Hey Pedro, what's wrong? I'm kind of in the middle of something. Alaric gestured to the room. The little curly-head boy nodded quickly but spoke just as fast. Well, I'm sorry sir, but there's someone outside the gates asking to speak to the headmaster. All he said was he knows what we do here. He rattled off nervously. I was lost. Surely none of the town folk was aware of the true purpose of the school. Only the officials knew and understood the need for the school, since Mystic Falls was always a hotbed for supernatural activity. Hope looked to Alaric. He looked lost as well and asked Pedro another question as he readied himself to go outside. Did he tell you his name, Pedro? The boy nodded and adopted a thinking pose. It was cute and she would have cooed if the situation wasn't as serious. Yeah, it's a weird one, probably from overseas. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, said the boy as he nodded to himself, ensuring he got it right. Third POV. Naruto found the place relatively easy when he asked around the town he was in, though it wasn't new to him that people looked at him without a certain amount of hatred or weariness in their eyes. He only received that kind of treatment from the people he managed to save when he went on missions outside. Though he managed to stop pain from killing every villager, they still kept him at arm's length, so he knew they wouldn't easily forget their hatred against him, no matter how misplaced it might. Could say that he was desensitized from feeling any particular feeling when those looks was directed at him. So when he went around town making subtle inquiries about the school was placed, he enjoyed the lack of calculative gazes or looks he received, and maybe he enjoyed it when women would gaze at him just a bit longer, completely taking in his looks. He wasn't vain or cocky, far from it actually, but anyone could appreciate being looked at as a potential partner or lover, even if most of their women were well in the 20s. At least Minato was good for something other than damning his son to a pitiful life, he thought scornfully. Many people thought he forgave his biological father for trusting the village with his secret without proper procedures put in place. Of his wishes weren't honored, but he understood why his father did it. But it didn't mean he had to forgive the man, and he said as much when he was shaken out of his thoughts when he saw two people approach the gate, where he stood against the wall. They walked closer and he watched the man look at him carefully. Before approaching, he looked well into his early 40s. He had a confident walk, guarded, and looked ready for an attack. The brunette beside him was short but well built and looked at him curiously with her mouth set in a firm line. He smiled politely. Good afternoon, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. He nodded toward them. He gazed at the girl a bit longer. She was gorgeous, but her eyes held a lot of sadness like his did when he was younger. Afternoon, I'm the headmaster Alaric Saltzman. I hear you were looking for me. He asked the young blonde boy. He didn't see any daylight ring, so he cancelled out vampire, but the boy could still be a witch or a werewolf, or he could just be a human with knowledge of the supernatural. Naruto looked at the older man as he watched him. He knew. Was looking for a threat, or maybe to identify which creature. Sighed inwardly and responded. Yeah, apologies, I was told about your school and was hoping to attend. I'm not from here. He half lied and half told the truth, since he wasn't really from this dimension. At the books he read, this planet was called Earth and had different countries where presidents would be in charge of their people via election. It was different since he knew the strongest ruled back home. And where did you hear from our school? Asked Alaric curiously as he looked at the boy. Hope, on the other hand, had to admit this boy was handsome, more handsome than most of the boys that attended. Her hair was a golden blonde and his eyes were an unnatural color, one you wouldn't see. It resembled the sunset mixed with red. It was wondered what he could be. She didn't feel any witch powers, but on her werewolf side she could feel he was alpha, but had a different scent. Not one of scent didn't rile her up like Jed's did. Instead, it seemed like the calm in the middle of a name was foreign to Japanese maybe, but he sounded like he spoke English all his life, and there wasn't any distinctive tune back into the conversation Alaric was having with the newcomer. I'm not a witch, vampire, or werewolf. I'm something completely different. I'd love to tell you the story, but do you mind if I come in? Asked Naruto. He was aware of the brunette girl watching him intensely and tried to show that he didn't mean any harm. Well, I'm sure you can understand our hesitance in allowing you inside, since I would like to make sure the children are protected, said Alaric before he opened the gate. Yeah, no, totally understandable, but your student over there would know whether I'm a threat, since her wolf would tell her, he said, pointing to Hope with a small smile. He found the girl interesting. She had the scent of earth and the forest. It was amazing to smell, but he knew she was an alpha as well and could smell any threat. Hope, on the other hand, was shocked and just nodded at Alaric to allow the boy through. Naruto walked through the gates wearing the backpack he had. Inside was multiple scrolls that held his clothing, sealing paper, and weapons. Of course these people wouldn't be able to use it, but he didn't intend on using them either. He walked in between Hope and Alaric. He still didn't know the girl's name, but she held a sadness that he often saw in Sasuke when his clan was massacred by his older brother, so he held off his questions as the older man went through what they do at the school. Soon they stopped at double doors of an office. He opened the doors. It wasn't too big. It had a big desk to the side and a couple of cabinets for books with a couch on the other side. Inside the room he smelled the boy before he saw him. He smelled like death. Probably a vampire. The boy had a big puff of hair that surprisingly suited him. Next to him stood a pale boy with curly hair that didn't give off any particular scent. Even though he seemed human, there was something else he couldn't identify. He shrugged it off and continued. The surveillance of the doors were shut and he stood to the side as Alaric said he still had to deal with another new student. He nodded and allowed the man to go ahead. I'm sorry Landon, but I had to get a potentially new student at the gates. Boys, this is Naruto Uzumaki and Naruto, he said pointing to the boys as he spoke. That is Milton and Landon. Naruto nodded. Pleasure to meet you, but I still haven't got the lovely lady's name. He smiled charmingly at Hope. Hope for her part was surprised but decided to introduce herself. I'm Hope Andrea Michaelson, she said, smiled and shook her hand and brought it up to his mouth and placed a soft kiss on the back of it. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman, I suppose. He smiled before letting go. He watched the girl's cheeks tint. A lovely chuckled inwardly. So she does have other emotions. Well, maybe she's not as far gone as Sasuke. Hope blushed after the blonde kissed her hand. No one openly flirted with her, too scared of the Michaelson's wrath. Besides, she was a loner, a lone wolf, and here this new guy comes out of nowhere to flirt with. Was flattered but decided to push it aside and concentrate of what's happening. Okay, as I was saying, Landon, the werewolf gene is dormant till a specific event occurs. So who did Rafael kill? He asked bluntly. Naruto on the other hand face faulted at the curly boy's reaction. It was clear that killing was obviously something that wasn't done without, though he was a shinobi where killing was in his everyday life. These people didn't, so it was new and well, nice really. What do you mean? Raph would never do that kinda thing. He was angry that these people would say that about his brother. He looked at the new blonde guy. He seemed indifferent to what happened, like it didn't concern him, and of course it didn't, but he still would have expected some kind of reaction. Naruto just went to make himself comfortable on the couch, leaving some space between him and Hope as he watched the events unfold. He saw how Hope tensed up when Alaric spoke of killing. Landon, calm down. This school is a safe place for Rafael and his kind. Okay, but in order to activate the werewolf gene you have to kill someone, whether it's an accident or something. She tried placating the panicking boy. Yes, Hope's right, but before we take him in we need to know he's not a threat, finished the older man strongly. He spared a glance in the blonde's direction but saw his eyes were closed and his body completely felt eyes on him, and he wanted to address it, but the mop-haired boy spoke again. His girlfriend. He was driving and there was an accident and she didn't make it. He finished off sadly. The others just nodded except Naruto. The rest went like canon. Landon couldn't be compelled and Hope threw a fit. Landon was knocked out by MG and taken to the werewolf transitioning space. Now they were left with Naruto, Hope and Alaric. In the latter heaved in a deep breath and spoke. Okay, now that is dealt partly, let's get into your story, said Alaric looking to the boy who still had his eyes closed. Naruto opened his eyes. It held a sadness unbeknownst to anyone else. He was saying his goodbyes to his father as he faded from existence. He wanted to shed a tear but decided against it. It wasn't the time or place. Yeah, so I'm a fox demon, he said simply. Both Alaric and Hope looked at the boy wide eyes. A demon? I thought they are evil, said Hope looking to Alaric. Naruto laughed and shook his head. I'm sorry, laugh. Your reactions are different, but I'll start by telling you that I'm not originally from this dimension. I was fighting a war when I died and well, God decided to send me here. He shrugged, not wanting to get into the details. So you're evil? Asked Alaric as he watched the ball in magic do its job, and from what the boy was saying was the truth, or he believed it to be. He himself never knew of different dimensions and other life anywhere, so this was new territory. But a demon? The boy didn't look evil, but then again foxes are known for the cunningness. Naruto shook his head. Nothing is ever purely evil or purely good, Dr. Saltzman. You should know that, though I will say that I can be dangerous when people I care about are put in danger, he said honestly, and Alaric agreed with the statement, but Hope still had some trouble believing the blonde was a demon. He didn't look like one at all. Are you telling the truth? You don't look like a demon. She voiced her opinion. The blonde smirked and looked at her. I see, and how is a demon supposed to look? He asked. I don't know, horns or something. She gestured wildly. Naruto chuckled at the brunette and stood up and decided to show him his Hanyu form. Well, I certainly don't have horns, but He paused as he transformed. Now standing before them was a blond boy. Instead of normal ears he had fox ears in his head and 9 large orange tails swishing behind, canines elongated, and it looked somewhat like fangs. His facial features hadn't changed much, but he did look older. Hope and Alaric gasped. Amazing, breathed the older man as he stood up and examined the boy. He saw the tails coming from his backbone. He wanted to touch it but looked to Naruto and he shook his head. I'm sorry, headmaster, but I don't like people touching my tails. His voice sounded much more mature as well. It held a sound of maturity and wisdom, but also a great amount of danger. He undid the transformation and sat down in his seat, enjoying the reactions from the two in the room. I see. Well, as far as I can see, you can handle yourself well, but we don't have a curriculum that would suit you, said Alaric honestly, but Naruto shrugged. I'm not bothered really. I don't need to attend classes, but I was told by God herself to come here for a reason, and I'm sure she knew what she was doing, so if you don't mind I can pay the fees and whatever, and perhaps even teach a class on hand-to-hand combat, he said, looking to the man, and he seemed deep in thought and looked to Hope, who was still in a daze. That could work. I've been meaning to try and get an instructor to teach the kids self-defense and not solely rely on their powers or gifts. Naruto nodded. It was smart not to use power as a crutch. Yes, you're right, so I'll work for no pay, just a room, and start whenever you need me to, he said easily as he relaxed back into his chair. So what else can you do, Naruto? Asked Alaric, intrigued by the boy and wanted to what abilities he had. Well, back where I'm from we have this thing called chakra. Chakra as a substance native to lifeforms on some planets. So that means it's like energy or life force, so we use and unlock our chakra when we are 5 or 6 and then use it to perform jutsus or certain techniques. Now each person has different affinities like water, earth, wind, lightning or fire. There's a few uncommon ones like yin and yang chakra as well. I inherited from my mother's side of the family, and due to my special condition with an event that occurred when I was younger I was able to access. I was told that you can't use chakra here, or at least the humans on Earth can't, but it still benefits you if you use meditation to unlock certain points of your circulatory system for a longer and healthier life. He paused and allowed them to take in what he said. He looked to Alaric, who nodded for him to continue. I have many abilities, but I won't be getting into most of them, but I will show you what you could do by molding chakra, he said while holding his palm out and creating a Rasengan the size of his palm. Hope wanted to touch the energy ball, but Naruto shook his head. I wouldn't do that, Haim. It might look pretty, but it's very destructive, he said, letting the Rasengan disappear. I see. Well, welcome to Salvatore School. You still seem like you have an idea of why God has sent you here. When he said it he realized how ridiculous it sounded, because he was never one to believe in God or faith. Really, he believed in what he could see, but here was a boy clearly not from their world showing him things he never thought possible. Well, I can trust you and can sense you are an upstanding man, so I'll let you know what I was told. He looked to Hope and gestured subtly, and Alaric understood and told Hope she could go back to her classes. Thank you, Hope. You may return to your classes now, he said. The girl was miffed she was being left out of the loop, but went ahead and left the room. Once they were alone, Naruto told Alaric what Kami had told him about a evil coming and that he was sent here to help, and showed him the laugh when he saw the small little god and a thumbs up, but took the boy's warning seriously, and his idea for hand-to-hand combat sounded even better now. Okay, I'll call for an assembly and announce the mandatory classes for tomorrow. Will that be okay for you? Naruto nodded, shook the mon's hand, and decided to ask him about Hope. Before I go about Hope, he trailed off and he saw the mon's smile fall slightly. She's been through a lot. I can't tell you everything, but I will say she likes being on her own. I tried everything to let her associate with the others, but she just denies it, he said sadly, and Naruto could see the man cared for the girl. I understand. I knew someone like her back in my world, but I wanted to know whether she's single, he said, lightening the mood, and Alaric laughed and shook his head. She is, but good luck, you'll need it, he said seriously, but Naruto chuckled. I've got a dashingly good looks and sparkling personality. I'm sure I'll break down her walls. Alaric saw the boy's seriousness and didn't know whether it was a good or bad thing, but Hope needed someone, and if it was an otherworlder, who was he to deny love? Come on, I'll show you to your room, he nodded and went on the way. Third person POV. After Alaric showed Naruto where he would be staying, he unsealed his scrolls that had his clothing and packed it away. He looked at the room. It was bigger than his crappy apartment in Konoha. Since he couldn't use his clan's compound due to the villagers finding out his actual side, he said goodbye to his father figure moments earlier, and he felt sad and an emptiness in his soul, but also happy that his father was no longer confined to a cage like he never should have been in the first place, but there was no way to undo the seal without him dying, courtesy of the fourth Hokage. He thought about his current situation. He needed to get some more information on the students that attended this school and what kind of powers they had if he was going to teach them to defend new with his new upgrades and his new chakra pool. He could easily take them on, but it was better to know than to experience, he thought. Once his room was settled, he wandered the school halls. It was clear students were in classes since it was about the middle of the day. He decided to go to the library that Alaric showed him earlier. He made a couple of clones and told them to read up on the history of the told his clones to dispel in 5-minute intervals. Soon the library was filled with about 10 clones of himself. He opened a book and read about the Michaelson family. It had the same last name as Hope, so he was curious. Nicholas Michaelson, the original hybrid. He murmured he heard the steps of another person. He looked to the doors. There stood the brunette beauty he spoke to earlier, watching him with her head tilted as she took in his smiled and nodded his head. Hope, he said before closing the book and putting it back where it belonged. How are you doing this? I think I may be high, but I know I don't do drugs, so that can't be it, she said as she looked at the Narutos reading through multiple books. It's one of my techniques. It's called a shadow clone, he shrugged as he leaned against the table. Shouldn't you be in class? He asked teasingly with a smile that would make most women melt, and Hope was no exception. She felt a slight flutter in her stomach but dismissed it when she saw the book he put away and decided to change the subject. Why didn't you read it? She asked with her arms folded across her chest, subtly gesturing to the book. She knew she was touchy about her family, and if he read it she was sure there would have been questions as soon as he saw her. He looked back to the book and back to Hope. If I wanted to know about your family, I could ask you instead of getting it from a book, couldn't I? He shrugged. He pretended he didn't see the flash of pain in the girl's eyes before she straightened up and changed her face to an indifferent one. You could, but who's to say I'll tell you? She quipped. He chuckled and walked toward her. He pushed a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled before moving away. He enjoyed the flush on her cheeks at the action. I can wait, he said cheerfully. He dispelled his clones and there was a cloud of smoke as he got the memories from his clones. He was satisfied. He looked to the clock. It was nearing around 4, so he was here for 3 hours. Wow, time went fast, he thought. So are you going to tell me more about your past? She asked as she walked with him from the library. Naruto adopted a thinking pose and looked to the brunette with a grin. Nope, I'll tell you when you feel comfortable with telling me yours. That way we know we could trust each other. HMMPH whatever. She glared at the boy before turning around and going her own way, but before she was out of earshot she heard him speak. Adorable indeed. With a chuckle, she was happy that the blonde couldn't see her face because it was positively flaming. Her aunts would have a field day knowing how easily this new guy made her. Shook her head and prepared for a sparring session with Alaric. Sigh. She hoped by tomorrow they could compel Landon to make him forget about the school and know that his foster brother had a crush on the curly-haired boy. Life had been a mess since as long as she could remember, constant battles to keep her safe. Her family sacrificing themselves so she could live, and worst of all, her mother and father dying to protect her when he promised always. The Michaelson heaved in a deep breath and tried to stop her mind from taking such a dark turn. She knew she held a darkness inside of her that reminded her so much of her father, and even now attending a school where people only saw one side of him killed her and made her feel closer to that darkness, knowing that they would never know the artist, the kind man she knew as she grew. Alaric used these sessions as a stress reliever for all the pent-up rage she felt because he was afraid she would become a raging psychopath like her father. She looked in the mirror as she dressed. She put on her black workout pants with a black vest, finishing the look with a pair of new. Alaric would want to talk about Landon since they knew each other, but she just hoped the man wouldn't pry. Don't get her wrong, she appreciated his concern, but he wasn't her father. He could never be. So him paying special attention to her because he thought of her as a special project when he should have been and should be paying attention to his own daughters instead. She exited the room and walked down the crowded hallways outside to the lake they sparred on. She thought about the new guy. He was handsome, mysterious, and she could feel the power rolling off him in waves, but he looked calm and collected and didn't have a huge ego. It was a big change from having to endure Jed trying to get her into his pack when she herself was an alpha from both her mother and fathers. The chances of her joining his pack was slim. To neared their practice area and saw Alaric ready. Hi, she said, putting down her bag and assuming her usual position, as did Alaric. Hey, a lot of things happened today, he said as she rushed forward and lunged at the man. He blocked her hit and turned on his heel, attacking her blind side, but she dodged and backflipped. It did, yes, new things and weird things, she panted as they went blow for blow. What about Landon? You knew him? He asked as he dodged Hope's punches. I did. He was normal, and well, in my crazy life I needed normal. It was just a crush, nothing more, half lying since she still had a small crush on the boy. Well, let's let him stay normal. said Alaric firmly as he rushed her once more, going for an uppercut, and Hope grabbed the fist and jumped up, grabbing his head between her legs, bringing down the man. Her eyes flashed gold for a moment since she put more power into that. You know you could just be my headmaster and not everything else, right? She said with a brow raised and helped the man up. He said nothing but shrugged. You might want to get someone more durable for my sparring sessions. Your old human's bones might break, she said teasingly, and the older man laughed and agreed. Yeah, maybe Naruto will be starting classes tomorrow so he could be your sparring partner, he said, trying to give the guy some help. Hope was surprised, but before she could respond, Josie came and told Alaric she needed his help. Dad, clean up on aisle L, she said sadly. Alaric nodded and said bye to Hope, joining his daughter to go see what happening. Later that night, Hope went to speak to Landon to try and calm him, but he kept on asking questions she wasn't able to answer, but his last comment got to her. You know you always do that, he said sadly. She looked at the boy standing behind the cell where the wolves used to change on a full moon. What? She asked whilst staring at the boy, but he turned his back and muttered, leave. She sighed heavily before making her way to Alaric's office to let him know that she was going to go for a run. He gave her permission but told her to stay in the backwoods since the students were having a party. They thought he didn't know, chuckled dryly when he said they heathens are having a party. She wondered where Naruto was but decided to let off some steam in her wolf form. It was a great stress reliever, especially with the way Landon was acting. She undressed herself and heard the first bone crack as she transitioned easily into her wolf form. She was a snow-white wolf with blue eyes. She wasn't too big but wasn't small either. She stood at Josie's hip at her full, ran around the forest. Being in her wolf form was freeing. She felt at peace with dirt beneath her paws. It was one of the things that allowed her to feel closer to her deceased. Enjoyed her run, but she smelled a human as she neared the area she was about to attack. When she saw it was Landon and in mid-air she shifted back to her human form. Naked, she screamed at him to turn around. What are you doing out here? I could have killed you. She snapped at the boy and grabbed his jacket and put it on. I know, was talking to Raph, and yeah, I took a walk and then I saw you, he said quickly with his face facing away from scoffed and tried to get her clothing, but they were far. Told Landon to keep looking forward as she went to fetch her clothing. She quickly slipped them on and told the boy it was okay for him to turn around. So I guess you're a wolf then? He asked, lightening the mood as they walked to the school. I'm a lot of things. You shouldn't even be out here, she said frustratedly, thinking about how careless Josie was by bringing him out. Entered the school and she wanted to take him to the transitioning space, but he walked into a room where they stored artifacts that was collected by the Salvatores over the years and that was donated by some. Saw Landon walk in and touch a couple of things. She shook her head and spoke from the doorway. Don't touch that, annoyed by the boy's nonchalant behavior. Why, what does it do? Hope sighed and stepped into the room. Even though she had a crush of the boy, he was still being very irritating at the moment. Sigh, I don't know, Landon, I just know that it's dangerous, so please don't touch anything that could kill you, okay? She finished exasperatedly. The boy looked back and dropped the dagger immediately and nodded quickly. So what did you mean by a lot of things? He asked, curious as he looked through a book that had Hope's surname. He opened it up to the first page. The great evil Klaus Michaelson, he said loudly as he looked at Hope. If he paid attention to the look on Hope's face, he would have realized that before Hope could answer there was a knock on the Hope, and Landon turned to see who was standing there. With his arms crossed on his chest stood the blood completely relaxed as he looked to Hope and Landon, looking like they were caught with the hand in the proverbial cookie jar. Miss Michaelson, I do hope Drive Saltzman is aware that your human boyfriend is out of his cage for the evening, he asked politely. He smelled something weird from the boy. It smelled old and evil. He wasn't sure what it was, but he didn't trust when Alaric asked him to check on Hope. It lead him through the woods and back to this room where he found them. He's not my boyfriend, and do you have to phrase it like that? Hope looked at Naruto, but Naruto flashed her a smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, but I do know Dr. Saltzman wants him in the transitioning cellar till he can be mind wiped tomorrow, he told. The two looked miffed, but Hope didn't show any emotion on her face, but her eyes reflected gratitude because she didn't need to or what to explain about anything about her past to the boy. Yes, I guess you're right. Come on, Landon. She gestured to the boy. Naruto followed behind the two of them, giving them enough room to talk. It was clear this girl liked the mop-haired boy. Maybe because he was normal, but he didn't want to question it. He found the girl attractive, but there was something more that drew him to her. Ever since they met, he didn't know what, but he wouldn't get in the way if she wanted the mop-haired boy. Man, it's like soccer all over again. The boy looks emo. He chuckled at his thoughts. They arrived at the cellar, and before the boy went in, he seemed to get some guts. So I'll forget everything tomorrow, right? He said, looking to Hope, and Hope just nodded, flashing a sympathetic smile. Yeah, you will. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt lips crash against hers. She stood still for a moment but soon moved her lips with the boy's. Naruto turned around to give the couple privacy. He sighed. Of course she wouldn't feel anything for him since they only knew each other for a couple of hours, so he ignored the jealousy he felt coiling in his gut. He was about to walk away when Hope called out. He looked back and saw the boy was now gone and Hope was standing there blushing. "I'm sorry you had to see that, Naruto," she said softly, catching up to him, but he smiled and shrugged. It's alright anyways, I'll see you tomorrow with the others for classes," he said, waving off the girl's apparent concern. He disappeared in electrical shushan back to his watch, dumbfounded as she watched the blonde disappeared before her eyes in what seemed like lightning or something. She didn't know why she felt guilty kissing Landon back since he was her crush, but chalked it up to he not seeing the boy. She put it in the back of her mind as she continued to her room. It was a long night and hopefully tomorrow would more normal. The next morning before the sun was out, Naruto was outside concentrating his chakra as he sat in a meditation pose on the lake. He was making sure that his chakra pools and reserves were good as well as his new acquired Yuki that came with being in his meditation. He thought about Kami's warning. He didn't know when it was going to happen but needed to be ready, so after an hour of meditation and stretching he created reinforced shadow clones that fought against him in his taijutsu style he created for himself with the help of Kurama. Since none of the taijutsu suited called it the Fox's Dance, it used his speed and agility and fast-paced. With the 10 clones he made the start of the battle. To the outside eye it seemed like blurs, but to those who could actually follow the movement it looked like a deadly dance. His upper body was naked and he was wearing a basketball shorts that would be loose enough to move. Hands were bandaged with medical tape. He didn't wear any shoes as he fought the clones. After the sun rose, all 10 clones dispelled by him getting killing hits on him. He was winded since his fight with them was faster than the fight he had with Madara back in the Elemental Nations, also because each of the clones were infused with a percentage of. Got his towel and watched the new day come. It was a good morning workout. For the rest of the day he didn't have any classes since Alaric would only announce the start of classes today and allow the students to get the proper equipment before they could start the training. He put the towel around his neck and walked back into the building. He needed a shower and then a nice big would have to go into town as well since Alaric told him it would be best if he got a cell phone or something that would help if Alaric needed to contact him immediately. He agreed it was the best option, especially since he didn't know the area well enough to Horizon, and also because he wasn't able to set up the necessary tags yet to perform the walk through the halls of the schools and watch the girls give him lustful looks. Since his upper body was defined he didn't have too much muscle since it would only slow you down, so he focused of becoming lean. So as he walked his six-pack was in full past and went to the boys' dormitory and got his things ready, for it was lucky enough to get a room with a shower attached, especially since he donated a generous amount of money to the new. If he was going to live for an eternity he needed to set up some investments, but luckily for him when it came to gambling he had the devil's luck. He only hoped the same would apply to investments. When his shower was down he dressed and wore a faded straight denim jean with a plain white v-neck t-shirt that complemented his physique quite well. He decided to forego any type of jacket and just put on his would be served roundabout now, so he made his way to the of the things people in his own village wasn't aware of was that he had a eidetic memory, so once he read or was shown something it would be imprinted in his. Thank the gods for that. It made studying all those subjects so much easier when he was younger and seemed to be a blessing even now that he was in a completely different dimension. He entered the cafeteria and got his meal. He went to sit at an empty table. He wasn't bothered by sitting alone. It allowed him time to think and process everything that happened, also allowed him to create a plan of action should anything happen in the near. Looked around. The cafeteria was quiet since he entered and now people were looking at him and talking about who he was. He sighed inwardly. He didn't feel like doing the whole meet and greet thing with everybody, but some girls seemed especially interested because he walked in half naked earlier. Tisk should have just used a shushan to my room, thought. He looked up and straight at a girl with blonde hair. He was surprised, but when analyzed further he saw a tiny brunette hiding a bit behind the blonde. She clearly didn't want to be here. He was about to ask what they wanted when the blonde spoke. "Hi, I'm Lizzie and this is Josie. We're the daughters of the headmaster. We weren't informers that another new student would be joining us," she rattled off quickly. He smiled and nodded his head. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Not really a new student, more of an instructor. Your father hired me," he said politely to the girls. He looked at the brunette. She was cute but not as cute and attractive as Hope. Should I probably do like her if I'm comparing girls to her already? Groaning inwardly at his thoughts he completely missed what the girl was saying, but before he could continue there was a noise at the door. He looked there and it was Alaric. "Hey Naruto, I need your opinion on something. Mind joining me?" he asked before noticing his daughters. "Hello father. Snapped Lizzie sarcastically and rolled her eyes at being ignored. Naruto chuckled and finished his breakfast quickly. Yeah sure sorry girls but I have to go I'll see you later yeah. He left the question hanging before leaving with they were out of earshot of the girls and students. He looked to Alaric. The man looked frantic and pissed off. What's up Dr. Saltzman? Reading the mont's mood as they walked to the room where he found Hope and Landon last night. Well we compelled Landon this morning to go home but after our librarian Dorian was doing inventory on the artifacts we keep in this room, he pointed and Naruto nodded. He saw where the man was going with this. Okay something's clearly missing. Your emotions are all over the place and well that scowl says you're pissed off so you're thinking Landon took it. But I mean I thought vampires had the ability to compel meaning he would forget all about this place. He gestured meaning the school and its inhabitants. He didn't like the mop-haired boy but he wasn't going to accuse the guy Hope liked without any solid evidence. It wasn't his style. Yeah I know that but when we compelled him we sent him straight home. He didn't go home so aside from you I don't think you would have stolen a dagger. You don't seem like that type of guy. He asked and half stated he knew he met Naruto just yesterday but the kid was a good kid that did the right things. Of course he didn't know much of his history but he was sure that over time Naruto would trust him enough to open up about. Watched the boy's expression carefully and took out a orb, the same one he used in his office. Look I met you yesterday. I think you're trustworthy but just so we cover our bases I need you to tell me did you take the dagger? Naruto looked at the man. He sensed his emotions. None of them were out of hatred or contempt. He was just being genuine. So Naruto sighed and nodded his head because he understood where Alaric was coming from. After all he was a shinobi. No worries Dr. S. But to answer your question, he looked at the man straight in the eyes and spoke honestly. I did not steal the dagger. The orb lit up blue indicating he was telling the truth and Alaric let out a sigh of relief. Thank God I knew my gut was right when I trusted you. Naruto chuckled but turned serious. So if I'm out that leaves Landon, so what does this dagger do? Is it dangerous? He asked as they sat in the chairs. I don't know I just know that it was donated to the school and originated somewhere in France but it's very old and well there could be magic in it but I do know we need to find it no matter what because I've got a really bad feeling about this Naruto. Naruto nodded and processed everything in his mind. Okay so last night when you couldn't find Hope I found her speaking to Landon in this very room. I'm not sure what they were talking about but I did tell Hope that she needed to get Landon back to his cell. I'm not sure how he got out either. The boy seems normal but whenever I'm around him my sensor goes haywire. He seems human but I just don't completely trust him. He breathed out honestly. Alaric nodded his head. He thought Landon was the culprit as well so he decided to go to Hope. Maybe she would have any idea of why he would have done it. Okay let's get Hope. I'm sure she'd like to know about what her friend is being accused of. Naruto grimaced. He knew the girl wasn't going to take it. Sighed inwardly. Following Alaric through the various hallways of the school he knocked on Hope's. Opened it looking confused so Alaric went through the story the same way he did with Naruto. How do you know it's him? Snapped Hope. Alaric sighed. He knew it was going to be difficult. Before he could answer she spoke again. It can't be the one time I open up myself up to someone he turns out to be a liar. Why? Maybe it was Naruto. She pointed at the blonde who stood silently by the door. He shook his head when she placed the blame on, decided not to retort or even dignify the accusation with a response because as much as Alaric asked him the same thing there wasn't any malice but Hope blatantly put the blame on him because she was too caught up in her emotions, not acting logically or rationally so he decided to stay quiet and let the girl rant. Look Hope I already asked Naruto with the truth orb and he passed. The only other person who was in that room with you last night was Landon. Besides when we compelled him earlier we told him to go home but guess what? He asked rhetorically. He didn't. So when a dagger disappears the same time a hapless human pretends to be compelled you do the math Hope. He finished firmly. He saw the look in Hope's eyes before he left. The followed him and ignored Hope's apology. He just waved it off. Save it Miss Michaelson. He said firmly. He wasn't angry per se but he wouldn't lie. It did hurt when she put the blame so quickly on him without knowing the facts. Well it seems we've got a thief to hunt. I'll send a shadow clone into town to get me a cell phone but do you have any way of tracking the boy? Naruto asked. I don't. Besides the witches needs an item of him to locate him so we just have to do it the old-fashioned way, Alaric said with a laugh. And how would we do that Dr. S? Good old detective work. He smiled. I'll call my contacts. I'll let you know if I find anything. It seems we have to postpone the announcement for today. Is that alright? Naruto shrugged. No worries. First we sort out this mess and then we deal with the other one step at a time. Sherlock. Alaric looked at him surprised. You know Sherlock Holmes? I read a lot. Besides I need to know more about this world if it's going to be my home so let me know. I'll be by the lake meditating. Yeah. Alaric nodded and he used electrical shushin. Man, that kid is just full of surprises, he said as he looked at the place where the boy vanished from. After Hope tried to apologize to Naruto and he just walked away, she felt terrible but decided to keep her emotions in. Was all over the place since Alaric cake and told her about the missing dagger and her crush being a possible suspect. She didn't have anything of him to perform a locator spell, so she decided to the next best thing. She took out the spell book she needed to perform a location spell, though it wasn't allowed by the school since it involved Black needed help with the spell too, so with that in mind she made her way to a possible accomplice. She knocked on the door and opened it. Inside sat a short brunette girl. She was 5'5" and Hope was slightly taller, so it was appropriate calling her short. What do you want, Hope? She asked curtly, not really having that much interaction with Hope since she was a loner, and ever since her real heritage was traveled she pulled herself away from any possible friends, so it was safe to say that they had a very rocky relationship, especially with Hope and Lizzie going at it whenever they could. I need your help with a magical problem that's not allowed on school grounds, Hope stated, looking at Josie. Why would I help you? She asked curiously. She knew Hope was great at magic since her aunt was the original witch Freya Michaelson. You'll help me because I know you were actually the one who set Penelope on fire, said Hope with a steely gaze directed at the shorter brunette. Her normally soft blue eyes were raging with a storm, no a typhoon, at Landon's betrayal, because more than anything she hated liars, and if she needed to perform black magic to find him and make him pay, she would. After Hope blackmailed Josie to help with the spell to locate Landon, she got into trouble since she conveniently forgot that the school's guidance counselor had placed a beacon to detect the use of any black magic because it was prohibited because the effects it had on witches were terrible. So here she was opposite the guidance counselor Emma Tig, a woman from the UK with Indian roots. At times she was great at her job, but sometimes Hope just didn't feel like spewing her feelings, but she had to see the guidance counselor on a regular basis. Ever since her parents was fuming, she could have used this time to find Landon and get back that damn dagger, but she was talking to a witchy shrink. Were you the only one that used black magic in your efforts to locate Mr. Kirby? She sat with her legs crossed comfortably in her leather chair with a notepad on her legs and pen in hand, waiting for the young girl to speak. I don't know why I'm here. Yes, I used black magic, but this is wasting time when I could be looking for the missing dagger. She stressed as she looked at the British woman. I understand your frustration, Hope, but Alaric is already searching and he has help, so I will ask again, did anyone help you when you used black magic, Hope? She watched the girl's expression carefully, but there were no outward signs of change. The girl looked frustrated, but that wasn't new, especially since Alaric told Hope these sessions was trying to be patient with Hope, but the teenager was making it very difficult. No, Ms. Tig, I was the only one who used black magic, she said, looking straight into the woman's eyes and lying. She knew she hated liars, but she was protecting Josie. Just because she blackmailed the girl didn't mean she wanted her to get into trouble with her dad, the headmaster of the school, or her mom. Thought back to the results. She saw the dagger glow on a bus passing Route 29, so she at least had a clue he was on a bus and he definitely had the dagger, but she didn't have any idea where Landon was heading to. Can I go now? She asked sarcastically, but Emma tried to stop her before she could leave. Hope, this isn't your fight. You're a student. Hope scoffed and rolled her eyes before she responded. This is absolutely my fight. I was the one who let Landon into these halls, and now he's out there doing God knows what. He stole a knife because of school, is at the risk of exposure because of me. And you can tell me that I'm sublimating a lifetime of survivor's remorse, or whatever it says in my file here. She picked up the folder that was lying open on the desk before dropping to trying to emphasize her point. But I'm going to help Dr. Saltzman find him, she said, and stood up to her feet, moving towards the door and ignores the call from Emma as she left. The students milling about their day, completely unaware of what could happen because she trusted a thought back to the quote of Shakespeare as she walked back into her room and, closing the door behind, opened the floorboard and took out the spell book her Uncle Cole gave her because he felt that the school didn't teach enough magic to survive in the world. She opened up the book and found the page she was looking for. It was a death spell. She stared at it for a moment before tearing out. The mind was swirling with different thoughts, many about how alike she was to her father in this moment, the hatred and anger, but the one that stood out the most was Shakespeare's quotes. He had many advices about how to handle betrayal. My personal favorite, think therefore on revenge and cease to weep, she thought as she folded up the page that contained the death spell she would use when she found that traitorous bastard. On the other side of the school, Lizzie was preparing. herself for the annual flag football game against the neighboring high school. Mystic, who was standing beside her sister, was uneasy, and when she looked at Lizzie's expression she realized just how serious her sister was taking the new they couldn't use their true abilities since it would make people suspicious about them, because to the outside world Salvatore School for the Gifted was for troubling rich teenagers that were too difficult to deal with in a normal high school setting. Lizzie, you know we just have to lose, right? She asked carefully, watching her sister's face contort from a smile to a scowl a second. We can't use our powers, but I made quarterback this year, Joe, and besides I have a good feeling about it. Okay, so let's hit the cafeteria and load up on some carbs, she said as she changed her face into a cheerful expression. To Josie, who was normally an introvert, it was amazing how quickly her sisters could change. She decided to indulge her sister's whims and followed her to the new she couldn't eat, and she still felt nervous and sick after using the black magic to help Hope. The after effects were nasty and now she felt queasy again. I'll go with you, but I'm not hungry, she said softly as they walked. Lizzie looked at her suspiciously and spoke without looking away. You know, I was standing in the mirror checking my outfit for the day and suddenly I had the urge to puke, and when I looked, lo and behold, I just saw black goo, she said, scowling at Josie while Josie's expression couldn't show that she was even more guilty than she already was. So dear sister, my darling twin, do you mind telling me why you performing black magic? She yelled as they entered the cafeteria. No one could hear them, and Lizzie made sure it was low enough for even the vampires to have trouble hearing. Lizzie didn't count on Josie's ex lurking around the corner listening to the very conversation. Maybe you're pregnant, Lizzie, quipped Penelope, smirking at the blonde girl who turned and grimaced at the sight of her twin sister's ex-girlfriend Satan. Josie was trying her best to be unaffected by the concerned look Penelope was giving her and spoke. Go away, evil one, but Penelope turned on her heel. Already gone, was heard from the exit. Lizzie, who now was glaring at the back of Penelope, turned to her sister and completely forgot about the black magic after effects. I'm so happy you're over, Satan Joe, she said, relieved, and Josie was happy that her blonde twin completely forgot about the interrogation she was conducting about the black magic and breathed a sigh of relief and decided to agree with her sister. You have no idea, she said. Before they made it further, MG came up to them with a grin on his face. Big game today, huh? He said to the two girls, but Lizzie suddenly remembered back at the party when he hooked up with Satan. It was enough to make her send a glare to the boy and spoke. Bounce, MG, you lost your privileges to speak to us when you played tonsil hockey with she who will not be named. The vampire, knowing he was in the wrong, especially since it was his best girlfriend ex that he made out with, walked away, who was having a completely delayed reaction to Satan. Oh my god, did Satan just fat shame me? She screeched. Josie looked at her sister and couldn't resist the giggle that bubbled in her throat. Her sister was a difficult one and very unique. Come, let's get breakfast, yeah, and ready for the big game, she said, trying to get Lizzie out of her own mind. They sat down and conversed whilst eating breakfast. They were in a relatively happy mood, and Lizzie started talking about the new blonde guy. He was handsome and had a strange eye color too. She expected her twin to go after him, but she just said that she had a crush on Rafael and was going to make him hers. Before they could continue the conversation, the father interrupted them. Behind him stood the new blonde. He greeted them politely before her father spoke. Girls, I'm sorry, but I won't be at the game today. Dorian will be coaching, so you know, play well, and by that I mean lose. He looked to his daughters. He saw the moment their faces fell. He wished he could cheer them on, but the school was at the risk of being exposed, and Landon, who disappeared with a knife, left a trail of burnt bodies behind, was a freak accident, and they needed to get it under control before any attention was drawn to them. But I'm QB this year, said Lizzie sadly. I know, sweetheart, but I need to find Landon Kirby. Okay, how about we cancel the game? We all know it's just a joke. And that's exactly why we lose and keep the front of troubled rich kids so that we don't get any more attention than necessary. Look, girls, I can't have Landon Kirby running around knowing our secrets, so I need to be able to count on the two of you to keep things going here until we come back. He looked between the two girls as girls hesitated before nodding, but Lizzie spoke once more when she heard her father say, we. Wait, who's we? He turned to Naruto for a moment, but the boy just shrugged and gave him the reins. Traitor. He knew his girls would be angry, but he was honest. Me, Naruto, and. Before he could finish, Lizzie cut in angrily. Hope of Chaos. Alaric kissed their heads and left with Naruto beside him. Well, that could have gone better, he said sarcastically. Beside him the blonde chuckled. And we could have a train with burned corpses, he quipped, but Alaric shot him a look and muttered. Too soon. He sighed and followed the man outside. When they arrived at the car, they looked at Hope and Rafael squaring off, ready to fight and in each other's faces. He's a liar, said Hope as she stared at the newly turned werewolf, but he wasn't backing down. He's my brother, so I'm coming with you or you're not going anywhere at all, he said, waving the piece of the car he took out. Naruto knew Hope could take care of herself, but ever since Landon stole the knife she made irrational and emotional decisions without thinking of the consequences, and apparently, as he was told, used black magic. Whatever that was, it sounded bad. He worried for her mental health, and he knew this guy wasn't making it any easier. Before they could start fighting, he pulled Hope away. Hope Andrea Michaelson, you need to calm down. I get that you're anxious because of your boyfriend, but there's no need to lose your shit, alright? He whispered quietly, knowing that Alaric wouldn't hear, nor the big-built werewolf that glared in Hope's direction. He's not my boyfriend, okay? She hissed, but Naruto rolled his eyes as he thought. That's the only part she picked up on. He nearly laughed at the angry scowl on the girl's face, so he decided to tease her a bit and came a bit closer and spoke. I see, that means I still have a shot, yes? He asked, raising a brow in question. The girl blushed and shook her head before she could reply. Alaric interrupted them. Stop your flirting, we've got a runaway to find, he said loudly, looking over at the two teenagers. He saw the blush on Hope's face, but the eat-shitting grin on the blondes would have made him laugh if the situation wasn't so serious. We were not flirting, said Hope indignantly, but Naruto continued to grin and opened the door to the back seat for Hope to hop in. We weren't. He questioned her, but she just shook her head and got in the car. Rafael followed, and he closed the door before getting in the front seat, turned serious and spoke to the man as he drove to the site of where the sheriff found the bus with the burned bodies. This was the last area he could have been in, said Alaric as he pointed to the site and got out of the car. Naruto looked at the surroundings. He could be anywhere in the forest by now, especially since they were a day behind. Hope spoke his thoughts. He could be anywhere, plus we're a day behind. Naruto turned to Rafael. They boy looked tense and worried, probably about Landon and what Hope was planning to do when they found him, but he spoke and tried anyway. Have you got anything that we could use to track him with, a piece of clothing or something? He asked the boy while Hope and Alaric looked at him curiously. The boy nodded. Yeah, this is his jacket. He left it at the party but left before he could take it, he said, handing the item to Naruto. Perfect, I think we are going to have to go into the woods for the next bit. I don't fancy standing in the middle of the road performing a summoning jutsu, he told the others, and walked in. The held 2 contracts, one for Fox's since he was basically a half-demon now, and one from his mother's clan, the Uzumaki. It was dragon summoning contract he signed but never used it because he didn't see the need for it. Besides, they were notoriously lazy and only wanted to be summoned for a big fight. He gave Hope the jacket. Hold this for a second, I need both hands for this. She took the jacket and bit his thumb and flipped through the signs. Kuchio's no jutsu. He slammed his palm down on the ground, and in a small cloud of smoke stood a small fox. Poof. Naruto-sama. The fox said, greeting him formally. He rolled his eyes at the fox and spoke. Akane-chan, I need you to track a scent for me, okay? He told the little fox, and she nodded. He took the jacket from Hope and allowed the fox to get a good whiff. He nearly laughed as he watched the faces of the other 3 that was with him, but decided against it. Got it. The fox nodded. Hi, Naruto-sama. And sped off into the woods. He looked to the others. Alaric had his mouth open to ask a question, but it seemed the words stuck in his throat. But Rafael had no such problem and asked loudly, okay, what the fuck, what that, and why did a tiny fox speak? He said loudly. Naruto just rolled his eyes. These people were surprised at everything he could do, especially since he could do way more than just that. He sighed. That was a summoning technique that I have. He answered curtly but mouthed to Alaric. I'll explain later. The man nodded. Okay, so how long do we have to wait, Naruto? He asked when he checked his watch. Naruto was about to answer him, but the fox came back and told him she found the scent. I found him, Naruto-sama. He's in a root cellar about 1 mile that way. Naruto smiled. Great job, aka-chan. You want to stay or go back to the summoning realm? He asked as they started moving, but the fox said she would go back and would come visit another time when he's not as busy. Sayonara. He murmured as she went back to the summoning. Started their trek and found a dark of complexion woman. Naruto smelled her from where he was standing, and she smelled like fire. Alaric said he would stay behind and try to help the woman. When you find, do not engage. You got that, Hope? He said to them, but concentrated on Hope. The girl rolled her eyes and they continued to wanted to run through the trees, but he knew Alaric wanted him to watch Hope and Rafael to ensure they didn't do anything too dangerous when they encountered Landon. They continued their trek. Hope and Rafael were bickering about Landon. He sighed and walked in front of them and ignored their inane argument. He couldn't care less about the mop-haired boy, but Hope seemed to have a vendetta against Landon for lying to her and then stealing a mythical dagger. Soon they found the root cellar Akane was talking about. So I can be as popular as you. Yeah, I've been at school for 2 days and I heard all about Hope Michaelson and her sunny disposition. He hit a nerve with the last comment and Naruto noticed Hope tensed up and he decided to cut in. Alright Mutt. He smiled mockingly at Rafael. How about you keep your opinions to yourself and deal with the problem at hand? Your brother stole a knife and we need to get it back, so how about you shut up and get it fucking done since you know him so well, he said sternly and saw the boy flinch when he looked into his eyes. Fine, I'll get your stupid not stupid knife, he muttered. Naruto rolled his eyes. He's in there, pointing to the root cellar. Come now, chop chop. He snapped his fingers at the werewolf. He was too sensitive and over-emotional. God, he realized he would have made a very shitty didn't look at Hope when he heard her speak. I don't need you defending my honor, Naruto. Naruto shrugged and watched the boy enter the cellar. You may not need it or asked for it, but I'm giving it. Besides, he has been working on my nerves this entire trip with his. I know my brother better than anyone. Shit. Hope nodded and saw Rafael disappear into the cellar. We're not leaving them by themselves, are we? She asked. Naruto scoffed. Of course not, I don't trust either of them, he said as he walked toward the cellar followed by Hope. They entered and Hope immediately muttered a spell, Corporis Impetu, and flung Landon against a wall. Where is the dagger, Landon? She asked, still angry over his betrayal. Naruto stood back and watched Hope. He admired her ass in the jeans she was wearing, but also her power. She was definitely an alpha, something he could get behind literally and figuratively. A chibi Naruto was having perverse thoughts. His nose nearly bled, but Rafael interrupted him from his lovely thoughts. A very unwelcome interruption indeed. Hey! Screamed Rafael. God, the boy was loud, but Hope continued her questioning. Where is the knife? I don't know, I had it in the bus and this crazy lady chased me and I dropped it somewhere in the woods, I swear. He said anxiously. Hope, come on, pleaded Rafael as he looked between his brother and Hope, and he looked at Naruto and asked him to stop. Could feel he was lying, but he wasn't sure about what part, so until he told the truth, Naruto was not inclined in letting the bastard escape Hope's questioning. Last chance, where is the knife? Okay, there was this girl. He trailed off as he explained the story about what happened on the bus, about the lady breathing fire and chasing him into the forest and him losing the knife and saying that he barely got out alive. As he spoke, Naruto was watching him carefully when he retold his tale. You're lying, said Naruto as he stared at the boy indifferently. Not about the woman but about the knife, he clarified, but before they could get any further, Alaric came into the cellar, panicking, breathing heavily. There's a fire-breathing woman out there. He took in the scene before him, Hope holding Landon in a spell whilst Naruto just watched. What part of don't engage didn't you understand? He asked. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly and spoke honestly before he could stop himself. Hope looks very hot when she's like this, he said as an explanation, and nearly everyone face faulted at his reasoning, but the said girl was blushing up a storm and dropped Landon. But, so we've got a fire-breathing lady after the knife. Any ideas on what she could be? Asked Naruto as he realized he said his previous thoughts out loud. A pyromancer, I read about them. They're basically fire-breathing witches, explained Hope. Naruto nodded. Alright, so we take her out, get the knife from Mop Hair over there and go home and maybe get some ramen on the way home, yeah. He looked to the rest, and if it was a cartoon he was sure there would be a few sweat drops on their faces. Don't make it sound so easy, muttered Alaric. It is. Let's go, Hope, and Dr. S. Maybe the mutt can come too, he'll be a useful distraction, he said, strategizing in his head. The rest exited after the blonde reluctantly and faced the woman. Mophead followed them, much to Naruto's dismay. They looked at the woman and she pointed at Landon, not being able to speak. Everyone was lost and Naruto understood what she wanted. What does she want? Asked the mutt. Naruto scoffed and pointed to Mophead. Maybe the knife the Mophead insists he doesn't have. Before he moved, the knife fell out of his pocket. Landon, bro. Rafael said, disappointed that his brother would lie to him. Point he could respond. They were blasted with a fire from the woman's mouth. Naruto tsked before he grabbed Hope out of harm's way and shushed them to a different spot. The woman watched curiously, but before she could attack again, Naruto made a palm-sized Rasengan and appeared in front of her and slammed it into her gut. He watched her fly into a tree, knocked unconscious. Okay, so that is taken care of, he finished nonchalantly and turned his head to Landon and walked toward him and took the knife. Mop Hair, this belongs to the Salvatore School, he said, and made sure Alaric was alright. Hope was still in a daze after being teleported to a different location. Alright, so what do we do with the fire-breathing witch? Asked Naruto as he looked at Alaric. Well, we could take her to the school. Guys, I don't think it was a witch. Hope pointed upwards as she spoke. Naruto looked up and cursed. Damn it, now I have to summon them or they'll be pissed. He said lowly, knowing that his dragons was lazy but also wanted attention, especially his personal summon. Before he could lament in his further into thoughts, Alaric ushered them into the cellar once more. I'm calling Dorian, we need to know how to kill the dragon, he said as he dialed the number, but Naruto knew how you killed a dragon, and even though the misconception was stabbing it in its heart, it was actually stabbing it in his throat that killed it permanently. No need, Dr. S. You need to stab it in its throat. I need a minute, a distraction really, while I summon my own one. Can you do it, Hope? He looked to the girl. It was dangerous, especially since it was a fire dragon, but he could use Ryujin's lightning and put it out of its misery, but he was still concerned. Hope looked at Naruto and saw the concern in his eyes, but also saw the faith he had in her abilities. I can, she said confidently. Naruto smiled. They were about to exit, but Landon spoiled it. Are you sure, Hope? I mean, it's a big dragon and you don't even know this guy that long. He pointed to Naruto to emphasize his point. Naruto, on the other hand, just scoffed inwardly at Mop Hair's comment. You're right, I don't know him that well, but at least he hasn't lied to me either. With that, she exited the cellar. Naruto wanted to smirk, but the situation was serious, so he needed to put on his battle face. He followed Hope outside in time to hear her witty quip. Don't you know smoking is bad for you? She telekinetically shoved the dragon away. Naruto used the time Hope made for him. He saw Alaric outside as well, but told the man to get back. He bit his thumb and flipped through signs with his fingers quickly. It was at a speed that would make the legendary Sannin and Kage jealous. Kuchio's no jutsu. Poof. When the smoke cleared, there stood a larger dragon, bigger than the one they currently needed to fight against. Naruto-kun, said Ryujin as he stared at his friend. Now to Ryujin, he knew Naruto for the longest time, especially since time worked differently in the summoning realm of the to him a month that consisted of 4 weeks was 4 new Naruto since he was a hatchling and became his personal summon. Ah, Ryu, it's nice to see you again, but, he pointed upwards, we can catch up later. Come on, let's go kick some ass, he said as he jumped up on the dragon. Ryujin flapped his large wings in one flap and took off to fight the dragon in the sky. He attacked with lightning attacks while evading the fire from the other, spoke to him and told him they would finish the dragon off by doing a combination jutsu. He nodded and prepared himself. Ryujin let out a long ration attack that was complemented by his partner Naruto. Doden Kumiawa's no jutsu, yelled Naruto, and he let out a stream of steady fire from his mouth against the dragon they were fighting. He was lucky he used a small genjutsu that would hide the battle, especially since he knocked down a couple of trees and the dragon fell down and transformed back into the woman. Alright, take us down, Ryu, he said, and the dragon flew back down to where Hope and Alaric was standing. They watched the fight with open mouths and couldn't believe what the hell they were seeing, but they watched the dragon was defeated and Alaric went over, stabbing her in her throat, killing her completely. Nice, Dr. S. Now that that's all sorted, can we leave now? He asked as he jumped off Ryujin and said his goodbyes before the dragon poofed away. Hope, what the hell is this? Asked Alaric as he picked up the paper that fell out of her pocket. Naruto looked confused as he stared between the two. It's, before she continues, he cut her off. It's a death spell, and don't say you were going to use it on the dragon because you didn't know. He trailed off, realizing what she had nearly done. You were going to use it on Landon, weren't you? He breathed out, answering his own question. Hope opened her mouth wanting to defend herself, but ultimately decided to remain silent as she watched her with a look that was a mixture of disappointment, anger and sadness. Landon did something stupid, Hope. Maybe evil, but we don't know until we know more, but he's a kid, Hope, and so are you, said Alaric, continuing to admonish her for her decisions. Hope's eyes filled with tears and Naruto watched sadly but decided to not intervene since he wasn't sure what exactly was going. Alaric didn't stop. This vengeance, this hatred, isn't you as your father. It can't happen, it won't. I won't allow it. Alaric regained his composure and pointed to the body of the dragon. Now you bury her and all you in the car. He looked to Naruto, who was watching silently. You coming? He asked the boy, but Naruto shook his head. Nah, I'll make sure she's okay, he said softly, and Alaric nodded his head and left. Naruto stepped over to the girl who was trying desperately not to let her tears spill. His heart ached for the emotions he saw swirling in her. Blue pulled her against his chest and held her as she sobbed. I'm sorry, does it make me a monster for wanting to kill him because he betrayed my trust? She asked brokenly. Naruto sighed and spoke next to her ear. You're not a monster, Hope. A monster is something that no longer feels anything after they've taken a life. A monster feels nothing but hatred. He moved her face, cupping her cheeks, staring into her eyes. You, Hope Andrea Michaelson, are not a monster. You were hurt, Betrayed in the worst way by someone you cared about, it hurts. But Alaric is right, hatred and vengeance is not the way to vent, that is the worst kind of punishment for those who cut you so deeply. Forgive and move on and be better. He smiled, using his thumbs to wipe away her tears. I don't know your father, but I'm sure Alaric has his own version of who he thought he was, but I know that you do too. Others tend to only see the bad and never the good, so don't give in to the hatred, all right. Hope tried to regain her composure. Here she was crying in a guy's arms she met 3 days ago, and he told her what she needed to hear without being biased or taking advantage of her breakdown. Thank you, she said softly and quickly kissed his cheek before turning away. She blushed after she realized what she just heard the boy chuckle. No problem, Haim. This was the second time she heard him call her that and decided to ask what it meant. What does that mean? It's the second time you called me that, she asked curiously as she grabbed a shovel preparing to dig a grave for the dead dragon. It means princess in my home language, shrugging lightly and pretended not to see the blush on Hope's cheeks. I have a faster way. Ana no jutsu. Flipping through signs making a 10-foot hole, he put the body into it and closed the hole back at Hope as she just shook her head. Are you ever going to tell me what more you can do? Maybe. But I don't want to be surprised every time you do something new, she said as they made their way back to the car where Alaric and the others were waiting for them. It keeps things interesting, Hope. He playfully rolled his eyes and spotted Alaric. He nodded at the man and said they were done. Where's the mud and mop hair? Gone, replied the older man and handed a note to Hope. Landon left this for you. She opened up the note. It read, Dear Hope, you strike me as the kind of person who's not so big on second chances, much less third, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I can't explain why I took that knife. Believe me, I wish I could. Landon. Naruto was instantly in a foul mood but put up a mask so that Alaric and Hope wouldn't notice. He got into the car and waited for the other two to get in so that they could go back to the drive. Back was made in silence and Naruto was enjoying the music in his new phone that he got yesterday. His earphones was plugged in and just enjoyed the drive. Back at school, the twins were sitting in their room, as the door opened to reveal their father. Dad, I can explain. He said nothing but hugged them and held them tightly, cutting off anything that Josie was about to say. Trying to make a run for it? Asked Naruto as he watched Alaric fiddle with the locks of the gates. The older man looked back at the blonde and chuckled. Yeah, I just noticed the gate wasn't locking the other day, fiddling with the lock of the gate still. Naruto frowned in concern. You worried about the students getting out? Alaric shook his head and sighed. Worried about things getting in. We're cozy here, careless. I'd forgotten the world is full of nasty surprises. I don't know what the story is behind that knife, but whatever it is, Alaric took a deep breath and released it. Saw something today I never thought I'd see in this lifetime. And it scared me. You know, I opened this school to protect these kids. To protect my daughters. How am I supposed to protect them from stuff that's not supposed to exist? Naruto looked at Alaric. He saw the concern and fear. He squeezed the older man's shoulder as he walked past back into the school. We make sure we're prepared. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of red eyes opened and watched as they disappeared into the school. Late at night, we find Alaric and Naruto sitting at the desk in the headmasters decided to work together to find what just where the hell that knife came from, so here they were burning the midnight oil looking for answers. Alaric was exhausted looking through a large book he found in the school's library. He turned the page only to be stunned. He found a detailed sketch of the knife and an inscription on the following page surrounded by tiny side, heavily dropping his head down on the desk with a thud which alerted his blonde partner. Find something. Yeah, but it's Gaulish. He groaned sadly since he realized he had his work cut out for him since it was a bitch to translate. Huh, what's that? Asked Naruto as he waited for an answer, but it seemed like the older man was lamenting about his shitty luck. Why does it have to always be Gaulish? He said, frustration clear in his tone. Naruto chuckled and patted the man's head. I don't know, I can't help you there, Dr. S, but I'm sure you'll find a solution. He said. Knew Alaric was resourceful and surprisingly accepting of him without any malice or preconceived intentions. Yeah, so are you going to tell me about your past? Asked the man as looked up at the younger blonde. The latter sighed heavily and closed the book he was reading. I will, but first pour me a drink, and you too, I'm sure you'll need it. Alaric looked at the boy confusingly. He knew the boy was 17, but he could see the pain in his eyes, so he agreed and fetched the bottle of whiskey he kept in the office for late nights, poured the 2 glasses and put the blondes down. Naruto took a sip. He appreciated the smooth taste. It was weaker than sake, but it worked. Where to start? I guess I'll start from the beginning. I was born on the 10th of October, but on the day of my birth a demon attacked the village I lived in. There was a man who was the leader, he was called the Hokage. He went to battle the beast, but this demon was different, they couldn't die since they were massive balls of chakra, so with no choice he decided to seal the demon into a baby who hadn't yet developed their chakra coils. He paused and took another sip of his drink as he stared at nothing. Many people died in the attack. The baby he sealed the demon in was his own son, being me. When he sealed the demon he died, as well as did my mother. Complications with birthing me and having the demon ripped out of her by a mysterious man that had a powerful power. Time passed. Somehow the villagers found out that the demon was sealed into a baby and that baby was an orphan. They beat the child every year on his birthday. That was also the anniversary of the Kyuubi attack. He stopped as he remembered every beating he received, the harsh glares, the hate. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He saw Alaric clench his fists but didn't interrupt. On my 6th birthday the beating I received was one of the worst ones. I nearly died. If it wasn't for my tenant I probably would have. They stabbed me and the blade ruptured my heart. I fell unconscious and woke up in a sewer. My first thought was not only did they nearly kill me but threw me into a sewer too. Needless to say I was a very pissed off 6-year-old. He chuckled ruefully, remembering his mood that day. What happened? Asked Alaric as he gritted his teeth. This boy went through so much, yet here he was, never complained and wasn't consumed by hatred. It was a fucking miracle to Alaric. Well, I met the demon sealed inside of me. He was this huge 9-tailed fox behind a gates. He was imprisoned. I felt pity for him, because to me we were the same, caged in a village that wanted nothing more than our deaths. I spoke to the demon and asked who he was. Now you have to know the 9-tailed fox was a grumpy one. He hated humans because of what they did to him and how they caged him. People said he was a demon, but he was created by God and was sent to our dimension to keep balance. But humans are vile creatures, Dr. S. They are power hungry and would do anything to get that power, so humans sought to enslave this so-called demons, deeming them as an abomination. He shook his head as he thought about everything Kurama has to endure, being used as a pawn, a means to an end. You cared for your tenant? Asked Alaric, surprised since he was the cause for all the hatred the blonde received. It might be weird to you or even inconceivable to others, but I saw him as a father. One that cared enough to heal me every time I was hurt, attempted to comfort me when I had nightmares. He turned me in the man you see before you today, but I also taught him a few things. I never once hated the villagers for their actions against me. They were ignorant, but in the end they lost people they cared about and saw me as a daily reminder of those they lost. In the end, grief makes people do terrible things. He trailed off and Alaric nodded. He knew what Naruto was referring to, because if he didn't have his daughters when his fiancée died on their wedding day, he would have turned in a drunk, a husk of himself. So when I was 6 he took me in as his son, taught me things that would make me a proper ninja, an asset to my village and a protector. Over the years our bond grew, but I hid my skills until I deemed fit, because I didn't want to give the villagers more reason to fear me. I saved them countless times. I dreamed of becoming the Hokage so that I could protect my precious people. I believed and still do believe that strength isn't determined how physically strong you are, but the difference is what you're fighting for. I used my power to protect. I'm no saint. I've killed people. At the age of 12 I was told I needed to be ready to kill someone. However, I never killed without reason, but it comes down to me or you, and I chose to keep my village safe. He finished his drink and poured another. He heard Alaric speak. So why did the 9 tails attack your village? Naruto laughed dryly. He was controlled by a man he hated more than anything. There was a clan that had a powerful tool. It could put you into an illusion, one that was extremely difficult to break even for the strongest minded of people, or demons, and that's why he attacked the man. Used the 9 tails for his own revenge plot against the village. He swirled the remaining whiskey in the glass before chugging it down. My God, so how did you end up here? Did you die? Asked Alaric. Everything that the blonde endured by the villagers and even killing at such a young age to protect people dear to was right. It was inconceivable, but not because he saw a demon, a father, but to be forced at such a young age to do such things. I did, but it was my own choice. That same man came back, but this time he tried to use all of the demon's powers. There were 9 in total, all with different strengths, but the strongest was Kurama, the 9-tailed fox that was sealed in me. This man wanted to put the entire world under an illusion of peace, meaning he essentially would take away the freedom, their choices, opinions, he said, disgusted by Madara's ideas of peace. He said it was the ideal version of peace, scoffed Naruto as he continued his story. Of course I denied his peace, because peace can't be forced. It only happens when there's a mutual understanding between 2 opposing parties, where bridges can be forged and pave the road forward. He said I was naive, but in the eyes of a world threat we managed to form an elemental army against him. Ninja from all nations banded together. Set aside their differences to destroy him. It didn't go all well. Many people died, but I managed to get him into a stalemate, so in order to ensure that he was removed completely. I used a seal that was only known to my clan. It was a forbidden technique called the Death Reaper's seal. It summons the Death Reaper. You ask him what you wanted but pay with your soul in return. So in this stalemate I used it and summoned the Reaper and used my soul as compensation to destroy Madara and free the demons under his control. He finished staring into the empty glass. Alaric looked at the boy with empathy. Tears filled his eyes. He couldn't stop them from falling as he listened to the blonde recounting the events of his death. Naruto waved off his concern and smiled softly. I expected to be stuck in purgatory since that's the Reaper's domain, but instead I found myself in front of God faced with a choice to live eternity in heaven or come down here and help out to fight some evil. The choice was easy. He grinned and looked to Alaric. The man burst out laughing and shook his head. How the hell do you give that up? Living in peace for strangers. Naruto chuckled. My father figure Kurama always said I was an idiot. A genius but a fucking idiot. Besides, I like it here, and even though Kurama had faded from existence leaving me with a gift of eternity, I feel that I've made the right choice. He shrugged and poured them another glass of whiskey. He tilted his glass and knocked it lightly against Alaric's. To new adventures and new friends, Kampai. He said happily before finishing the drink in one gulp. Alaric shook his head at the boy. You drink too fast. What the hell, you've had 5 yet, you're still normal. Fast metabolism. Smirking cockily at the tipsy Alaric. Come on, let's go rest. Tomorrow I'll go after the mop boy and the mutt, track them and bring them back here, all right? Alaric nodded as they made their way out of the office. That would be great, kid, thanks and good night, and if it makes you feel any better, I'm glad you decided to come, he said genuinely, and Naruto chuckled. Of course you are, since you're too old to fight, but don't worry, I have plenty respect for my elders. Alaric scoffed, mocking offense. Oh, shut up, kid, see ya tomorrow. He shooed the boy away. The next morning Dorian was teaching a spell casting class. All of the students were holding hands sitting in A, Hope and Lizzie being amongst the students present. All right, come on, gather together now. He gestured, walking around the circle instructing the students of the group assignment. Chain spells are about fluid movement from witch to witch, he said. He looked around to the group and noticed Penelope. All right, where's Penelope Park? Lizzie tried to be snarky even though Satan wasn't there to witness it. Maybe she was recalled back to hell since fire and brimstone is all she knows. Dorian recognized the girl's snarkiness and decided to move on. A disharmonious group makes an uneven flow. He didn't notice the unintentional pun he made as the students snickered. He rolled his eyes and tried to continue but was interrupted once more with a parchment from the headmaster's office. Who's in trouble with the headmaster? Asked Josie, knowing that it was probably them. She noticed her twin give her a sarcastic eye roll, but Hope commented, probably the people that started a fight at the charity game. Dorian ignored the comments and read out the note out loud. Josie and Lizzie Saltzman. He looked into Hope's eyes and motioned. And baby makes 3, off you go. Both Josie and Lizzie shared a confused look since Hope was the golden girl, or at least that's what Lizzie thought. In the library stood Alaric, waiting for his troublemakers. He filled the time with putting the books where they needed to be. As he did this, the girls followed and he instructed them to help out put books away. None of the girls were happy with what they were being forced to do, but Lizzie had the guts to speak up. Dad, this makes no sense. Why are we being punished? She asked, genuinely confused by her father's still suffering from a mild hangover from last night's drinking. Gave Lizzie an exasperated look since the answer was quite obvious. Because you started a brawl at a charity football game and also worse, risked exposing what we really do here. Lizzie pouted. But you weren't that upset last night. I was mad, all right, but my undying love for my daughters just happened to trump my rage, he said and turned to face his daughters and student. I signed you up for community service as reparation for the fight you started. You're lucky it's not actual jail time. Lizzie, ever being the drama queen she was, decided to cut in again. Can I at least offer my rebuttal if it pleases the court? She asked, nearly laughed but merely sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to miserably hold back his pounding headache. Never drinking with that kid again, he thought as he tuned back into his daughter's speech. First of all, I was provoked and my reaction was totally proportional to the amount of abuse I had to endure. Hope, on the other hand, chuckled at Lizzie's speech, which only served to enrage the blonde further. And secondly, she paused, looked to her dad and Josie. If anyone should take the blame, it's Josie. Josie, who was listening now, looked at her twin, betrayed and offended that she even blamed her and couldn't help the sharp "what?" that escaped her mouth. I'm sorry. I totally cracked during cross, but if you had just let Caleb catch the ball. Josie scoffed incredulously and muttered, yeah, okay. Alaric, who now had some reprieve from his headache, had a stern look on his face and decided to put an end to his daughter's dismal failing defense. You'd still be in trouble. Hope, who was enjoying the scene way too much, considering the events of yesterday needed a good laugh and Lizzie provided just that. But nice job throwing your sister under the bus, she said with a sarcastic thumbs up. Lizzie sent her a glare showing that the comment was not appreciated at all. Josie was touched by the sudden defense that Hope gave her, so she sent the girl an affectionate look and grateful smile. Thank you, Hope. Alaric decided to wrap everything up and get the kids in their way. Speaking of buses, the bus is outside waiting on you. Have fun with community service. He shooed them away. Both Lizzie and Josie sulked as they walked away, but Hope stuck behind. She wanted to know why she was being punished. Okay, yes, she knew, but it still didn't hurt to confirm it. Why am I getting punished? Alaric kept a blank look on his face. He wasn't ready to tell his daughters of the new dangers they might face until he got answers from the knife, and Landon and Rafael was back here. So he just stared at her and said meaningfully, "You know what you did. Seriously. Yes, now go. I want to help do research," playing her last card, but Alaric wasn't buying it. "I have Dorian helping me and Naruto, so let us deal with it. Go be a kid," he somewhat pleaded, because he knew he needed Hope to keep a tight lid of the events that happened yesterday. "That's not fair. You only play the kid card when you don't need something from me," she argued back. "Also, Naruto's a kid too," she said. Alaric had enough. "I'm spinning here, okay? I just need you to keep a dragon-sized secret until we can figure out some answers." Understood. Hope gave a fake smile and left to board the bus. Mystic Falls Town Square. Dorian was handing out tasks to the kids, and well, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, most of them were against cleaning up, especially since they were treated so badly by the townspeople, or actually just the teenagers from the high school. Josie and Hope decided to work together while Lizzie went off and cleaned up graffiti, but after an incident involving a milkshake between Lizzie and Dana, Lizzie had milkshake all over her and decided to go back to school to get cleaned up, since there was no fucking way she would continue the day covered in strawberry-flavored milkshake. Off Route 29, we find Rafael and Landon sitting around a fire trying to cook a rabbit or squirrel. "I think it's done, bro," he said, pointing to the woodland creature they caught. Rafael took a bite but grimaced at the taste. Okay man, I think we need to catch a deer or something, but anything less rabbity." He shook his head, but Landon chuckled. "It's all right with me, but thanks for sticking with me, bro," he said, genuinely appreciating his brother's presence. He missed Hope, but he knew she wouldn't forgive him easily. "She hates me, doesn't she?" "Yeah man, of course. You kept lying to her and me. Want to explain that?" "I don't know, it's like the knife wanted me to steal it." He tried putting into words, but he couldn't. "Forget her, bro, you won't see her again." Rafael noticed Landon's face fall and tried to cheer him up again. "Look at us, two bros living off the land, nothing could be better," he said cheeringly, but Landon chuckled at his attempt. "Burgers would be better," he quipped. Mystic Falls Town Square. Hope and Josie were picking up trash in silence before Josie broke it, asking why Hope always seemed to pick a fight with Lizzie. "You guys do your fair share of poking too," Hope mentioned, trying to build up her defense at Josie's accusation. "Yeah, in retaliation to your pokes. I mean, we know each other for nearly a decade, yet we still can't get along. Also, Lizzie and I feel the same way, especially with the way you and Dad are keeping secrets." She shook her head. "We're not keeping secrets." Josie ignored Hope speaking and continued, "Yeah, what happened to Landon Kirby, huh?" Hope looked away from Josie, evading the question. "Nothing happened. Something did. Rafael never showed up for school, and right after you, Dad and Naruto go on the hunt for Landon Kirby, but when you got back, Dad was clearly rattled but tried covering it up, so why don't you just tell me?" She pleaded, but Hope was a tough cookie to crack. "Because there's nothing to tell." Hope trying to slam the poker into the ground to emphasize her point, but sorely misjudged the direction and it landed in her foot, or rather it's more accurate to say that she stabbed her foot hard. "Fuck off." She fell down on her, but telling Josie to pull out the thing. "Take it out, I can heal myself," she hissed in pain. Becoming impatient, she rushed Josie. As the girl pulled it out, she fell on her ass too and started a giggle that turned into full-blown laughter. "Oh my god, you poked yourself," she laughed, holding her stomach. "Oh, shut up," said Hope. It held no venom, just amusement. Hope and Josie started to talk, and Hope tells Josie why she is receiving punishment, but reassured her that she didn't tell anyone that Josie helped her with the spell. It's not the whole truth, but it would hold her over, for we're nearly finished. As they put the trash in the orange bags, Josie held her stomach. Hope watched in concern. "You all right?" Concern etched into her voice. Josie felt happy that they were finally getting along after all this time. "It's nothing, just saw something that made me nauseous," she said, pointing to MG and Dana making out against the tree. "Huh?" Rolling her eyes sarcastically. "Didn't see that coming." MG is a hormone-driven teenager and Dana is a slut, you do the math. Hope shrugged. Given my last crush, I'm in no place to judge. She said, thinking of Landon, and she felt nothing special anymore. She was prepared to kill him because he betrayed her. She thought of being held against Naruto's firm chest as she broke down, and his words that caused a flutter in her stomach before she could analyze her thoughts. Josie spoke, breaking her away from them. Well, my crush was Satan incarnate, but that's not if you count. She shook her head, trying to stop thinking about it, but Hope was curious. Who? She honestly hoped it wasn't a certain blonde guy. It does matter. Lizzie had dibs. Hope furrowed her eyebrows. On Rafael. She asked, hoping that Josie was referring to him, and luckily Josie nodded. That's not fair. Lizzie always gets dibs. It is what it is, said Josie glumly, trying to forget about it. They continued to walk on the sidewalk and talked, but Josie doubled over and explained that she was feeling twin pain and Hope knew something was happening. They rushed over to the bus where Dorian was. They forced the poor man to tell them what was going on, and Hope saw a book about gargoyles and her fear was confirmed. She grabbed the book. Gargoyles. She looked to Dorian, who tried to remain indifferent, but his worried expression gave him away. Rick wants us to stay away from the school until it's sorted. And where's Naruto? Is he there too? Asked Hope anxiously, but Dorian didn't respond immediately. I don't know, Hope, he answered. Hope took Josie's hand and decided to run to school. They finally stood in front of the gates, but there was a barrier which kept them out. Josie siphoned the magic and entered the school. Hope told Josie to get a weapon. They split up to cover more ground since the entire school was quiet, which was weird for the Salvatore School, so something definitely must have happened. Hope continued to walk through the halls ready for an attack. She was about to attack when she heard a noise around the corner. Drive Saltzman. She sighed in relief that she didn't fire the spell. Hope, what are you doing here? He frowned, watching the girl. He told Dorian that no one should return until he knew it was safe. He knew Naruto was out finding the two runaways, but if things got out of hand he would make the phone call, but for now it didn't seem too bad. Yeah, well, he tried to keep me away, but here, Gargoyles 101, he thought you could translate it. She hands over the small thin book. Alaric groans. He could see even by the title this book was not in English at all, it was damn Gaulish again. He screamed in his opened the book and tried to translate what he read. Son of a. He paused, not wanting to curse in front of Hope, but Hope tried to redirect him to the task at hand. So did our Gauls provide clear instructions, or are we on our own? She asked impatiently. Ha, well, in short, hit as needed. Both of them got startled when the head-stomping footsteps near them. Hope stared at her headmaster with wide eyes. As that, she trailed off in surely, but all Alaric did was provide a short nod. The stomps caused the overnight lights to swing wildly in the hallway. Yeah, listen, that thing poisoned Lizzie. I'm guessing to get my attention, or at least try to get the. It attacked me and took the knife. The knife, the dragon knife, and you're still breathing. Yeah, I've got a theory. He was cut off by Hope. Yeah, save it, because we had to take down a containment spell to get into the school, meaning our monster can get out. A containment spell. He paused, confused, then thought of his blonde daughter, Lizzie. Smart girl, but how did you take it down? Before Hope could respond, around the corner stepped Josie, staring at her father sternly. She didn't. I did, and I have questions. She yanks out the axe out of her father's hands and stares him down with a serious look. Hope, Alaric and Josie walked through the hallways of the school with purpose, Josie still holding the axe she took from her father. Alaric since found his own weapon, which he had clutched in his right hand. Meanwhile, in the lower school, Emma with the still palailed Lizzie in the lower school was hiding out with the rest of the younger children, covered up with an invincibility spell. To cloak them from the gargoyle that was roaming the halls of the school, they heard a noise at the door. Emma, whispered Alaric, trying to be as quiet as possible. Before she could say anything, the stomping noise started again. She held her index finger to her mouth, instructing Alaric to be quiet. Shish. They waited for the noise to fade, but Hope heard the stomping noise again behind her and immediately sensed the creature and the grinding noise it made as it moved. Emma quickly closed the sliding doors to protect the younger students, leaving Hope, Alaric and Josie on the other side. Hope stood several feet in front of Alaric when the gargoyle made its move. It leapt into the air, using its wings to glide over the stairway, and attempted to stab Hope with the knife, but she was barely able to dodge and fell back on her back. She scrambled to get up to her feet when the gargoyle attempted to stab her a second time, though he stops mid-air when Alaric threw himself between Hope and the gargoyle, preparing for the worst. No. When the gargoyle stopped inches away from his heart with the knife, Alaric breathed a sigh of relief. Josie uses this moment to capitalize on the gargoyle's frozen movements and leapt behind him, swinging down the axe as hard as she could, breaking off a large piece of its left wing. Off Ward 29. Meanwhile, we have our blonde-haired hero searching for Landon and Rafael. He found traces of a camp and stayed out to see whether they would return. They were sloppy and left their tracks to be easily followed. Soon a noise was heard and he saw Landon and Rafael, but there was another man standing before them with a cross-side. He didn't know what these two got into from the time they left them in this very woods when fighting the dragon lady. He dropped down from the tree branch he was relaxing in, gathering the attention from the other three. As much as I don't like Mop Hair and the mud over there, I've got a mission to bring them back, so about you let them go, buddy? He asked the unnamed male. He heard the guy laugh. Oh yeah, I'm a werewolf hunter, and well, that dog's gotta be put down, and then I'll do the same to you. He said loudly and cockily, which served to give Naruto a nasty and unwanted flashback of grimaced scowling at the man and decided to take him out. Alright, you asked for it. He used a shushin to spear in front of the man. While the man gasped from surprise, he used that moment of immobilization against him, knocking the crossbow out of his grip and sent an bone-crushing punch to the man midsection. He watched impassively as the man dropped to the ground. He didn't want to kill, but he had a feeling the man would hunt supernatural creatures, and if he let him live he might come after some other students. The man groaned, stood up to his feet wobbling a bit and spat out a bit of blood. Oh, you asked for it, he screeched before lunging at the blonde, who merely dodged his sloppy punches and evading his attacks. What's wrong? Fight back or I'll kill you, he said seriously while Naruto watched the man with an impassive face. Sighing, he prepared a raid attack. Chidori, he murmured as his hand was covered in lighting that sounded like 1,000 chirping, pushed his hand through the mon's chest, rupturing the vessels near his heart. He felt him take his last breath as he slumped forward into Naruto's side, sadly by taking a life, but it was to keep those kids safe, he knew that, and comforted himself with that. Took his hand out of the mon's chest and let him drop to the floor. He turned his head to Rafael and Landon, standing there with their mouths open, trying to formulate a response. Don't try and run, I'll just find you again. Now be a good mutt and a good mop-haired boy and stand still until I incinerate his body before it gets investigated. Kaden Hausenka no Jutsu. He spat out 5 balls of fire onto the dead corpse. He watched as the body burned and held his palms together in a prayer. May Kami or Yami have mercy of your soul, he whispered quietly. Let's go back, he said as the flames died out and the only remains was ashes. What do you mean go back? Asked Rafael curiously. I mean, let's get your dumb asses back to school since you wreak havoc, and just leave fucking cowards. He walked closer to them and cleaned his hand of the remaining blood. Luckily he just wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt, but he frowned when he saw blood on his chest and guessed it was probably when the hunter fell forward onto him. Why? I mean, we can live out here, said Rafael and Landon, nodding furiously, backing up his foster brother's claims, but Naruto scoffed and rolled his eyes. Of course you can, and then get killed by more hunters. That uses your head a trophy. He opened his arms wide and smiled sarcastically. Amazing plan. He shook his head and grabbed their shoulders before using a Hiraishin, disappearing in a red flash. He arrived at school with the 2 disoriented boys, who clearly wasn't used to traveling such a long distance that fast. He forgot that these people didn't have chakra. He went down to the werewolf cellar and locked the boys in there while he went to find Alaric. The school was unusually quiet. He made his way to one of the common rooms and heard Alaric's voice. No, he was cut off by another voice. It sounded furious. Just save it, Dad, she shouted before he heard stomping away. He entered the room and looked wide-eyed at the mess. Furniture laying all around and a lot of gray stone laying on the floor. He looked in Hope and Alaric's direction. They didn't notice him yet, so he spoke up. What the hell happened here? He said, gesturing to the mess. Alaric looked at him and shook his head. Attacked by a gargoyle, and I'll give you one guess what he wanted. The knife, he asked, and Alaric just confirmed his thoughts. Damn it, that thing is acting like a beacon. Saying his thoughts out loud, and Alaric couldn't help but agree, but before he could say anything, Naruto was rushed by Hope. Where have you been? We were fighting a gargoyle and you were nowhere to be seen, she said incredulously while gesturing around her to emphasize her wanted to laugh. He found her frustration flicked her forehead softly. Were you worried? Flashing a smug smile, the girl immediately backtracked and stepped away from the blonde boy. She scoffed. No. The word had no real meaning, and it was clear to everyone that she actually meant yes. She saw the blood on his t-shirt and looked him over to see any visible wounds. Naruto followed her eyes and sighed. It's not mine. I had some trouble when I was on my mission, he told her before looking to Alaric. They're in the transitioning cellar. he said shortly, and the man nodded in thanks but asked what the blood was about. Our mud attracted a werewolf hunter that knew he was from Salvatore. I made a choice with the future of the other kids in mind and took action, vaguely letting Alaric know that the man was no longer living. Alaric gave him a sympathetic smile and clapped his shoulder affectionately. You're all right with what you did? He asked softly. Naruto was touched by the monk's concern and nodded. I told you before, Alaric, we need to be prepared to protect them, and if I have to carry that burden, I'll do so willingly, replied the blonde honestly. Hope was confused between the two, and she didn't like being kept in the dark. She was upset at Naruto just disappearing. Logically, of course, she knew she had no need to ask him her whereabouts since they weren't a couple and only flirted, or at least he did, as she tried to control her damn blood rushing to her. There were more important things to deal with at the moment, like letting the kids know what's happening in their school. I think you need to tell the students, Dr. Saltzman. Alaric nodded and agreed, even though he didn't want to. It was necessary to make sure these kids were ready to fight and protect themselves when needed. Sighing softly, he murmured a resigned, I know, heaving in a breath, I know. In the grand hall, Alaric has gathered the whole school once again, debrief regarding the recent events involving the school. He stood at the front of the room to finally be honest about the newly discovered creatures. If you'd asked me a week ago, I would have told you there's a difference between myth and fact. I would have told you that supernaturals were limited to the species under this roof. I would have said that folklore and fairy tales were just stories. But I can no longer say that any of that is true. 'Cause just a few days ago, we were confronted by the existence of a dragon. The students all begin to murmur quietly amongst themselves before Alaric continues. And then, today, our campus was terrorized by a gargoyle come to life. Some of us were forced to fight. We won. This time. They were drawn here by a knife that went missing earlier this week. And, for whatever reason, these creatures consider us to be the enemy. In their minds, we're the villains because we won't give them what they want. We don't even know why they want it. But we're gonna find out. I can't say for sure what their true intentions are. I can't say there won't be more attacks. That's why I'm telling you this, to warn you. To ask you to look out for each other. To do what's best for one another. Because we're more than just a school. We're a family. And we will stand together. We will fight together. And we will win or lose this battle together, no matter what comes next. He waited for the students to process everything he said. With that in mind, I'll be making a mandatory self-defense class that will be taught by a new instructor, Naruto Uzumaki. He pointed at the guy who stood to the left of the stage, Naruto flashing a charming smile that made most women swoon. That is all, you are dismissed. He finished while gathering his things and making it down the stage. He walked next to Naruto. They spoke of Landon and Rafael. The two were standing by his office hugging each other. He spotted Hope watching the interaction with a clenched jaw before catching his eye. I'll see you later, Dr. S. He waved off the man before making his way to the blue-eyed, reached her and whispered near her ear, You going to tell me why you're upset with me? He asked softly, since the common room thing they hadn't spoken, or at least it seemed like Hope was avoiding him for some reason. I'm not upset, it's just that you're keeping things from me, and I'm not talking about your past. I have trust issues, Naruto. She paused before taking a breath while Naruto waited patiently for her to finish. I was worried you weren't here. I didn't know where you were. No one would tell me. I thought you were hurt or worse, and I don't. She stopped before she told the guy she had feelings for him and would be hurt if he left or got hurt. And then you come back bringing in those two with blood on your shirt. What am I supposed to think? Naruto smiled softly before pulling the girl into a hug. They were standing underneath the stairs, away from any onlookers. He spoke softly. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I left before you were awake, Hope, to track them. When I managed to find them, they were about to be killed by a hunter. He paused before continuing. I killed the hunter. He finished before releasing the girl and looked in her eyes, waiting for any sign of discomfort. I'm sorry you had to make that decision, she said honestly, because she knew hunters were relentless if her grandfather Michael was any clue and would make sure they kill and maim their prey. So Naruto choosing to keep kids safe from that kind of threat was noble, but sad that he carried it with him. You're not angry? He asked cautiously. He saw Hope raise her eyebrow and shook her head, giving him a small smile. I'm not. You were doing what was necessary. I know you don't like it, and I can see it in your eyes. I don't know how to explain, but yeah. She shrugged before stepping out under the staircase. Naruto smiled and decided to tease the girl. You know, in my culture, when the hero saves the day, he gets a kiss from the princess, he said teasingly, and Hope stepped back and laughed at him before scoffing. Nice try. It's not that easy, hero. This princess likes to be taken on a date first. she said as she walked was a couple of feet away as Naruto walked backwards and watched her go. Well, I can roll with that, it's a date then, he said loudly. In the hallway he saw Hope turn her head before walking away. Before she disappeared around the corner he spoke loudly. It wasn't a no, princess. He heard her beautiful laugh before she disappeared around the smiled a goofy smile. I can definitely get used to life here, he thought as he walked to his own room for a shower and to hit the hay. Hope on the other hand entered her room and smiled a silly smile before going through her own routine. She found it strange how easily Naruto was able to calm her yet send her heart beating a mile were her last thoughts before she fell asleep. In the grand hall stood Mad Donovan near a podium before the assembly talking about the latest disappearances and providing the students with the latest update on recent events. Alaric took over as spoke to the crowd. Given the recent influx of new monsters, we have reasons I believe the disappearances of these girls or have decided to take drastic measures, said Alaric before handing over the rest to Sheriff Donovan. Like Dr. Saltzman was saying, 2 local girls didn't return home last night, he said, flashing them the pictures of the 2 missing girls and passed it on so that it could be handed amongst the students. Dana often skips town for long periods of time, but this is a first for Sasha, so her parents are understandably concerned, he said, his jaw clenched with worry as he let Alaric take over again. Thank you, Sheriff Donovan. MG, who sat in front, stared at Caleb to his left and watched him with a suspicious expression since he came in late last night, after a midnight snack. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Alaric interrupted him. Now, while the knife is safe away with Dorian and things are too quiet in his end, it won't hurt to assume the worst. With that being said, we are asking for volunteers to infiltrate Mystic Falls High under the guise of an exchange program to better relations between our schools. He said there was murmuring between the students. He knew he was going to send Naruto with them to be in charge of whichever group was going. Lizzie lifted her hand and followed by her sister. Soon Hope, Landon, MG and Caleb joined the volunteer group. He nearly sighed when he saw Lizzie raise her hand. He knew she wanted to do more ever since the Gargoyle Attack a couple of days on the other hand wasn't present since himself and Naruto tried to find out more about where the knife came from and why it activated after all these years of being dormant. Naruto told him he had a theory, especially since it activated after him or Landon arrived, but he told Alaric that he had no idea where an indestructible knife would come from, especially since he left his world only with his belongings sealed in scrolls. It still baffled Alaric that it was even possible, but he learned to just roll with the surprises since Naruto arrived. He thanked the group and told them to meet him in his office after the assembly. In Alaric's office, the group of volunteers stood in front of his desk. Naruto, on the other hand, was lying down on the couch with his eyes closed. Landon was still jumpy around him since he watched him kill a man right before his eyes. Also, he felt down in the dumps because he hadn't spoken to Hope since he returned to the school. Dad, are we allowed to use our powers? Asked Josie. Yes, given the circumstances. Unfortunately, I'll give you permission to compel and gather the necessary items to perform location spells, he said, looking the group. He was uneasy about it, but he obviously couldn't pass for a 17-year-old, so he had no choice sending this group to infiltrate the school. I guess I can put my hatred for Dana aside for the day and partake in bringing her safely home because that's what heroes do. She turned facing her father and shook his head at his daughter's comments. All right, Lizzie, for this Naruto will be in charge. You follow his orders to the T. Is that understood? He fixed his face with a stern expression as he looked at each of his students. His eyes lingered longer on Landon's before he looked beside Caleb. Nodded. No offense, Dr. Saltzman, if you're talking about the blonde kid, he said, pointing to said blonde who was relaxing fully on the couch. His sleeping. How are we supposed to listen to him? Alaric laughed. His not sleeping. Caleb, also, I wouldn't underestimate his experience if I were you, he warned lightly, knowing himself that Naruto, as young as he was, led an entire army in battle to defeat an evil that would have enslaved them, and he won by sacrificing his own life for the lives of many. Yeah, Dreads, I wouldn't underestimate me, said Naruto from his spot on the couch with his eyes still closed. Hope watched him from the corner of her eye and had seen he didn't open his eyes when he responded to Caleb, but she was really admiring how good he looked with his t-shirt riding up and exposed his firm abs, plus the sun illuminating his already golden hair. He was definitely opened one eye and caught her in the act and raised a brow while smirking and chuckling under his breath. Caught you, he mouthed, and the girl blushed and looked away. All right, if you're finished with the briefing, Dr. S, I'd like to get going before the trail runs cold. He standing up and nodded and said they could leave. He walked out the office calling the group. Come on, kiddos, we've got a damsel in distress to save. More like slut in distress, scoffed Lizzie. Naruto didn't turn around as he spoke. Why do you say that, Elizabeth? He asked, knowing full well that Alaric said she wasn't often called her full name since it sounded too old, but he didn't like women being called derogatory terms, it was degrading and ugly. Because she sleeps with anyone she comes across, answered the girl in a duh tone while the others just followed silently, listening to them back forth. Sigh, there's nothing wrong with having an active and healthy sexual appetite, Elizabeth, after all it's a great stress reliever, he said, unamused by the girl's comment. You should try it sometime, he quipped before ending the conversation. Lizzie, on the other hand, was fuming. She looked to her sister for help, but Josie just shook her head and said, "You're on your own, Lizzie," before getting onto the guys was snickering at how easily she was shot down and insulted in the same everyone was in the bus. He turned to the group. All right, here's how's it going to go. Lizzie, you and Josie will try and infiltrate the jocks. You're attractive women and those meatheads are easily taken with a pretty face. He turned to Caleb and MG. The two of you will try and infiltrate the cheerleaders. Anyone Dana and Sasha were close to, and last but not least curly-haired Sue is with me and you two, Princess, he said firmly and seriously before getting nods from the other, but Hope opened her mouth to object. I know you don't really like mop hair right now, Princess, but I won't let him out of my sight since you know he's kinda a runaway. He shrugged before turning forward in his seat and closed his eyes as the bus drove to Mystic Falls High. As the bus arrived in the parking lot and the other departed, Naruto heard them before he saw them. Mystic Falls, we got claws. On the field you'll hear us roar. Rawr. He laughed when he looked at them and winked. He definitely appreciated the view, not that he would say that out loud with Hope standing right next to him. She caught him staring. Enjoying the view? She asked. There was jealousy clear in her tone even though she tried to mask it. Naruto, off cause being. Sensor picked up on the mood and responded accordingly. Nah, I'm wondering how'd you look in a cheerleading outfit. He shrugged before he walked. He saw the blush on her face. Pervert, she muttered under her breath, but he just laughed and continued his journey through the parking. Them the sign to split. They were in their respective groups trying to find information on the girls. Landon kept complaining about his high school experience before they were approached by some of the cheerleaders and asked whether Landon was bothering them. Naruto decided to fade into the background and let Hope take the lead since they would more open discussing it with a female in his experience. Besides, he needed stay with. Watched Hope disappear with the sat down next to him and asked about what the deal was between him and Hope. Oh yeah, I like her and we flirt, I guess nothing too serious yet, he said nonchalantly. He picked up on the boy's jealousy but didn't care for it. Just so you know, I won't give up on her. Alright, whatever floats your boat, Curly Sue. He rolled his eyes and waited for Hope to join them. He saw her approaching. She had an addition on her head. He raised his eyebrow and commented, "Ooh, feisty kitten, aren't you?" He wiggled his eyebrows for emphasis. Hope giggles, but Landon once again spoiled the moment. What is that, Hope? He asked angrily. It's a gift from Dana's friends. He cut her off mid-sentence and scoffed. That isn't you. This isn't you, the mean girl, shaking his head sadly. Hope rolled her eyes and continued to speak as she ignored him. As I was saying, it belonged to Dana and has the potential to be used for locator spell. Naruto nodded but watched his surroundings carefully. He saw a young blonde girl wearing a scarf around her neck in the middle of summer. It was weird and needed to be checked out, so while the two were bickering he stood up. Where are you going, Naruto? Said Hope as she saw the boy stand up getting ready to leave. While you two were having a lover's quarrel, I saw something suspicious and now I'm following the lead. Want to join? He knew Hope had issues with Landon at the moment, but she really needed to put it aside because they needed to find those girls and find out what exactly happened. As other two nodded and he noticed Landon had a smirk on his face, probably because Hope didn't deny they were implied lovers when he said, "Lovers quarrel." Idiot, he thought with a groan. They followed the girl outside to the back of the school and saw Caleb about to feed on the girl, but he saw them and compelled the girl to leave. Hope was surprised since all the vampires at school were only allowed to feed from blood bags that were donated to the school since Alaric didn't want them hurting humans. Naruto was pissed off and nearly lost his cool. He approached the dark vampire and pushed him up against the wall, choking the boy, and used his strength to lift him up that his feet was dangling in the air. His tone was hard and unforgiving. Do you mind telling me what the fuck you were thinking when you were drinking from a human when you only allowed blood bags? He asked the boy. He saw the boy struggling to answer, so her slackened his grip a bit, allowing the boy to breath and answer. What's it to you? I'm a vampire. Their humans were better. Defending his actions with a stupid and elementary scoffed and let the boy go. Boy, he pushed his right hand through the boy's chest and smirked evilly, a smirk that would even rival the great Nicholas Michaelson. He wrapped his hand around the boy's heart and watched his eyes widen at the sensation. As that's so, you think you're at the top of the food chain? He asked rhetorically before pointing to Hope and then himself. If anything, you're the dirt under my is higher than you, she being my unique little unicorn, but me boy. He emphasized with a squeeze. He noticed he gathered a bit of a crowd, the crowd being the rest of the people that joined him on the mission. If I find out you're hunting humans because you simply think you're better, I'll make you feel like facing Nicholas Michaelson, God rest his soul, as in Carnival Ride when I'm through with you. He sneered, flashing his fox demonic eyes that changed from the orange and red mixture to fully red with a black cross where his pupil saw the boy nod, struggling to breath as he pulled out his now bloody hand. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket to clean it off as he faced the rest of the group. Does my dad know you're threatening his students? Asked Lizzie somewhat reluctantly, since she just watched the handsome guy shove his hand in Caleb's chest without battering an eyelash. Naruto shrugged and answered vaguely, I do what's necessary to keep his students safe, and when one his students goes and sees humans as an all-you-can-eat buffet. Just because he's stronger and thinks his superior, I deem it necessary to threaten said student, giving a practical answer before he added, the rules are there to keep you safe, and those who breaks them are trash in my eyes, because it's not just yourself that you're putting at risk but an entire community of supernatural creatures. So yes, Elizabeth the First deem it necessary to threaten him, he said as he cleaned his hand from blood and put it back into his pocket. Now MG, you feel guilty, why is that? He asked simply as he looked to the nervous vampire. I knew Caleb fed on humans, I'm sorry I didn't say anything because we're friends, but his reasoning is stupid. He rattled off nervously, but Naruto's stern expression didn't change as he listened to the boy. Get to the point, showing his impatience at the boy and lack of courage. He drank on Dana when we were cleaning up town square, and last night I found him in street clothes coming back from a midnight snack. Before featuring look to the boy who now had a betrayed look in his face, he quickly defended himself. Yeah, I drank from her, but I never killed her, man, what the hell? He asked, sighed. He was surrounded by children. They were worse than his genin team he had when he was fresh out of academy. He's not lying, he didn't kill. Before he could continue, Landon cut him rudely off and pointed to the missing girl, stumbling of the words behind the school. Yeah, she's not dead, but she sure looks like she was out through the ringer, said Hope, voicing her opinion since she was quietly watching the scene unfold in front of her, and she couldn't deny the arousal she felt at the show of dominance from Naruto and how it warmed her heart when Naruto said, God rest his soul, when he spoke of her father. Everyone thought of him as the evil or villain in their story, but to her he was her mind. The little unicorn comment she promptly ignored, because if she acknowledged it her cheeks would be redder than Caleb's blood. What the did you do to her? She looks like she's in transition. Lizzie gave Caleb a deadly glare. Of course I didn't. Do you honestly think I want to be saddled with that for eternity? He grimaced at the thought of listening to Dana talk shit all the time, constantly. Shut up, both of you. Naruto pointed to the bickering duo. He saw Dana was about to pass out, so he caught her and picked her bridle, examined the bite in her neck, and it was way too big to be a vampire bite. He thought about what other things could have caused it. Surely it looked like she was transitioning from what he read, but he wasn't too sure that she knew Caleb was telling truth when he said he didn't change her. Come on, we found one of our targets, let's get back to the bus and brainstorm about what could have happened, he announced as carried the pale, sickly girl. He didn't know her, but her felt bad. She was slowly dying. He could hear her heart rate slowing down, and it wasn't because she was unconscious. The rest of the group followed reluctantly, each having their own thoughts about what could have happened. Landon walked next to Hope, trying to get her to talk to him, but no dice, so he decided the next best option and tried to talk shit about Naruto to the group as a whole, since they pretty much witnessed him nearly kill one of their his mind. He thought it was a perfect time to try and win Hope over because he noticed the looks and side glances they would give each other. He looked to the front and saw Naruto was good distance away from them as he spoke. So that guy is a psycho, right? He chuckled, trying to get a reaction, but the defense came from an unlikely source, the person who had the most right at being angry at the blonde. I don't think he is, muttered Caleb honestly. When the blonde threatened him, he could feel and hear what he was saying. He thought because he was a vampire he was entitled to being great, but there was always someone stronger. Besides, he realized before he was cursed to this existence he was once human too. So he understood what Naruto said even more so after he told Lizzie off by using logic and sound reasoning. Dude, he nearly killed you, said Landon incredulously, staring at the vampire, but he just shrugged. He showed me that I'm not better than everyone like I thought I was. Now everyone else looked at him weirdly. Are you alright, bro? I mean, are you sick or something? Asked MG as he stared at Caleb suspiciously. Of course he too agreed with Naruto, and he was too much of a coward to call Caleb out of his behavior before today, and he didn't like that he vowed to try and change to become stronger and state his opinions clearly, and maybe even try and gather the courage to ask out the blonde saltsman out. Before they could continue the discussion, "When you're done trying to badmouth me, Frodo, I suggest you get in here," said the blonde loudly from the bus. Lizzie outright laughed at the nickname. "Oh man, I wish I thought of that. He's got a sense of humor. Noble, sexy, and almost ticks every box. Whoever gets him is a lucky woman." Hope was listening quietly. She didn't want to say anything, but she heard what Landon was saying, but clearly he didn't know what a psycho was. She decided to ignore Lizzie's appraisal of the blonde because it made her irrationally jealous, so she calmed her feelings and got into the bus to try and discuss what could have happened to Dana. There was a lot of arguments between the kids while our blonde hero sat still taking in everyone's points. He realized Hope didn't even protest when they said that Landon could be the monster, even though he allowed the boy to cook down, since Hope just completely denied him before they could continue. Dana woke up and said she felt, and Hope tried talking to her about the most popular suspicion, which was that she was becoming a vampire, and MG spoke to her in a soothing tone. "We know how you feel, you're just a little bit hungry." Dana, not understanding where MG was going with this, but cut him off rudely. "No, I'm not. Anorexia was sophomore is something else." "Maybe, but you'll feel better after you feed, I promise," chimed Hope. I'm trying to soothe the girl, but Dana braced herself with one hand as she swayed, still feeling nauseous. "Oh, shut up, even thinking about food makes me want to." Dana heaved and puke all over the floor of the bus whilst the others watched silently and jumped back in revulsion. Naruto watched as she puked her guts out literally and ignored the comments from his inner thoughts were confirmed something else had done this, not a vampire. "I don't think it's a vampire at all, MG. I'm told you know a lot about fantasy and fairy tales. Any idea what could make a girl literally die from puking out her guts?" He snapped his head up to the boy. Naruto had already taken a photo previously of the bite of the girl and wanted to dial Alaric's number to try and see whether he could identify it. "I don't know, man, it could be anything, maybe a spider," he rattled off anxiously as they got off the bus away from the puke and the now dead girl. "A spider. It needs to be a very big spider, but that would also explain the web I found in her hair," letting his thoughts play out loud. "An Arachne, if you want to be specific. There's something in Greek mythology about it. An Arachne was originally a beautiful woman who was cursed by a jealous god and turned into a giant spider. All it wants to do is be human, so it wears the skin of its prey to pass." "Oh my god. Its fangs are huge, so they could pass for a vampire bite. And its bite liquefies its victims. Plus, Naruto found a web in Dana's hair." "Alright, nice work, MG. I'll call Dr. S. Naruto dialed Rick's number. "Yo, okay, I think we know what the next monster is. It might sound crazy, but we think it's an Arachne based on Greek folklore." He spoke into the phone. "How far are you from school?" "You know I can be there in a minute. What's wrong?" "Oh no, I believe you and I need you back ASAP and seal the body or remains, whatever it is," pleaded the man. Naruto heard the urgency in his tone and agreed before he put the phone down. "Alright, we're heading back. Where's the hobbit?" he asked, looking around before he could say anything. Landon came out with a face on his hand and said he encountered a spider. It left into the woods running towards the Salvatore School, and that was 10 minutes ago. Naruto now realized why Rick believed him so easily. They probably found its lair or something. "Give me a second, I need to seal up Dana's remains," he said quickly before going back into the bus and doing the stasis seal that would keep her body reserved and allow a proper burial somewhat and give her parents closure. When he was done, he sent up a silent prayer. "You okay, Naruto?" asked Hope softly as he exited. He nodded and gave a small reassuring smile. "Yeah, I'm good." Turning to the rest, he decided to use Horizon to get back. "I need each of you to touch me. We're going back the fast way." Naturally, Lizzie was the first and touched his chest, trying to give him a sultry grin. Even though they were clearly in dangerous situation, the girl needed to work on her priorities, he thought. The boys were a bit hesitant but finally got over, closed his eyes and visualized the school and left in red flash. The teenagers were disoriented from traveling, or rather teleporting so quickly that they lost their lunch. He didn't have time to babysit them. He found Alaric near the old mill, saying that they found its lair. "Alright, we need to draw it out here so that we can kill it," he whispered to the older man. They were joined by the twins and Hope, who quickly got over their nausea. "Alright, so Dr. S, lure it out with the knife while the girls prepare a fire spell, and I will accelerate the burning process with a bit of wind, okay?" he told them quickly before Rick moved. He grabbed his shoulder. "Don't be a hero, Alaric," he said seriously, and the man grinned and nodded his head to do his task. In about a minute, Alaric was running and the spider following him quickly. As soon as Rick was clear, the girls held each other's hands and performed the fire spell. They spoke together. Incendia. The flame took root. It was too slow. Naruto decided it was his turn. "Futen. Sutomu Tornado," He muttered quietly and blew out an steady stream of wind that sped up the burning process. The wind fused with the fire. It was beautiful in a haunting way. Throughout the woods the dying screams of the creature was heard. He breathed in a breath. They lost a life today and he knew there could be many more. He looked to Alaric who seemed to be having the same thoughts. We managed in time, Dr. S, but we need to know why the hell these monsters want that knife. His was face fixed with a serious expression as they watched the girls celebrate about a job well done. I know, but we could have lost many more lives, Naruto. We did good, even though Haim himself had a tough time believing that statement. My classes need to start and perhaps you need to think about extending a course for attack magic as well. He whispered as they walked back to the main building. Before Alaric could protest, he spoke again. I know you believe defensive magic is all they need, but it's clear that we can't be everywhere, Rick, and hand-to-hand combat will only take them so far. Think about it, okay? Just those who you can trust not to misuse their gift, he said as he turned down the hallway. Alaric was left with his thoughts. He knew logically Naruto was right, but he wasn't that happy about it, but it would be better if they knew what to do instead of leaving them at the mercy of a monster. Night has fallen, and Naruto, Hope, Lizzie, and MG are in front of the school gates with Sasha. MG is about to compel her to forget what she saw that day as Lizzie and Hope chat quietly. Was she bitten? No. You're gonna be fine. There was a party in the woods. You and Dana had the time of your lives. But, on the way home, you guys were attacked by a mountain lion. You survived and Dana didn't. There was nothing you could do. Dana's dead. Lizzie, feeling sorry for Sasha, walks toward her and MG. Naruto stood by and watched silently as Lizzie felt sad for the girl. He saw Hope's expression, so he walked closer to her and stood next to her, letting her know that he was there for her if she needed him. Take it all away, just take it all away, MG, said Lizzie sadly as she watched the heartbroken look on Sasha's face. Hope spoke up. You can't compel her not to grieve, Lizzie. She whispered harshly. Looking offended. I'm helping her. Hope looks past Lizzie and at MG. Tell her that it's gonna hurt. It always will. Tell her that some days will be harder than others, but eventually she'll remember the good times she had with Dana, too. Tell her to hold on to those, because it's the key to getting through this. Lizzie looked at Hope empathetically, as though she's finally starting to understand her better. Hope, feeling vulnerable due to this confession, turns and walks back toward the school. She doesn't make it far. Naruto grabs her hand and uses a shushin to take them to the lake. He held the vulnerable girl in his arms with his chin on her head. You did well, princess. Thanks. I'm sorry I'm always crying on you, she said as she stepped away from the blonde. Wiping at her, wanted to reach out, but he decided not to, but instead lightened the mood and tried to wash away the clouds that gathered in the girl's eyes. Why did the chicken cross the road? He asked seriously as he looked at Hope. The girl scoffed unbelievably and decided to play along. I don't know why. She giggled at the silly joke. Because it wanted to buy chicken nuggets, he said with a foxy grin, and Hope's giggle turned into full-blown laughter. Oh my god, you're a dork. Naruto shrugged. It worked, didn't it? What do you mean? She looked confusingly at the blonde. The clouds in your eyes are gone and it's back to a brilliant blue that I'd happily drown in, he said with sincerity. Before Hope could respond, come on, it's late, let's get you back to your room, he said, walking in front of. Looked shocked. No one had ever given her such a honest. The blonde was flirty, but she could feel the sincerity in that last comment. She followed him. They neared her room. He gave her a grin and kissed her forehead and murmured, your parents would be proud of you, Hope, never doubt that, he said before he disappeared. I really do like him, she said to no one in particular. A week had passed with no new monster attacks, and it was a relatively slow week but a good one. The classes Naruto started had been ranged from different ages, from the primary school kids to the high school kids. Of course, the younger kids didn't have actual self-defense training. Instead, Naruto took to leaning about Tai Chi, a form of martial arts from this world. He learned it in a night by abusing his poor shadow clones. That the next he made one, he got a smack to the head. And that's where we find our young hero sitting on the deck near the lake with his young pupils before him. They had gone through the meditation exercises to calm their minds, to be able to act fast in an emergency, and most of all with a clear mind. So now that we have completed our daily meditation and Tai Chi exercises, I have a question for you, my cute little students. He smiled toward them. They were his favorite class. They were attentive and loved his stories. Pedro lifted his hand. What would that be, Naruto-sensei? The small curly-haired boy asked. Like Naruto, Pedro was too an orphan but had a witch bloodline and manifested his powers very early in his young life. He was lucky to be found by the other headmaster, Caroline Forbes. Well, my question to you is, why do you want to be strong? He asked them and watched patiently as each other their faces scrunched up in concentration trying to find the answer. A brunette girl called Victoria answered, "To protect my friend's sensei," she said with confidence. Everyone else looked at her. The young girl ducked her head embarrassed. Naruto grinned. "That's right, to protect your friends, family and people precious to you. Only then are you able to be strong." He looked to each of them in their eyes. "Know that love is a strength and it's the strongest power that we can have whether you are witches, werewolves or vampires. To love someone or something you will get strong enough to be able to protect it or them," he emphasized by pointing to his heart. "Is that why you're so strong, sensei?" asked Pedro. Naruto nodded. "From a young age I found someone to protect. I wanted to make sure I was strong enough to endure any kind of pain whether it was emotional or physical, so I trained with a goal in mind and that's what I want you to think about. What is your goal? And tomorrow you can share it with everyone or just with me and I'll make sure that you are strong enough to protect all right." They nodded. "Hi sensei," the chorused together. "No, come on, Dr. Saltzman has an assembly I need to get to and you have classes." He stood up and let his little students follow him into the primary school building. He said his goodbyes and went to get ready for the day. The students gathered in the grand hall for an assembly where Alaric, standing at the podium at the front of the room, addressed them while Emma stands to his right and Naruto to his left. "Given recent events, some students have expressed concern that I am not allowing you to have a say in the decisions that affect your future." He looks to Lizzie and Josie who's sitting in the front row who smiles shyly back at him. "And I agree. If you are expected to abide by this school's policies, it's only fair that you have a voice in how those rules are made, so I am forming an honor council. 1 vampire, 1 witch, and 1 werewolf, each elected by their peers, along with Emma, whose vote will represent the younger students." MG looks to the vampire section excitedly since he wanted to be elected but his face fell when he heard them talking about him. "MG is such a narc," they whispered amongst themselves. "Now, I have to go off campus. In the meantime, I expect you to make good decisions and to vote wisely. That's all. You're dismissed." Alaric turned and grabbed a duffel bag sitting on a nearby chair and calling Naruto over before heading out to the front of the school. Meanwhile, all the other students begin murmuring amongst themselves while they get ready to head to their respective classes. Naruto and Alaric was walking out to the SUV. They were both anxious to get to Dorian's cabin to find out what monster they needed to deal with now. "Drive s, the mud is calling you," Naruto said as they continued to walk. "Just ignore him, maybe he'll vanish," joked Alaric. Naruto chuckled. "I think that would make Elizabeth a very unhappy camper. Just hear what he wants, otherwise he'll follow us and then we have to deal with whining," he said seriously. The werewolf caught up to Naruto and Alaric as they stopped walking to their destination. Alaric turns and faces Rafael with an impatient look and Naruto just as impatient with the newly turned werewolf. Is there a decision coming about if Landon can stay here?" Naruto rolls his eyes and decides to walk to the SUV and it seemed like Alaric didn't want to deal with this question. Rafael didn't give up and followed after them but Naruto sighed and gave the boy his answer. "Tests will be conducted to see whether he is supernatural, so pending the results it would determine whether he would stay or go," he snapped at the boy. "What if the results aren't clear? Then I'll have a decision to make," said Alaric as he looked to the SUV and then the boy. It seemed that Naruto was already in the passenger side, not wanting to deal with the boy any longer. "Well, can the honor council decide?" he asked nervously but Alaric contemplated the question and gave him a nod. "Thanks, you won't regret this, sir," he said cheerfully before turning on his heel, finally allowing Alaric to head to the SUV. He threw his duffel bag in the back seat and about to get in the driver's seat, when he was approached by MG trying to get leniency for Caleb, after Naruto already read him the riot act, but Alaric swiftly dodged any decision making and said to bring it up at the honors council. He was about to open the driver's door once again but it was telekinetically shut and he turned to face Hope. "Are you kidding me?" he said loudly. He heard Naruto laugh. "It's not funny, Naruto," he said pointedly at the boy through the one window and turned back to face Hope. "What can I help you with, Hope?" he asked sarcastically since he knew it was probably about the testing of Landon. "You and Naruto get to interrogate a tree nymph, and I have to run Landon's 23andMe." Alaric sighed impatiently before he replied. "First of all, it's a dryad, not a tree nymph. Second of all, I need a witch to run the testing spells." Hope gives him a hard look. "Then let Ms. Tig do it. Can't? She's busy with the honors council and she's busy managing the school in my, I'm sure, unbearable absence," he smirked smugly before opening his door once again and added. "Plus, If Landon can convince you that he belongs, he can convince anybody, well maybe not Naruto, but that's because he believes he should go back to the Shire. He joked about the last part, remembering how adamant Naruto was when they watched Lord of the Rings that Frodo was actually Landon. Hey, in my defense, there's uncanny resemblance to Frodo and Landon, so it's an easy mistake to make, he said, amused by Alaric and Hope's back and forth. He got out of the car and looked at Hope over the roof of the car. You're both enjoying this. Both Naruto and Alaric chuckled and said at the same time, you have no idea. Hope nods sarcastically and glares at the two men before shifting her glare to Naruto. You were leaving again without saying goodbye, Hope reminded, grinned and spoke in a dramatic English accent he managed to pick up from watching Geordie Shore. Ah yes, well, farewell my fair maiden, I will miss you so, he said with a wink as he watched the girl huff and walk, followed with his eyes before getting back in the just laughed at his silly partner and decided to get going since he seemed to be clear of any students trying to stop him. Come on Rick, let's get going before the twins decide to show up. With that he immediately got in and started the car. We need to get you a driving license, he said absently as he drove out the school gates. I suppose. Got any connections? Actually no, didn't answer that considering I'm a US citizen already, he answered his own question, but Alaric chuckled and nodded. By the way, who's taking your afternoon class? Asked Alaric. Oh, a shadow clone. Reinforced so it would last until the end of class, he said, and Alaric nodded, satisfied that his duties wasn't being neglected even in the face of another monster. I need that technique, then I wouldn't get ambushed by students, he groaned dramatically, and Naruto chuckled as they continued their drive to Dorian's cabin. Hope was sitting at Alaric's desk staring at the wooden stand filled various test tubes. When the door opens to reveal Landon, shocked when he saw Hope would be conducting his test, he addressed her with an incredulous tone. What are you doing here? Hope stood up, trying to maintain a neutral expression at the boy's tone. Drive Saltzman wanted me to administer your tests. No, you can't be in charge of my future here. Hope's raised her eyebrow. Excuse me. You're biased, you'd make me fail. He gestured wildly. Hope rolled her eyes at the boy. Neither of us has a choice, Landon, believe me, this isn't how I would be spending my day either. See, biased. Letting her know that her statement just proved his point, he turns and heads for the door. Landon. He stops and looks at her. You told me you want to know where you belong, so let's just get through this, okay? She says, changing her attitude a bit since she knew Alaric would not be a happy headmaster to find out that she was slacking off at the task no matter how mundane it might be. Dorian's cabin. When Naruto and Rick arrived at the cabin, they saw the multiple weeds covering the windows. Alaric turns to Naruto and gestures to the weeds. Naruto sees them too and nods his head. Once they let in by Dorian, he goes to explain what happened, that he was enjoying the evening but the knife was out and on a box on the kitchen table. The next thing, her new vines were growing all over the inn. Naruto nods, he opens the door that he's keeping the Dryad in and motions them to come in. The Dryad looks bored, stuck inside the boundary spell that's was set up to catch the next, sits on the armchair in the wrong while Naruto and Alaric stand near the exit and watched him ask questions about why they coming after the knife. Alright, my friends here had to kill a dragon and a Arachne who was after the knife, and we figured that these monsters come one at a time, so do you mind telling us why you're after the knife? The Dryad scoffs unbelievably. Why would I talk to creatures that kill? Naruto scoffs and she turns to face him. What, you have something to say? He turns and looks into her eyes and nods. I do. Those creatures we killed was in defense of the innocent lives it seemed to want to take, so your judgment means nothing to us, he told her honestly. The Dryad seems to be taken aback by the honesty in his tone. So we'll ask again, why do you want this knife so badly that you and your fellow creatures are willing to kill innocent lives to get it? Trying to take the gentle approach, she looks at his eyes but decides not to talk. Dryads are known for the gentle nature and ability to live amongst humans in harmony, says Alaric as he reads from the book in his hand. He looks up to her. Well, we are not your enemy, we just want answers, Alaric says with sincerity. The Dryad is curious of the man and looks at him closely before speaking. Humans are known to lie. Dorian scoffs. So are monsters. She looks offended at the man and turns to face Naruto and Alaric. There's a man named Oliver that I used to cherish, bring him to me and I will believe you are trustworthy. Naruto scratches his head and nods. Alright, so we've got to bring her boyfriend, then we get answers easy, right? There's many people named Oliver, Naruto deadpanned Alaric. Whole Naruto laughs and shrugs. So let's ask our princess any specific traits of our Prince Charming, he says easily to the two men. I really need to not let to watch Netflix anymore. mutters Alaric, rolling his eyes at the nicknames he gave the Dryad. Naruto chuckles. Not Netflix, Rick, I learned that from Disney, he says proudly while Dorian just laughs at the two. So Princess, mind giving us some more information on this man called Oliver? I have his ring, I'm sure you are resourceful. No. Naruto takes the ring and summons a small fox and lets her smell it. Can you find a scent, Akane? The Dryad watches, surprises that this seemingly human make is able to summon a woodland creature just like that. I can, Naruto-sama, I'll be off now, she says before disappearing. What if we don't find this Oliver guy? Asks Dorian worriedly because he didn't want to negotiate with a monster, but from the look Alaric gives him he knows that they need to do this to find more answers and why the creatures of fairy tales are suddenly appearing now. The Dryad shrugs and smiles mockingly at the dark man. Trees are patience, humans are not, she said before taking her seat that was conveniently placed in the middle of the boundary. Finds the blonde unique from what she can feel. She knows there's 3 types of energy in him, but none of them are conflicting with each. What confuses her even more is that he has natural energy which seems to pull her to him. She stares at him as he stands with his eyes closed. What you're sensing is the remnants of something my people call sage mode, he answers. He unasked is surprised that he knows what she is curious about, but masks her surprised face with a face of indifference. And what does this sage mode do? She asks. He opens his eyes and gives her a small smile. Makes me one with nature, that's why you're so comfortable around me even though you don't trust humans, he says shortly before closing his eyes once more. Salvatore. Hope is conducting Landon's tests, but so far he seems to be failing on everything. They are now outside of the field and tasks him to run around the field to see whether he has any stamina that a supernatural would possibly. Boy groans before he decided to get it over the middle of the field. She sees a few students training, or at least sparring with each other. She wonders whether Naruto told them to do it on their own since he went with Alaric to find out more about the knife from the tree nymph Dryad or whatever. She spots a golden blonde head and wonders whether they came back already, but it's only been about 3 hours since they left. She decides to satiate her curiosity as she steps closer to the group. Close enough to hear the blonde speak as he instructs the students. She notices the blonde isn't wearing anything on his upper body, so she has a full view of his strong back and notices a spiral-like tattoo in the middle of his back. She doesn't know what it means but knows that it looks amazing on him because of the defined back muscles the man has. In battle your mind should be calm, your heart as well, but some of you might find that watching your loved ones or friends get hurt is difficult and might even lose yourself to emotion, he says clearly as he corrects their forms as he walks through the groups. Anger and rage are the worst emotions you could use if used incorrectly, he said, touched Jed's shoulder and told him to spar with him. He turns to the other and tells them to watch. He evades Jed's punches and taunts him with feints. After a minute he gets results as the werewolf boy lunges in without thinking. Naruto smirks and jumps high enough to perform a roundhouse kick that launches the boy away and lets him skid on the ground. Naruto made sure to use only 10% of his walks over to the groaning boy and give him a hand picking him up. You all right? The alpha grimaced but nodded. I'll heal, he says, smiling a bit. Naruto nods and turns to face the rest of the group. I taunted Jed and let him fall in a trap where I used his anger against him, and that is what your enemy will do. I'm not saying you need to be emotionless robots, however, learn to control your emotions. He turns to Jed and claps his shoulder. Use your anger logically. You can be angry or filled with rage but still make clear decisions. Understood? He asked loudly, and the rest of the class bowed as he taught them, chorusing, "Hi sensei." He smiled and showed them off. The entire time Hope was watching how effortlessly Naruto fought, and now she was even more curious about his past. She know he told Alaric otherwise Alaric wouldn't have trusted him like he currently does. She wants to walk away before he sees her, but she's not that lucky. You spying on me? Asked clone Naruto. He knew his time was almost up before he dispelled. I thought you went with Dr. Saltzman. She evades the question while trying not to stare at his six-pack, which is currently on full display, and the layer of sweat glistening in the sun makes it that much more difficult. Nah, boss is with Dr. S. I'm just a clone he left to teach his last. Why do you have a little hobbit following you? He pointed to Landon, who was currently out of breath with his hands on his knees, panting, breathing heavily. Oh, for some tests, she says, looking back to Naruto, and he nods. Well, later by now, he says as he dispels in a poof of smoke. Hope sighs and turns to Landon. It was clear that stamina wasn't a power he had. She was sad that Naruto wasn't even here, really just his. She realized that she liked him. It was difficult to not blush when he complimented or called her princess, so she tried to be scarce this past week, but he was busy too, so she wonders whether he even. Shaking her head clear of the thoughts of the blonde, she looked back to Landon to conduct the next test. Come on, next is strength. she says and walks past him but hears the boy groan. She rolls her eyes and wishes that Naruto was here even more now. Dorian's cabin. Alaric sits and reads his book while Naruto is sitting in a meditation pose. He's hit with the memories from his clone and smiles when his clone noticed how Hope was ogling his body. Hey, he says quietly. So how long would it take for you to find Oliver? Asked the Dryad, but Alaric looks to Naruto. My fox has already found him, he said, making one seal to create a clone. Arachne has placed the kunai sense it and bring back the vampire, he says to the clone. The clone salutes before disappearing. The Dryad looks confused at Naruto and Alaric. The latter chuckled at her confusion. Is that a spell? She asks, but Naruto shakes his head. Nope, a technique or jutsu making use of chakra, he said vaguely. The Dryad, still confused, decides to feeling both of the men, speaks. How did you know it's a vampire, Naruto? Naruto shrugs. Arachne and I share a telepathic link, comes with being what I am, and vampires have a specific scent. She couldn't identify it, so she explained it to me and then I simply told her. Alaric nods. It makes sense, but the Dryad speaks. Oliver wanted to spend eternity with me, so he made the sacrifice and became a vampire, she says, sadly remembering their plans. But it didn't happen. We weren't able to get away because of some circumstances. Alaric nods sympathetically. I feel your pain. You've also lost a great love, she states, looking at Alaric. Naruto kept quiet and continued his meditation. A psychic tree. Check. He evades his statement while Naruto chuckles at the monk's avoidance of speaking about his. The Dryad continues undeterred by his questions him and says he hides his pain with humor after they speak of the people he lost. She looks to Naruto and says the same thing, expecting him to evade her questions, but he answers honestly. Yes, I've lost people because I wasn't strong enough to protect them, but I became stronger and in the end gave up my life to make sure those who are precious to me lives on. I have no regrets, he says before opening up the window to feel the breeze. Alaric watches him and sometimes he is still baffled by the 17-year-old's mental strength. Boss, I got him, but there's a problem. Naruto nods before he dispels the clone. What the hell is going on? He asks angrily, but the Dryad looks to her lost love and smiles. Oliver, she says softly, reaching out her hand, but the man stares at her confused. I'm sorry, but who are you? Alaric feels the pain on the Dryad's behalf and looks to Naruto. I'm guessing that's the bad news then. Yeah, he replies awkwardly. Salvatore grounds. Hope conducts the last test, but Landon fails. She writes it down on her notepad she's been keeping the entire day. Okay, that's enough, she says to the boy who's miserably trying to lift a tree stump. Okay, what's next? He asks cheerfully. Hope looks at him and sighs heavily. Nothing. What do you mean nothing? Hope turns and looks at him in his eyes and answers truthfully. I'm sorry, Landon, every test we have to determine whether you are supernatural or not was failed. She takes a deep breath before speaking again. She notices the Joy's face fell when she tells him he failed. I'm sorry, Landon, but you're not supernatural, she says with empathy before turning to walk away. Come on, Hope, there needs to be something, he pleads miserably. Hope looks at him before being joined by Emma. All right, take sprints from the lake and back, she says, holding up the stands next to her and asks, what are you testing for exactly? His ability to get away from me as fast as possible, she says with a small Michaelson smirk. Emma hums a little, amused as well. Did you run the lineage spell I left you? Asks Emma. I did. There's zero magic in his bloodline, she says honestly. Emma looks at her in deep thought. Thinking about what it could mean. Hope looks to the woman. Yes, I mean there's usually some trace of magic in humans from a far-flung ancestor, but having no magic is weird, she says to Hope. What does it mean? It means we have to learn about Landon's past. On the other side of the school, Rafael challenges Jed for the position of Alpha to try and get the power to let his foster brother stay at the manages to get the upper hand in the fight and is now the new Alpha. Jed, being angry that he lost, goes off and finds Landon. He finds him at the lake alone and beats him up. Before leaving him, he tells him that he should blame his foster brother for the beating. He walks away. He knows what he had done was unfair and he gave into his anger, but being hot-tempered came with being a wolf. But now, after he let loose his frustration, he feels bad, so he decides to hide out. Lizzie finds out that her sister is running against her for a seat on the council, and she feels on the other hand is confused because she didn't put her name. in the ring, but later finds that Penelope, her ex-girlfriend, wanted to mess with her sister, and that's why she out the two of them. Though she tries to not run for the council, the witches seem to think she's the better candidate because she actually cares about their well-being and wouldn't be like Lizzie, who would use the power for her own. Feels conflicted but understands and decides to take the announces the winners, and the representatives would be Josie for the witches, Rafael for the wolves, and Caleb for the vampires. The school is quiet when Hope finds out that Landon was beat up by Jed. She attempts to help him, but she can't stop her thoughts from telling her that it was clear that Landon didn't belong here. A human in a supernatural school would only be asking for trouble, and no one could defend him, although wasn't strong enough to endure it, and she was afraid that he might. That last thought, her mind is made up. She decides to crash the council meeting and announces that she wants a seat on the council as well, because the only person that could represent her interests was herself, since she was the only one of her kind, or like Naruto said, a unicorn. She banished that thought because she needed to be serious at the have a vote about whether Landon should stay, or everyone casts their votes and her vote is the one that tips the scales. It's 7 p.m. She wonders whether Alaric and Naruto returned already. She heads to Raphael's room and asks to speak to Landon. She gives him a bus ticket to New Orleans. My aunt is an original witch and she can help you find your mother, she tells him, and he nods sadly. Before they could say any more, a knock is heard at the door. She opens it and sees Naruto. He looks between her and Landon. She sees his jaw clenched slightly before speaking. Dryad said, I needed to take you to the bus station. You ready? He said, looking past Hope at Landon. Yeah, I'm ready, he says sadly. Naruto nods and turns. You may join Hope if you'd like to say a proper goodbye to him, he says before he walks away. You coming? Asked Landon. She nods and follows them. Raphael says his goodbyes to his friend. They all get in the SUV heading out the school gates. The drive is silent as Hope stares out of the window, watching the trees fly by. Near the bus station, Naruto stopped the car. See ya, Hobbit, he said as Landon got out of the car and Hope watched them wait for the bus. He decides to not listen into their conversation and puts in his earphones. He sees Hope give Landon something and puts it around his. The bus is pulling up at the station. He sees something that nearly breaks his composure. He watches the Hobbit kiss Hope and she kisses him back. He sighed to himself before looking away and waiting for the girl get in. The focuses on his phone and receives a message from Alaric. How long will you be? We need to talk about our findings. The Hobbit is getting on the bus now, so I'll be there in 15 inches. He hears the passenger door opens but doesn't look up and waits on the headmaster's reply. All right, be safe. Aye aye, Captain. No more Pirates of the Caribbean for you either. He chuckled and puts his phone away. Before driving back to the school, he doesn't want to ask Hope about Landon because at the end of the day it's her choice and he wouldn't interfere anymore, so he decided to just forget about it and move on. Did you guys find out anything important? She asked softly to try and fill the silence, but it looked like the blonde wasn't in the mood to talk. Nothing concrete, he says, trying not to tell her about Malivore until he and Alaric sat down and discussed everything they knew about the pulls into the front gates of the school, and gets out of the car and walks into the follows him silently before they part ways. She wants to ask whether he's upset because he hasn't looked at her since they returned. Are you? She freezes up as he stared at her with a bored expression. She chickens out and asks instead, are you alright? You seem quiet. He gives her a short nod. Perfect. Good night, Hope, he said, and turns down the hallway to go to Alaric's office. Hope stands still. He never really used her name. He always called her Princess. She wonders whether he saw Landon kiss her. She hopes he didn't because she did like him, but she was caught up in the moment and kissed the boy. Fuck, she said at her thoughts before going to her room. Maybe she'll try and talk to him tomorrow. Naruto entered Alaric's office and pours himself and the headmaster a drink. So what the hell are we going to do about this, Malivore? At least we know why no one remembers the gargoyles or the dragons and basically just treat them as myths. That's something, said Alaric, leaning back into his chair. Yeah, I suppose so, said Naruto glumly, finishing his drink. Alaric notices he looks even more down than after they had to bury the Dryad. What's up? You look distracted, he asked the blonde-haired boy. It's nothing. I'm going to have to disappear for a week. I want to go to the dragon summoning realm, maybe see whether they have any information on this Malivore since the elders has lived for eons, he said, looking at the man. Alaric seemed to be thinking about it before the blonde spoke again. Can you handle my classes for a bit? I'll bring back something cool, he chuckled at the boy, trying to bribe him. Alright, and if there's another monster I can just stab that knife thing with the tag and you'll appear, he asked the boy. Naruto nodded and shook the mon's hand. Yeah, of course, I'll see you in a week, he said before biting his thumb and reverse summoning himself to the Dragon Realm. Dragon Realm. When Naruto arrived in the dragon realm, he watched the dragons fly freely. He smiled before he ran in his own summon. Ryujin, take me to the elders, he said seriously. He hoped the elders would have the answers because the feeling he got was a terrible one ever since they found out what was spawning these so-called fairytale hops into his dragon and sits comfortably as he flies to the palace where the dragon elders stayed. Many didn't know, but the elders had magic that could turn them in human forms as well as grant them the ability to go to different dimensions, so he hoped that they would have the answers he needed. Ah, young Naruto, echoed a gravelly old voice. Naruto hopped off Ryujin and bowed in respect to the elder. Draken-sama, he said respectfully. He looked up to the wise creature, his face serious. I expect this is not a social call, young Naruto, spoke the dragon, and Naruto nodded his head. Unfortunately not, Draken-sama. He stood up straight. I need to ask you about Malivore. In the dragon realm, Naruto stares at the elder dragon waiting for his answer, but from the expression on his face he knew that the frown on knew what he was talking about. I haven't heard that name in a centuries, Naruto. He looks to the young boy with firm expression. Tell me, where did you hear that name? As you know, Draken-sama, in my battle with Madara I was successful at beating him, but at the cost of my own life. I used the Death Reaper seal to seal the 10 tails and Madara by using my souls as compensation, the dragon nodded. Something else happened, otherwise our contract with you would no longer exist, he said, noting the boy was clearly alive. It did. I expected to be in purgatory, however. I was taken to Kami's court and offered a choice to live eternity in the heavens or travel to a different dimension who would soon be facing AA grade. Of course you know me, I couldn't turn down a new adventure, so I went down to this world. They didn't have chakra there, but they had supernatural creatures, vampires, witches and werewolves. He paused because he saw the look on the face of the elder. I see, and now you have come across this Malivore, yes? Naruto nodded. Well, our less sentient kin resided in that dimension on planet Earth when we discovered them disappearing in droves. My brothers and I wanted to find out who was killing our kin, so we traveled to the world to find out that Malivore was created as a prison for dangerous creatures. I don't know the true reason for it, but I do know that it was created by a witch, vampire and werewolf to house these creatures, and once a creature enters it, whoever lives on that planet would forget that it ever existed and merely write it off as a folktale or story for the little humans. Naruto stood wide-eyed as he listened to the dragon speak. It was clear to him that they would be fight many different creatures, but he was confused why it activated no. Why would it start up now after laying dormant for centuries? Asked Naruto. The dragon looked at him. Perhaps it's become sentient. But I do know that 3 items are necessary for this creature to rise. It is dangerous, Naruto, you should be ready, he warned gravely. Naruto nodded and agreed. Since time flowed differently here, a week on Earth would be a year here. I see. Well, that's also the second reason I came. I'd like to finish my dragon sage training, he said seriously, and the elder nodded his head. Wise choice. Anything else I can assist you with? Yes, I'm going to need a new katana for kenjutsu and perhaps a dagger and arrows. Will you allow me to forge it in the volcanoes? He asked curiously, hoping the elder would agree. I understand your katana, but why the dagger and arrows? I have a good friend, but he's just a human. He's in charge of a school for supernaturals. He teaches them to control their power and teaches them to use it for good, to live amongst the humans and not treat them like less because they happen to be stronger. But he is only a man, and I worry for his safety. If he had a dagger and arrows made with dragon steel, he could fight with me because I know that he would refuse to sit idly by in the face of danger. He chuckled at the last bit. Know how Alaric is. The dragon elder looked pensively and deep in thought. If this human was as noble as Naruto made him out to be, it wouldn't be a problem if he brought him here as well. He made his mind up. Instead of that, why don't you bring this human to our realm? And have him taught by us for a year, which would be a week on Earth, and have him learn to probably defend himself and protect his students. Naruto was surprised that the elder would allow someone who didn't hold the contract to come here, but he nodded his head. Of course, I'll do that immediately. See you later, G-san, he said before disappearing. Salvatore. The following morning, Naruto made his way to Alaric's office and knocked on the door. The man, surprised to see him here, opened up. I thought you said you'd be gone for a week. I know, but Rick, I got permission to bring you to the summoning realm to train in my sword style so that you can protect the school better. Rick looked shocked, but after a moment he schooled his expression. What? What about the students? Have Dorian watch them, and I'll put up a barrier that no monster can enter for the week while we're not here. Also, I found out more about Malivore, he told the man impatiently. All right, how long will we be gone? A year, he answered shortly before exiting the office. I can't leave a year, Naruto, are you crazy? He said loudly, but Naruto laughed at the man's distress. No, it will be a year for us, but a week for the students of MMK. The man realized what he was saying and agreed. Okay, I'm going to call an assembly and put Dorian in charge with the help of Emma, and we will just say that we finding out more about the threat of the monsters. He said before closing his office door and going to the PA room. He informed MG to make an announcement for an emergency assembly. In the grand hall the student gathered for the second assembly that week. He stood at the podium waiting for the students to settle down. He spoke in the mic. I've called this assembly today to let you know that I will be gone for the next week researching and finding out more about the threat we face as a school. We have found a lead that myself and Naruto will be following to ensure the safety of the school. There was murmuring while his daughters who sat in the front seats were shocked at the father's declaration. Your safety is our biggest priority, so we will be employing a barrier around the school that will keep any monsters out should there be any attacks in our absence. He said firmly. He watched the faces etched with worry for their safety, but in the back he saw Naruto enter the hall with a nod indicating that the barrier was set up. Alright, so before we go we need you to come up one by one as we tag you with a special inscription that would allow you to leave the premises freely, especially on a weekend. Just because we face a threat does not mean that you will be imprisoned in the school. He soothed since he knew some students had a tendency to sneak out. So if you could look to the back, Mr. Uzumaki will be doing the inscriptions, so please move forward in an orderly fashion and don't be surprised if you see more than one of him. It's simply to speed up the process. He chuckled dryly at the last bit. The students all turned and saw about 20 clones of Naruto standing and waiting for them to line up. They started from the youngest students to the oldest. The tags simply disappeared into their skin as they saw the blonde draw strange symbols on the palm or shoulder. Lizzie, who had forgiven her sister, spoke up. It's kind of like an invisible tattoo, she whispered as they moved in. The was in front of them but kept staring at the blonde who seemed to avoid all eye contact with her. I guess so, it looks cool though, but it resembles Japanese letters, said Josie as she saw the letters. When it was the turn, Naruto held their hands and drew a double inscription on, answered the unasked question. Your father says he'd like to monitor your movements because Elizabeth has a tendency of going off campus in the middle of the night. He smiled at the shocked look on Lizzie's face. He knows. She looked to Josie, but the brunette shrugged. I suppose. Hope spoke to Naruto quietly as his clones was finishing up the rest of the students. Can I talk to you please? Naruto nodded and they exited the hall and stood in the empty hallway. What is it, Hope? Did something happen? He asked with concern. She shook her head. No, I just want to find out why you're avoiding me. Naruto scoffed slightly. I'm not. You are. And even now you're not looking at me, you're looking past me. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Because every time I do look at you I see you kissing the damn hobbit. Now if that's all, I have to get ready to leave. He snapped before leaving her standing there by herself. Hope had tears in her eyes. She realized why he was so pissed off. Over the last couple of weeks they would flirt and talk but never cross a line. They were dancing around each other and now she messed it up by kissing Landon back. She wanted to call out to him to explain that it didn't mean anything, but he was gone. She entered the hall to see most of the clones gone and just one left finishing up the last student before dispelling. She looked to see if Dr. Saltzman was still around, but he wasn't there either. She figured they must have left campus already. She went to her room to paint to vent the frustration she was feeling. When she entered her room she saw a note on the bed. She looked around but there was no one there. She read the note. I'm sorry, I snapped. Forgive me. I had a lot of things on my mind and I realized I wasn't clear that I do like you, Hope, and I would to take you on a date when I return in a week. Naruto. She closed the note and smiled. If anyone was watching they would think she had a split personality because how quickly her mood changed. She folded the note once more and put it into her bedside drawer before falling down on the bed with a big smile on her. Was happy for the first time, and she knew she stopped herself from being happy because she felt it was an insult to her parents' sacrifice, but she couldn't help herself and decided to be happy just a bit longer. Dragon Realm. When Naruto arrived with Alaric next to him in the Dragon Realm, he was astonished by the expanse of green and dragons roaming freely. Oh my god, said Alaric as he breathed out, staring at the amount of mythical creatures flying in the air and blazing sky was devoid of any clouds. There was green as far as the eye could see. I know, right? It's beautiful. Now come on, he said as he whistled for Ryu to come down. The lightning dragon was even bigger than he remembered. Are you sure they won't eat me? Asked Alaric, suddenly nervous, but Naruto laughed. No, you wouldn't have been able to come here if you didn't have a pure heart, Alaric. You're a good man and dragons respect that, he said honestly as he picked Alaric up and put him of Ryu. Let's go to our training area, Ryu. They flew through the skies and Alaric was once again baffled by the amazing things he experienced. As far he knew he was the only one in the world could say he flew a dragon well besides Naruto of course. The year passed quickly for the two men. Alaric had trained with Naruto and grew a thick beard since he didn't shave, but surprisingly he didn't feel like he got older. He learned how to fight with a blade and arrows properly. Besides, Naruto was a ruthless trainer when he wasn't busy with his own training. Alaric met the Elder Dragon and was given a gift after they explained what they knew about Malivore. He knew the school was safe because of the barrier that was put up, but he couldn't help but worry about his daughters. He didn't believe Naruto at first when he said time flowed differently, but he could feel the changes in his body. He felt like he was in his 20s and apparently looked younger as well. Naruto explained to him that the lakes and oceans in the dragon realm had healing properties, and because he was human it rejuvenated him as well. His body felt 25, but his mental age, because of the training and he experienced, he would also actually be younger and live a longer life. He nearly confessed his love at one point to the blonde boy because of the excitement, but composed himself when he saw the boy rolling on the floor laughing at him. Now here they were a year later saying bye to the dragons. Naruto was taller and now stood at 5.12. He realized that Naruto was much stronger than he initially thought. Over the year they got know each other better as well. He nearly lost his temper when Naruto went into details about his life and missions he went on as a ninja. The one that really angered him was when a ninja named Sasuke deserted the village for more power to kill his brother, but in the process of him escaping he nearly killed Naruto, yet the villagers hated Naruto because he wasn't able to bring the traitor back. It was sickening to hear and he was sure even more difficult to live through. Naruto bit his thumb and performed the jutsu that would take them back to Earth. "Ready to see your daughters?" asked Naruto. "More than you know. What about you? Ready to take Hope Michaelson on that date?" Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, hopefully we don't have to deal with any new monster attacks until I can ask her to be my girlfriend if she lets down her walls long enough," he said. He performed the jutsu before the man could respond. Under 5 minutes they were standing in Alaric's front of Dorian, who fell out of the chair. "What the hell?" yelled the shocked librarian. Alaric chuckled, offering the shocked man a hand, helped him to his seat. "Sorry about that. I didn't know anyone was going to be in here," shrugged Naruto. He checked the time. It was nearly curfew. "Rick, I am going to go see Hope now. See you tomorrow." He looked to Dorian and nodded his head politely before exiting. They made his way to the girls' dormitory and found Hope's room. Knocked on the door once he heard shuffling of feet nearing the door. It swung open. He saw the auburn-haired beauty as she breathed out his name. "Naruto." He gave her a charming smile. "The one and only," he joked lightly before asking the question he wanted for nearly a year now. "Hope Andrea Michaelson, will you do me the honor of going on a date with me?" He watched the girl's expression carefully. He felt a whirlwind of emotions pass through her in a second before she settled on joy. She nodded her head. "I'd love to," she said, smiling with a twinkle in her blue eyes. "Perfect. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. I'll pick you up here and wear something warm, okay?" he said as he walked backwards, staring at the girl before she nodded and agreed. He grinned and said goodnight before he left in a shunshin back to his own room. The next day passed quickly for our blonde hero. He resumed his scheduled sessions with the students and even had a one-on-one sparring session with Hope, which he was not afraid to admit felt quite good, though he was serious the entire time they sparred because he wanted her to be good to protect herself. She was an alpha and would soon, as he hoped. He corrected her form as they fought back and forth, launching punches, holding back most of his strength. He didn't want to injure her too badly because of the date this evening, but after that he would make sure she was ready to fight whatever creature would be coming next. "Hope, don't let your anger drive you. Calm your mind. Find your opponent's weaknesses. Assess the situation," he said as he dodged her punch and caught to uppercut she sent flying his way. "Better, but you have to be faster. Don't be indecisive," he praised. She twirled around and kicked him. He flipped mid-air and landed on his feet. "There you go," he said lightly before he increased his speed before sent a punch to her midsection and pinned her to the floor. Smirking. "I rather like this position," he teased. He watched the girl get red and attempted to flip their positions, but he caught her. He shook his head and stood up, lifting the girl with him. "You're improving, but you need to use that aggression that comes with being a wolf. Hope, don't be scared of it," he said as he picked up a towel and handed it to her. She was quiet before she responded. "How do you know I am scared of it?" "I can see the hesitance in your eyes and I can feel your emotions raging in you, Hope," he said before he walked away. He kissed her forehead and whispered, "I'll never be afraid of you, my little unicorn." Hope punched his arm. "Stop calling me that." She blushed. He laughed and shook his head. "Nope, I'll see you later 7 p.m. Hope, don't make me wait," he said before he vanished in Shunshin. Later that night Naruto dressed him. He wore a black jean with a white t-shirt and his boots. He took his black leather jacket and a scarf around his neck. He used a shuncheon to get some flowers from town earlier, but he decided of getting one red rose instead and used a stasis seal on it so that it could remain fresh. He checked the time. It was about 6:55 p.m. so he could take a walk to Hope's room. He stood in front of the door with the rose behind his back and door swung open and he smiled widely. Hope was wearing a faded skinny jean, a casual yet sexy white blouse coupled with a leather jacket and a pair of heeled boots. She defiantly looked beautiful. "You look gorgeous, princess," he said honestly. Hope ducked her head skull and smiled back before he gave the flower to the girl. "Here you go." He handed the rose to Hope. "I don't have a vase," she said sadly. He smiled at the girl and reassured her. "Don't worry, I put a seal on it so it would be everlasting just like your beauty," he said sincerely. "Thank you, I love it," she said honestly before he took her hand and led them down to the garage. "I hope you like Italian," he asked after he opened the door for Hope and got in on the other side. "I do," she nodded. They drove out of the school gates. Thankfully he came back Friday night, so it was Saturday and so they wouldn't need to break school rules. "So are you going to tell me what you have planned?" He chuckled. "Well, there's dinner." He trailed off. "And," she motioned him to continue. "And then rest as a surprise, but I really hope you'll like it," he said as he made his way through town. They drove in a comfortable silence. He held Hope's hand throughout the drive and rubbed circles on the back of her hand as soft music played in. They arrived at the restaurant and he opened the door for her as they entered. They had a little private table. It was intimate and quite romantic. He had a simple meal but made small talk throughout dinner, learning more about each other's likes, and would have liked wine, but unfortunately the drinking age in America was 21, so that was a no-go, and he was sure Hope wouldn't appreciate it either. Hope on the other hand was enjoying herself. She listened to his impressions of the movies he watched and what he enjoyed. She never had a real date, everything was new. They had dessert. She wanted to split the bill, but he gave her a laugh so much that his stomach hurt at the last comment he made. "I like you, Hope, so don't let me kick your ass," he said jokingly. When she wanted to pay she laughed, and she couldn't remember when last she felt this free. Even though the school is facing a threat from an unknown creature, she enjoyed the night. For her part, she thought the date was over as they took a stroll through the park. "I really enjoyed myself tonight, Naruto, thank you." She squeezed his hand as they walked. "Well, it's not over yet, so I hope you're warm enough," he said before making sure no one was in the area and performed a small genjutsu that would make them invisible to the bit his thumb and summoned Ryu. He asked his dragon whether he would be okay with Hope riding him, and his personal summon was more than happy since he realized that Naruto liked the girl. "What are you doing?" she asked, looking around. Poof. The dragon appeared and he looked back to her and picked her up bridal style before jumping on Ryujin's back. He held Hope in front of him around her waist and whispered in her ear. "I'm taking you to the stars," he said before he nudged Ryujin, indicating that he could, squealed as they lifted off and flew through the clouds. "Oh my god, this is amazing," she said, looking around before they broke through the clouds and saw the clear sky. "Beautiful," she breathed, squeezed her waist. "I couldn't agree more," he said. It went on like that for a couple of minutes until Ryujin went back down to the park. On their way home the drive was quiet. They entered the Salvatore gates and parked the car, that Hope didn't know actually belongs to Naruto until he told her it, walked quietly to her door. "This is me," she said cheesily, like every romantic comedy ever. She chuckled at her thoughts. "God, I sound like a cheesy rom-com." Naruto laughed softly and cupped her cheek and looked deep into her eyes. "I don't mind." He paused and tucked her hair behind her ear. "I really do like you, Hope, and I'm a possessive man. I don't like sharing," he said honestly. She nodded her head, listening to Naruto as he spoke. "And I was hoping that you'd be my girlfriend." He asked. He waited for her answer. She opened her mouth but closed it again. She didn't like to get close to people because everyone she ever loved seemed to die. "I'm broken, Naruto. Everyone I care for dies," she said softly, looking down. He lifted her chin. "I won't," he said seriously. "You can't say that. You can't promise me always and forever," she said as tears pooled in her eyes. "You're right, I can't," he agreed and watched a tear slip from the girl's eyes. She turned her face but he moved it back to her. "That's your family's motto, but I can promise you an eternity of tomorrows," he said before he leaned in and kissed her lips softly. He pulled away and kept his forehead to hers. "So will you be my girlfriend, Hope?" he asked softly. She laughed. "Yes, I will." He smiled widely before pressing his lips to hers again. The kiss was soft, gentle. It was a promise. He smiled against Hope's mouth before he moved away. "Great. Amazing. I'm a very lucky fox." He gave her his foxy grin. Good night, princess. He gave her one last kiss before watching her go inside. Before she closed the door, she spoke once more. Good night, Naru, she whispered shyly before shutting the door. Naruto had just returned from his usual morning workout. He was unwrapping his medical tape with his head down, walking the hallways by memory, when he heard a voice call out. His head snapped in the direction of the voice. A familiar-looking woman is standing there with a veil covering her face and a white wedding dress with mud on the bottom of it. Her identity is concealed by the hazy sunlight shining through the window. He knew she looked familiar, perhaps one of the photos in Alaric's office, but her attire seemed out of place. Runaway bride, maybe. He thought as he stepped closer. Her scent was human, but there was something off. He kept his guard up as he approached the woman. I'm sorry, do you need help? He asked the woman. He was still dressed in a basketball shorts and a vest. His feet was covered in medical tape as well. The woman stared at him cautiously before opening her mouth to speak. Yes, I'm looking for Alaric Saltzman. Do you know him? Asked the brunette politely. Naruto used his sensor to sense whether the woman had any ill or negative intentions. To his, he only felt longing and a painful ache. He nodded his head shortly. Yes, I do. I could take you to him if you'd like. I mean, it looks like you've run away from a crappy wedding, he joked lightly to ease the tension. Something like that, yeah, joked the woman back. He told the woman to follow him. It was still early, so there wasn't any students up. Besides, it was Saturday. He was sure the only people awake right now was Lizzie and Josie because it was their birthday, which reminded him he needed to get the two of them a gift since they had become friends. He'd been helping Lizzie with her more violent moods through proper meditation. They arrived before the double doors of the office. He was about to enter when he heard Alaric's voice. It sounded frustrated and exasperated. It was clear he was having a heated conversation with someone. He knocked before he stuck his head in. The older man looked up and motioned him to come in as he finished the phone call. But how do I tell the girls that their mom isn't gonna be there for their 16th birthday? I can't exactly tell them what you're really involved in, he said before he stopped talking when Naruto was followed in by the woman in a wedding dress. Alaric's words stuck in his throat as he watched the woman from his past, his fiancée, the biological mother of his twin daughters. Hello, Rick. Rick. He heard on the phone before replying, finally finding his tongue as he looked at a ghost from his past. I'll speak to you later, Caroline. Something needs my attention, he said as he ended the call. Joe. He breathed out unbelievably as he stared at the woman. She gave him a bright smile, but Naruto realized now why this woman was so familiar. It was Alaric's dead fiancée, or rather supposed dead fiancé. He wondered whether this could be another monster after the knife, using false pretenses to lure them into a false security before stealing the knife. Alaric, do you mind telling me why your dead fiancé is here? Do we have a new monster or something? He told the man, knocking him out of his stupor. I'm not sure. He looked lost and confused. The feelings he buried so long ago all rose up to the surface with a vengeance. He didn't grieve the proper way. Instead, he threw himself into work and raised the twins with Caroline as best as he could. Now he was standing motionless in front of his past. He felt like he was drowning, or what he thought drowning felt like, the water filling up your lungs, and you found it impossible to breathe without swallowing another gallon of water. Rick, said Naruto for the third time before the man paid attention. The woman on the other end stared worriedly at her fiancé. He looked like he was on the verge on a panic or anxiety attack. She tried calling out to him, but he just stared at her unmoving. She realized her speaking was just making the situation worse. Finally, Alaric looked to Naruto. His ears no longer felt blocked. He braced himself, his hands planted on the desk while taking a deep breath and composing himself. Alaric, do you think it's another monster? Asked Naruto gently, not wanting to anger or make the man panic once more. I'm sorry about that, he said before he looked to the blonde. It could be, in considering my reaction just now. Perhaps it wants us to be frozen when facing our loved ones who are no longer with us, he said quietly. Naruto nodded. He had the same theory. No one randomly just comes back from the dead 16 years later. I'm right here, and I don't like the comment about me being a monster. I know arriving in my wedding dress isn't proper protocol, but she said. Both men turned and stared at her, and Naruto turned back to Alaric. I'm assuming Caroline won't make it based on the last part of that phone call? He asked. He knew why Caroline was gone most of the time, and it wasn't just because of recruitment efforts for the school. During the year training trip, Alaric opened up to him and explained that himself and Caroline were looking for something that would save their daughters from a curse they had since they were born, and was put on every set of twins that were born from the Gemini coven. The man grimaced and nodded his head. Naruto sighed softly. Can you handle this? He checked with the man. Since it's someone Hopefully we can find more answers and I'll go break the news to the girls before someone else does. Alaric nodded gratefully. He was happy his daughters and Naruto got along. Since he started helping Lizzie with her meditation, she was in a better headspace mentally, but he was worried that this would reset any progress that was made. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto nodded before he left the office and Alaric turned back to the woman in the wedding dress and said she could take a seat. Okay, why are you here? He asked firmly as he stared down the woman after taking out the truth orb. Naruto was on his way to his room for a shower since he had gone straight to Alaric's office of training outside, so he felt all sweaty, and needed a shower before seeing the twins. So far the week that followed his date with Hope, they had gone on another 2 dates but kept their relationship between the two of them for the time being since he didn't want to bombard her with displays of public affection. Hope was a work in progress with showing affection publicly, but when they were by themselves their makeout sessions often got heated that he needed ice-cold shower after to cool off. The Triad teased him shamelessly. After 20 minutes he dressed and headed out to the girls' dormitory. He knocked on their door but didn't get an answer. He was sure that they would be awake, especially Lizzie, since they were pretty excited about their 16th birthday and now he was about to dash their hopes since they expected their mother to be home. Sigh. He was not looking forward to it all. He knocked a 3rd time and there still wasn't any answer. He was going to walk away before Penelope, Josie's ex-girlfriend, showed up around the corner and said they weren't there. Well, where are they? He asked the girl impatiently. He wasn't fond of her. She hurt Josie, yet she seemed to always be around trying to get a rise out of either twin. She put the tough guy act on, but he knew she still cared for the brunette soft-spoken twin but didn't like to show it. She was known as a mixture between a Tsunere and Yandere. Baka. He laughed at his thoughts before tuning into the girl as she spoke. Well, I thought it was important for them to know that their mother wouldn't be here on the birthday, especially Lizzie. She feigned concern with a frown on her face. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, Penelope, he said before he moved and shushed to Alaric's office only to find the 2 girls staring at the biological mother. He heard the last comment Lizzie made, and it was snarky just like he suspected. Who's this trollop? She snarked. He would have laughed if the situation had been any different, but now Alaric was looking at him flustered while Josie gasped, "Oh my god." What, Joe? Use your words, said Lizzie in a sarcastic tone with a roll of her eyes. She was pissed off. Her morning started out great and last night she had sex with Rafael, but Josie's damn ex-Satan in a crop top decided to ruin her amazing mood with news that would stop all the progress she had made lately with Naruto's help. It's her, Lizzie, said Josie while pointing at the woman who had a framed photo on Alaric's shelf. Gisette no longer wore her veil on her face so they could see her face clearly. What do you mean her? She trailed off before taking a proper look at the trollop. She meant woman's face. Holy shit. Your bio mom, she said loudly, and Naruto face faulted. This girl just insulted her biological supposed to be dead mother and now cursed in front of her father. Language, he admonished lightly before turning to look at Naruto. I thought you were going to keep them away. I was, but that evil little witch your daughter had a dalliance with decided to share the news with them before I could do damage control. Besides, you know how easily she ruffles Elizabeth's feathers. He heard an offended "Hey" from said girl before he continued. Besides, Rick, you know I wouldn't allow this intentionally, especially with what the circumstances might be, he said gently, and the man nodded his head in acceptance of the explanation because they were pretty sure that this was a monster, meaning they would have to probably kill his zombie fiancé. He hoped that it wouldn't scar the man mentally. He decided to take the girls away. Come on girls, you have a party to get ready for and I'll even help. He tried convincing them. Lizzie seemed to have bounced back already and nodded quickly. Yes please, your clones will make the preparation go much quicker. Naruto gave a grim smile. He felt sorry for his had more trouble with Josie though. She looked back at her mother with tears in her eyes. Will you be here after? She asked desperately. The woman gave her a soft smile. I hope so, she answered. Naruto closed the doors behind him. He stood still with both girls in front of him. He knew no matter how Lizzie hid her feelings, she was shocked, so he pulled them both into a tight hug and whispered, I'm sorry Caroline won't be here, even though I know she would have liked to be. He kissed both of their heads. He saw them as little sister, Lizzie being the Tsunere and Josie being a bit like Hinata but adorable and lovable. Happy birthday princesses, he said before he released them from his hold. You both okay? I am okay, it's just a lot to process, you know, said Josie quietly. He nodded. He understood what the girl said. Yeah, I'm good too, don't worry, besides I'm going to torture your clones, Lizzie said smiling. He rolled his eyes. Yeah, now off you go, get ready for the day. After the whole dead not dead mom drama in Alaric's office, Naruto went to get smoothies for the girls from Mystic Grill. Well, for 3 of his girls actually. The only people who were aware of their relationship was Emma Tig, Dorian and Alaric. He didn't mind, besides he didn't need to fend of any bastards from Hope since the Hobbit wasn't dropped the 2 strawberry shakes off with Lizzie and Josie and gave Lizzie liberal use of 6 shadow clones, but by the look his clones gave him, he was sure he would pay for it dearly at the next sparring session. A shiver went up his spine. He was now looking for his girlfriend. She wasn't in her room or the lake where they usually met, was passing the gym when he saw Hope dancing with Rafael with a smile on her, nearly squeezed the milkshake out of the cup, but he calmed his anger and decided to stand by the door and listen to their conversation. He wasn't spying on his girlfriend, no. No siree. He was merely a concerned lover, that was all. Unfortunately, with becoming a Hanyu, his emotions all heightened, meaning if he saw someone touching and being that close to his mate, of course he was allowed to have some negative emotions towards such a scene, no. He wasn't about to ban her from all contact with males, that was overboard, but this Rafael seemed to be much too close to Hope, and being a censor he could feel the boy's lust and attraction to the blue-eyed tribrid, so yes, of course he was reasonably jealous, but adding the confusion he felt from Hope was just icing on the damn cake. He made his decision to show himself and not be that guy who creepily stalks ex-wife or something. That's definitely not who he wanted to be known as. Well, don't you two look cozy? He asked mockingly with a fake smile on his face as he watched the 2 jump apart. He raised an eyebrow at the behavior because they acted like they got caught sticking their hand in the proverbial cookie jar. He didn't comment on the behavior, instead he waited for them to answer. To his dismay, the mutt spoke. Hope was just teaching me how to dance so that I could be a good escort for Lizzie, he said quickly while Hope nodded in agreement. I see, I wasn't aware that you would be escorting the lovely Elizabeth. He raised his eyebrow. He heard the boy scoff quietly. Yeah, I kinda felt bad. Naruto clenched his jaw at his tone. Of course he knew Lizzie was a handful, but she deserved better than this prick, someone like MG, maybe a decent guy that would treat her right and not leave after she, and kept his thoughts to himself and turned to Hope, who hasn't spoken since he got here. Yeah, and we are kind of stuck in here, added Hope. Why? He questioned shortly. Courtesy of Penelope, she trying to mess up the twins' birthday. Said was aware that the 2 of them weren't public yet, but Naruto seemed angry, and by the look on his face she didn't know what to expect the next time they were alone. Fucking Penelope. He growled slightly. I'm really starting to dislike that girl more and more as the day goes on, he said loudly before sighing and looking back to Hope and the mutt. Well, enjoy yourselves. From the looks of it, seemed like a lot of fun, he said suggestively before turning on his heel before throwing away the milkshake he got for Hope in the trash as he left without another word. He decided to take his mind off Hope's apparent confusion. He wasn't sure whether she was unsure of her own feelings for him or whether she felt attracted to Rafael and was confused by truly thought they were good. They were dating 2 weeks and she seemed happy whenever they were together. Yes, Hope hasn't told him about her past or family, even though he pretty much told her what happened to him, because he trusted her. Girl had trust issues, but he would wait as long as he needed to before she felt comfortable enough to tell him about her parents and family. He kept his word. He didn't try to learn about her family, though he heard enough from the whispers of the students to know that her father wasn't well liked and was the villain in everyone's story beside Hope's. He entered the grand hall and spotted Lizzie mercilessly working his clones. He smiled before talking. Elizabeth, I am here to help. What do you need, Imouto? During their sessions he would steadily teach her some of his home language, which he learned was Japanese apparently, and a real language in this dimension. He found it odd but discarded the thought because he was sure if Cammy could send him to this dimension, why couldn't she had sent someone else and then taught the island that Japan is on their language and also about the beliefs. Even though samurai and shinobi had died out, there was still multiple stories about it. He was happy that at least there was some place in this world similar to the elemental. Made a mental note to visit someday when the school or world wasn't under the threat of an unknown entity. Ah, just the sweet, helpful older brother I needed, she said with sweet smile that promised hard work, and groaned silently before getting to work. Our resident tribrid was even more confused by her boyfriend's behavior. She saw the fake smile on his face when he addressed them. She hoped he wasn't jealous. She was knocked out of her thoughts when she heard Rafael speak. Instead of helping, he walks away. I really don't like him, he said, watching the door Naruto disappeared from. Hope frowned, looking back at the to defend her boyfriend's actions. He's not a witch, Rafael, so he couldn't undo the spell anyway, she defended with a frown on her face at the wolf's tone. He's supposed to be like a teacher or something, right? He asked, waiting for Hope to answer. Not a teacher, more of an instructor. Besides, he's a year older than me, meaning he's 17 inches. Yeah, whatever instructor or teacher, he could have gotten Penelope back here to take down the spell, but instead he just walks away. I think I need to ask Dr. Saltzman about the people he hires because he insults me all the time too. I am sure that's not supposed to happen, complained the boy angrily. Even when they had his defense classes he would go harder on the wolves than the witches. Hope looked at him confused now and a bit angry as well that he was trying to get her boyfriend fired. What do you mean? I mean in the classes he teaches he goes harder on the wolves than the witches, he said, trying to make a point that because he's the alpha. Hope sighed at the boy's argument. It was stupid. She knew why he went harder on the wolves than the witches, and the reasoning was simple. The wolves would heal faster than the witches, and it was the same with the vampires. She knew Naruto was ruthless when it came to training because he wanted them to be prepared if and when they fought a monster. That's silly, the wolves heal faster, that's why, and also he does the same with the vampires since I've watched the training myself. No one else is complaining because he explained why he trains us so hard in the first place. Rafael, she said before walking away to sit on the benches in the gym. Why are you defending him? He asked suspiciously. Is he your friend? He asked. She shook her head. No. It was true he wasn't just her friend since they were dating, so technically she didn't lie. Rafael scoffed mockingly. Yeah, why did I even ask? The great Hope Michaelson doesn't need any friends, right? She scowled and decided to not answer him, but seemed like he was on a roll. Everyone needs a pack, Hope, he said, and she scoffed. I have my family, she said, referring to her remaining living relatives. No, that's too far away. I'm talking about here, Hope. I've got Landon and the pack, but who do you have? Her mind was screaming, I have Naruto, but didn't dare mention it out loud. Instead, she went with, this coming from the guy who's taking Lizzie on a pity date because he feels bad he slept with her. No thanks, I'd rather be alone, she said firmly. Before ending their conversation, she said, 5 more minutes then I'm out of here. When the 5 minutes were up, the barrier was let down and they walked out of the gym their own separate ways. She was walking to her room when she heard Lizzie and Josie's laughter from the grand hall. As she passed and saw they were laughing, out of catching his eye, she made her way to her room and decided to get ready for the party. She had a gift for Josie and decided to put it in her room on her pillow with a note attached. Naruto checked in with Rick and after he finished his investigation. Apparently she didn't show any signs of wanting the knife, only that she woke up and made her way to him. Looking for seemed weird, and even more so because she passed through the barrier he set up, but Alaric explained to him that Josette was buried in the graveyard that was on the accepted the explanation and told Alaric that he would get ready for the party since he planned on escorting Josie because she didn't have a partner. Are you sure you'll be okay, Rick? He asked for the last time before he left the room. Yeah, don't worry about me, just keep my baby girls safe please, Naruto, said the man pleadingly. Naruto nodded once at the man before leaving the room. Back in his own room, he dressed in a navy suit. The suit was tailored to his body so it looked perfect on him. He rather liked it more than he would restrict some of his movement, but it's the least he could do for the girls since her mother wouldn't be at their birthday. It neared the time for the party, so he was off to find the girl. He entered the twins' room but didn't see a trace of the twins. He went down to the grand hall and watched as they announced Lizzie. She looked beautiful, but he wasn't sure where Josie was. He was sure the girl wouldn't skip out on her own birthday. Looked around the room to see whether he could spot the girl, but no, spotted Penelope and approached the witch. Have you seen Josie? I was supposed to escort her, but I wasn't able to find her in her room, asked Naruto quickly. He sincerely hoped that this girl didn't have anything to do with it since she has been causing chaos all day. He saw MG near as well and motioned the boy over, asking the same question since Penelope was telling the truth when she said she hasn't seen Josie for hours. He nodded and left the hall quickly, not even bothering to tell the other two not to follow his way. He bumped into Alaric holding his dead fiancée in a chokehold. Her eyes were completely white with no pupil present. Where is she? He said impatiently. Naruto looked between the two and put 2 and 2 together and realized Rick was asking about Josie. Josette's eyes returned back to normal and struggled to speak. Graveyard, she muttered. Naruto looked at Alaric and said before he sped off. Deal with that, I'll go find Josie, he said with MG and Penelope on his heels. They ran into Hope. She was wearing a stunning maroon dress armed with a shovel. He looked at her, shrugged. I found it in the janitor's closet after I heard Alaric was looking for Josie. He nodded and ran off into the graveyard. He tried listening for the girl's screams or something. He thought she was buried alive. Why else would she be in a darn graveyard late at night? MG, I want you to listen carefully to any noises. It could be Josie, he said sternly. Before moving, he heard something. It sounded like groaning, but it was a male's voice and definitely not Josie. Be careful and be ready for anything. Something else is out there. He flashed his eyes to the demonic one completely red with a black cross where his pupil would help him see in the dark. He looked to where the noise was coming from and he spotted something stumbling. Upon closer inspection he realized it was a fucking zombie. Man, I just got this suit, he muttered before letting the others know. Soon they were fighting about 20 zombies. Go for the brain, screamed MG, and he appreciated the boy's knowledge on comics more than ever right now. MG, you concentrate on listening for Joe, Hope, Penelope, and I will deal with these fuckers. He gritted his teeth as swung him fist and smashed it into the zombie's head. He pulled his hand back and saw the brain matter on his fist, grimacing at the went like that for a few minutes. Hope and Penelope smashing the walkers, killing them for the second time. I think I got her, said MG as he ran to the grave where he heard Josie's voice. He started to dig but was pushed out of the way by Naruto that flipped through signs quickly. Hakustu no Jutsu. Yeah, I made up my own jutsu because I couldn't find anything for excavating a shallow grave, he said before slamming his hand on the ground and lifting Josie out of her shallow. Saw Josie wearing the pendant she charmed and breathed sigh in relief. It worked. Josie was now hugging MG, looked back to Hope and asked, what is it supposed to do? Make quiet things heard, she said smiling at the girl. Josie turned to Naruto and gave him a big hug, crying in his chest. I was so scared. Thank you for finding me, Ni-san, she whispered. Naruto squeezed her tightly before cupping her cheeks. I'll always find you. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. The girl nodded. He looked at Hope and mouthed a thank you before lifting the girl up bridal style, walked her back into the school. Hope watched the two interact. She could help but feel jealous because of how close Josie and Naruto was. She was the one who wanted to keep their relationship a secret so she couldn't make a big deal out of it in front the others. She sighed to herself before following them inside. She saw Naruto drop Josie at the communal bathrooms for a shower. She was about to pass them when he said told that he would be getting some clothes for her and then he'd be right back. The girl nodded and went into the bathroom. He caught Hope's eye as she passed and decided to walk together to the girls' dorms, since Hope's room was down the hall from the twins. Hey, she greeted quietly as they walked next to each other. Hey, you all right? He asked since everything happened so quickly he didn't see Hope after he saw her in the gym with the mutt. Yeah, I am okay. You? He shrugged. I'm good, just worried about Josie's mental health after this whole ordeal, he said deep in thought, knowing there would definitely be after effects that came with being buried alive. Do you mind waiting for me in the common room, Hope? I'd like us to talk after I make sure Josie and Rick are alright. He turned and faced the girl, waiting for her response. The girl gave him a soft smile and kissed her forehead before he left. Once Naruto got clothes for Josie, he put them near the bench and fetched Lizzie and told her about what happened. The girl cried, blaming herself for hogging all the time they needed to get ready. That's why Josie had gone to their bio mom for help. He managed to calm the girl down and explained to her that it wasn't really her fault. However, she should have realized her sister was missing, especially with everything that's been happening lately. I am sorry, you're right. I hope Joe forgives me, she said. He smiled and patted her head affectionately. I'm sure she will, but try and be better than everyone thinks you are, Lizzie. I've seen the girl you really are underneath all the superficial behavior is a beautiful woman with a heart so big just waiting to be filled. Even if you just show your sister, I know she'll appreciate it, he said honestly. Lizzie's eyes filled with tears as she hugged her fellow blonde. She opened herself completely up to him and told him that in her mind, it's her always fighting against herself and she didn't know how to make it stop. That's why she acted like she did. Josie joined them. She apologized to her sister and they hugged it out. Naruto took them to their father's office where he was waiting for, opened the door and nodded at Rick because he knew what the man was going to ask his daughters to do. Before Naruto left, he clapped Alaric's shoulder affectionately and whispered, when it's done we'll have a drink, he said before leaving. Naruto walked down the halls with his suit's jacket undone, shirt partly unbuttoned with his tie hanging loosely around his hand in his pants pockets. He was tired and needed a nap, but he wanted to talk to Hope about their relationship and what she was feeling. Before he entered the common room, he heard two voices, one being Hope's and the other the mutt. Growling softly, he listened to them speak. You want to see if I still got it? Asked Rafael. He winks at Hope and she shrugs. Why not? Hope stands to her feet and takes his offered hand before she and Rafael start to dance in front of the fireplace. After a brief period of silence, Rafael once again takes in Hope's current appearance and cracks a joke. You look like you took a bath in dirt, said Rafael in amusement. Hope smiles in sarcastic amusement. Oh, thank you, she said in a sarcastic tone. You're welcome, answered Rafael. Naruto, who was watching the entire thing play out, How comfortable Hope looks in Rafael's arms. The way she allowed him to lead the dance to no music, just the accompanied by the sounds of the Naruto. It seems like deja vu. Instead, this time there's no containment spell, and it's much more intimate with the fire burning in the fireplace and the dimmed lights. He couldn't help the frown that appeared on his face. Rafael turned Hope and she faces toward the door. She sees her disheveled blonde-haired boyfriend standing there with his arms crossed and a frown on his face before he shakes his head and turns to walk, stops dancing with Rafael and runs out, looking left and right in the hallway before she realizes that he disappeared completely. Hope hears Rafael calling for her, but she doesn't pay attention as she searches for her boyfriend. She runs up to his room and swings the door wide open but sees nothing other than the unmade bed. She steps inside and opens the bathroom door but doesn't see him. Her eyes were glassy from the tears. She didn't know why she accepted Rafael's offer for a dance, but she realized how it must to Naruto, her in the arms of another man with her head against his chest. Before she leaves, she takes one more look at the room and closes the door. She could help the tear that hoped they would be okay and decided to speak to her boyfriend tomorrow. Naruto opens Alaric's door and throws his jacket on the couch. The older man looks up and shakes the bottle of whiskey in his hand and smiles glumly. The universal indicator for you want some, he sighs heavily before plopping down in the chair on the other side of the desk. Make it a double. The Salvatore library is filled with students writing letters to those who has died, left and no longer with. Of the students find no reasons to celebrate Remembrance Day, well, not some, mainly Hope. She stands and watches the students write letters to their loved ones. She never found out why it was necessary, because to her it was pointless. The dead wouldn't be able to see it. She was staring at a picture of the latest monster they needed to deal with. Nothing was heard or seen after Gisette was brought back from the dead. Perhaps it was a witch, but from the books Alaric had her go through, she found a page about a necromancer. Apparently they had the ability to commune and bring back the dead. Under there wasn't able to talk to Naruto much since they've been busy with trying to find out information, but it looked like he was giving her space for what she didn't know. But today, she needed answers. She walked out the library and was about to head to the lake when she saw Rafael heading to the front. Was curious as to why he would be leaving the school grounds or whether he even had permission to go. She heard him say Cassie, and that was his girlfriend's name who died. No doubt she was sure the necromancer was bringing the dead back to life. She headed to the lake to see whether Naruto was there, but when she arrived she stood motionless as she laid her eyes on her boyfriend fighting a dozen of himself on top of the water. She watched attack after attack, fire being breathed out of his mouth, water being used as a deterrent and wind being used as blades. She never saw him fight this hard before. She watched the clones and Naruto engaged in hand-to-hand combat. It was fast-paced. She realized that during their sessions he was holding back a good amount of power. The sparring ended in a span of 5 minutes as she finally managed to drag herself to the deck and watched him heal from the cuts and bruises on his upper body. You okay, babe? She asked, looking at him. He was wet from the water, but he definitely looked hot and sexy, with the water dripping from his hair. No, Hope, focus, you're here for a reason. Hey, yeah, I'm good, thanks. He smiled before removing the tape from his hands. What about you, princess? You have enough time for me now that you're not dancing with Rafael? He asked and stared at the girl. Hope narrowed her eyes, frowning at the implication. What do you mean you've been avoiding me since the party? Naruto rolled his eyes. No, I wasn't avoiding you. I was giving you time to figure out what you want because my girlfriend seems to be attracted to the mutt, so forgive me for being pissed off, Hope. He said as he roughly shoved his gear in the duffel bag. I'm not attracted to Raf. What are you talking about? She asked pleadingly. Hope, I feel your emotions. Don't lie to me, please. If you don't want this, pointing between the two of them, all you have to say is the word and end it, because clearly I'm not good enough for you, he said before walking away. Naruto, wait. She ran after him, grabbing his arm. What, Hope? Can we talk about us later? But we need to get to Dr. Saltzman because someone else was raised from the dead. His eyes widened slightly before he nodded. Who? Cassie, Rafael's girlfriend that's died, she said softly. He rolled his eyes. Yeah, I'll meet you there. I want to make sure the barrier is secure later, Michaelson, he said before disappearing, and realized that Naruto was more than jealous. He was angry, and maybe he was right. She felt a small attraction to Rafael, but she was never going to act on it because she was steadily falling in love with her blonde-haired, was afraid to show her feelings because on this day she remembered more than ever how easily she loses people. Another reason she doesn't celebrate Remembrance Day. In the basement, Naruto finds Alaric shouting, swinging the axe as far back as he could be, slamming it into Necromancer ahead, the axe staying in his head, not affecting him in the slightest. He chuckles at the sight. Was that necessary, Rick? He asked, stepping into the cell looking at the stitched-up man. It wasn't a pretty sight, it reminded him of Orochimaru's experiments. Yeah, we need answers and we've been at this for days, Naruto. I find it incredibly weird why this guy gave himself up willingly, so I want to know what his angle is beside the knife, of course. Naruto nodded and made a Rasengan in his palm. Let's see if this will make Frankenstein talk. He smirked evilly before shoving the blue energy orb in the Necromancer's stomach. He watched the Necromancer's eyes open wide and with his mouth parted in a scream mixed with a groaning. Ah! Naruto laughs and nudges Rick. Finally got a reaction out of him. Alaric chuckles with Naruto before they can continue. They're interrupted by Hope. Drive, Saltzman, she says, looking to the man. Before he could respond, the Necromancer decides to weigh in his opinion. Oh, there you are, lovely girl. I was wondering if you'd come visit me again. How's your friend, the one I saw you with earlier, trying to steal an illicit peek at me? As we speak, he's having an emotional reunion with his dead girlfriend. I assume we have you to thank, she said sarcastically and glanced at her blonde boyfriend who was watching with his arms folded. Poor thing. Her spirit was clinging to him like a vine in winter. It took barely a little wrinkle of the nose, and poof. You're lucky that's all I did. The way you've treated a man of my stature, you should be ashamed. Alaric exits the cell with Naruto after they put away all the torture devices. Naruto ignores the man speaking, but Alaric can't take his inane chattering any longer and screams. Literally nobody knows who you are, he says, frustrated. Naruto knows why Alaric's frustrated. They've talked about it, but having his fiancée die for a second time had hit him harder than he anticipated. He decided to get the man away from the Necromancer before he lost, whispered in Rick's ear. He's trying to work you up, don't let him. He saw the man nod. The Necromancer scoffs. He doesn't like the way the blonde ignores him, and he even hurt him with that blue thing. He wasn't sure what spell it was, but he was needed to get the girl alone. She looked easier to manipulate. Naruto and I will check of Raph, he says to Hope. They were about to exit, but Naruto heard the Necromancer speak. If you want an end to this misery, simply bring me the knife and I'll be on my way. Naruto watched Hope, clearly intrigued by the monster. He sighed. He hoped the girl wouldn't do anything, went back and took her hand, leading her out of the cellar. Following behind, bends down and whispers in her ear. I really hope you aren't planning anything stupid, Hope, she said sternly. Hope rolls her eyes. You don't trust me. Naruto sighs softly while looking at the girl. I do trust you, but he plays with people's heads. Hope, I just hope you're smart enough to not fall it, he said before catching up with Alaric. They entered Alaric's office. Naruto poured himself a drink. He saw Hope look at him strangely but said had gone to find Rafael. I take it things aren't going well? Asked Hope as she sat on the sofa. Naruto sipped on his drink, leaning against the desk. He's a diva. He shrugged. Hope watched her boyfriend strangely, becoming a day drinker at such a young age. She asked, pointing out that he was pouring himself a second drink before putting the bottle back in its place. He chuckled dryly. Perhaps, but this guy rubs me the wrong way, toying with people's minds. He shook his head and swallowed the remainder of his drink. It's sickening. He walked over to the sofa and sat down, massaging his temples. So what's the plan? I know neither you or Dr. Saltzman want to give over the knife, but we can't have him raising the lost loved ones of everyone in this school. We'll handle it. I'll rip him limb from limb if I have to, he said sternly. All I'm saying is the methods are not working, Naru, she said softly. He got up from the sofa and gave her a kiss to her lips. We'll handle it, Hope, please just leave it alone, okay? I need to go find Rick and try and see whether I can get more answers on how to effectively end him, he said before he left. Are we okay? She asked softly. We'll talk later when we have more time. Hope, stay safe. All right, I'll be gone for a couple of hours. The girl nodded and watched him leave. Naruto finds Alaric sitting near the couches with the young couple, trying to explain what happened and why his dead girlfriend rose from the dead. Naruto knows it's becoming increasingly difficult for his friend to rehash the story of his dead fiancée returning from the dead only to have to kill her once more in order to keep his daughters and school safe. He hates the fact that he can't help. The man listens to Alaric explaining to Cassie that she's actually dead. He closes his eyes, trying to calm his anger. His angry at the Necromancer, at Malivore for spawning these creatures now, and his angry at himself for not being able to stop it from happening. Things are spinning and he needs to get a handle on it before they lose. Decides to try and enter the Dragon Realm to see whether they have any books or information on this Necromancer. He looks over and nods his head to Alaric, who's finishing up with the young couple. You heard? Asked the headmaster grimly. Naruto sighs softly. I did, he answers the man before gesturing to walk outside. Alaric follows, stare off into the woods, watching the wind blow through the trees. Are you okay, Alaric? I'm worried about you, man. He asked while still looking to the woods. He heard the man sigh heavily. I'm trying to be. I lost my fiancé for a second time and then I had to ask my daughters to kill their biological mother. He swallowed back a sob before looking to his blonder partner with glassy eyes. What kind of father am I? Naruto shook his head. A good father. You're a father who puts the safety of his daughters before anything else. You're a father who puts their needs before yours. He grips the man's shoulder tightly, trying to convey empathy and understanding or as much as he possibly could. And most of all, Alaric Saltzman, you put their happiness before yours. Don't doubt yourself because some fucking monster came out of nowhere and is playing with your mind. That's what he wants. He wants to break your mind. He said before letting the man's shoulder go. Don't let anyone do that ever, because if you do, they've won, Rick. He finished his impromptu speech. They stood in silence for a minute before Alaric chuckled. Are you sure you're 17? You sound a 100 inches, he joked. Naruto laughed with the man. Sometimes I feel like I'm a 100 with everything I've gone through. I just don't want to lose the best friend I've made in this world, that's all. He said the last part seriously because it was true. Hope wasn't his best friend, she was his lover, future wife if he was lucky, but Alaric was his best friend despite the age difference. You're mine too, he shrugged. Good to know we're like those two in the Heat, that movie with Sandra Bullock, I think. He asked. You're very professional and I'm the potty mouth, he laughed. No. The man shook his head in horror. No, but seriously, I'm going to the Dragon's Realm to see if they have any information on the Necromancer in the libraries. I'll be a couple of hours. Make sure Hope doesn't do anything stupid, please, he asked the man, and Alaric nodded. Will do, bro, he said, but grimaced the way bro sounded from his mouth. Naruto on the other hand laughed. Don't ever say that again. Yane. He waved before performing the signs and disappearing. Hope enters the Salvatore library. She sees Dorian on the reaching on the highest shelf from the ladder. Anything yet? She asks. Necromancy is everywhere in occult literature. It's a form of sorcery that dates back to ancient Greece. It involves the ability to communicate with and raise the dead. He begins to climb down from the ladder and sighs before closing the book. But there is nothing about a specific necromancer, so whoever this dude is, he's been erased from history like every other monster that comes looking for the knife. He begins to walk away, but Hope speaks once more. Is there any way to stop him from bringing back dead people? Because if this week is any indication, it's kinda becoming a weekly thing. Dorian moves to different bookshelves and he puts the books away and answers Hope. I'll look into tomorrow, I'm off today, he said, finishing up his task. Evil never takes an off day, Dorian. Well, I do. Anything else you need, speak to Dr. Saltzman or your boyfriend, he said. What? How do you know? She asked, surprised. The older man laughed. We're bros, he shrugged before walking away. I am going to pretend I didn't hear that you said you're bros with my 17-year-old boyfriend. It's very weird. I'm worried about Dr. Saltzman though. Dorian sighed. He was worried too, but he saw how Naruto allowed the man to grieve the proper way and not drown his worries in a bottle of whiskey. He's allowed to be off. Hope. Besides, Naruto is good for him. He's working it out. Don't worry, he said before exiting the library, leaving the Triad by herself. Hope exits the library and sees Alaric distracted with Naruto outside and decided this is her chance. She takes a deep breath before leaving and going to the cellar. As soon as she entered, she heard the Necromancer speak. You have the lovely stench of death on you, my girl, he says, watching her approach him. I thought maybe we could talk, she said, and she magically undid his chains that Alaric had put on him earlier. Such a puny creature dares to stroke a deal with me, the almighty Necromancer? He asked, insulted by the girl's blatant disregard on his stature. Here's the thing, you don't exist. Someone or something sent you here, he cut her off rudely. No one gets in my mind. My head is a steel trap. Stop trying to play mind games with me, girl, he said firmly. Hope sighed and tried to reason with the Necromancer, asking him questions. However, they came across a strange symbol. She asked what it. Necromancer stared at the symbol wide-eyed. Duh. That symbol means permanent death. When Naruto disappeared, Alaric made his way back inside to where the young couple sat. He saw Cassie with a phone in her hand. She explained that she wanted to call her mother. Alaric sighed inwardly. He knew this was going to be difficult, but he kept Naruto's words in his mind. That's not a good idea, Cassie. We don't know whether this is permanent or. He trailed off sadly. You mean I'll die again? She asked, holding back a sob. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you an answer, but we have been searching for answers, so right now I can't give you a definitive answer. For now, is there anything else I can get you? Quote. A shower, she said. No problem, that can be arranged. He said, getting girl turned to face her boyfriend. Then I'd like to get to the bottom of how you killed me, she said. Alaric decided that was his cue to leave. Dragon's Realm. Naruto was sitting in the library that was kept by the dragons. He created 100 clones that were flipping through books like their lives depended on it. Boss, I've got something here, said the clone, and Naruto called him over and read the book page the clone was pointing to. He expresses joy in killing. More than that, he views people as objects or toys. He forces others to do his bidding, knowing it causes harm to destroys the quality of life in his victims. It is a game he plays for personal amusement. Thus, we hate him. The hate comes from Necromancer's lack of respect for life in all of its forms. This is exactly what the Necromancer is trying to do by raising the dead, he muttered to himself as his clone nodded along with him. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he sighs, and checks his watch. Has been gone about 2 hours on Earth. See whether we can get any information on how to kill him, he ordered his clones before they got to work. He continued paging through the book he was busy with. He came across a page and stared at it. It was the exact same guy they were dealing with. It wasn't surprising that the information was here but not on Earth, since Malivore apparently removes all memory of the creature ever existing. He read through the information that was on the following page and realized that this guy loved speaking about himself. He probably got someone to write his memoirs or something. Baka. He chuckled. Reading through the history of the Necromancer, he saw something interesting. The Necromancer gained his powers by invoking the evil spirits and used a charmed blade as a medium. He is immortal, however, he can be killed by the blade that was used in the ritual. Unfortunately, throughout the years the blade was lost, and the last known location was Mont Saint-Michel in France, a church built in the 8th century. Snapping the book closed. Yes. He cheered, though it was weird that he hid the blade in a church considering he was considered to be evil and the opposite of holy. Naruto shrugged to himself. No use getting caught up in the details, he thought. He decided to get back to the school to give the information to Alaric so that they could start searching for the blade. The book even had a description of it, so he hoped it wouldn't be too difficult, and most all he hoped that it was still there, but knowing that the Necromancer disappeared after being taken by Malivore, he was sure no one ever thought to look for this blade. He dispelled his clones quickly and stood still for a minute, letting all the information process through his brain. Damn it, I need to stop doing that, he scolded himself. Performing the signs quickly, he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. He arrived near the front doors of the school. It was already 6 p.m. the evening. He made his way to Alaric's office. He hoped the older man was successful in getting some answers. He opened the door to screaming. It was Hope's voice. Stop acting like a disappointed father. You are not my dad, Rick. He looked to the occupants in the room. Alaric looked tired. By the bags under his eyes and the way his jaw was clenched, it was clear he wasn't very successful in finding answers. Well, probably less successful than him. Hope, on the other hand, looked angry. Frustrated if how tightly her jaw was clenched was any. Both turned their heads at the sound of the door opening and stared at the blonde. You're back. Find anything? Asked Alaric. Naruto turned to the man and nodded. I did, but first, do you mind telling me why the two of you look and sound like you're at each other's throats? He looked between the two. He saw Hope lower her head. He turned to Alaric with a brow raised. What happened, Rick? He asked much more seriously. Alaric sighed and shaking his head as he spoke. The Necromancer escaped. Naruto's hand tightened around the doorknob so hard that it broke off. Okay, he escaped. How, and is the knife safe? He threw gritted teeth. No, the knife is gone, and now he has the first key to unleash Malivore apparently, said the man through his doorknob Naruto was holding fell to the ground. Alaric, please explain to me how we let that fucker get away. I know the only magic or person who has magic strong enough to break through the barrier I placed was. He trailed off, looking to the auburn-haired girl who now had tears in her eyes. He narrowed his own orange-reddish eyes at the girl. What did you do, Hope? He said, restraining his frustration at the girl's idiocy. I did what you couldn't. I got answers. She defended herself, crossing her arms defiantly at her boyfriend's tone. I asked you one thing. Using his finger for emphasis. One thing, Hope, and that was to not do anything stupid. Do you have any idea what you've done? He didn't wait for her to answer. No, you don't, because now that Malivore has one key, who's to say that they'll keep sending one monster or creature or whatever the fuck? We don't know where the other 2 keys are, meaning you've put so many people at risk trying to get your answers. He finished off and waited for the girl's reply. What could be so important that you'd be willing to let him get away with the knife, Hope? He stepped closer to the girl. He hadn't noticed that Alaric exited the office, leaving the two of them by themselves. My father. Okay. She started crying now. He said my father wasn't at peace until I was, and I needed to get answers, so I asked MG to do a head dive while I traveled through his subconscious. Naruto put his forehead to Hope's and spoke softly. He didn't want to scare his girlfriend, nor did he like seeing her cry. Her father was important to her, but what she did to get those answers were reckless and stupid. Sighing softly, he played with your mind, princess. He messes people up. You need to realize father, like any good father, is at peace because from what I heard he saved his daughter. He saved the one person in his life that made him feel different, a beautiful miracle that gave him purpose. Hope, why do you keep torturing yourself? While he was talking, he slid his arms around her waist. Everything he told her was what he heard from Alaric. The man told him that Nicholas Michaelson died to keep his daughter safe, and that was all he told him, and said anything else needs to come from Hope herself. He gave her time to open up, but it was difficult to break her walls because for years she kept people out, not wanting to lose anyone close to her because she felt like a curse or burden. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought it would help. I really did. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, to have to believe me, she said sincerely against his kissed her head. I do believe you, Hope, but you have to think about the consequences of your actions. I'll be better. Okay. And I don't want to hide us anymore if you promise that you'll try not to die, she said, lifting her head off his chest. He chuckled softly. I'm immortal, Hope. I don't think I could, he joked, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. No, even immortals find a way to die, so you have to promise me, she said, her eyes now a steely blue, that showed her seriousness. I can't say that I won't die if immortals find a way to die, but I can promise that if I ever do, I'll climb out from the pits of hell to come back to you. Pecking her lips. Is that good enough? He asked with a brow raised. For now, I guess. She chuckled dryly. He laughed with her and tilted her chin and kissed her lips. When the lips met, it worked in harmony. The kiss was soft and traces circles on her, his tongue on her bottom lip begging for entry. The girl gave it to him easily. Their tongues danced with each other in perfect harmony. A sound like a ringing bell broke their look down to Hope's bracelet making the sound. Why? And what in God's name is that? He asked, looking at the bracelet and back at the girl. Hope bit her lip and looked at her boyfriend before she took a deep breath and answered. I gave Landon a distress beacon, so to speak, and he needed to push it if he was in trouble, which I guess he is. I need to go, she rambled quickly. Naruto grabbed her arm before pulling her back and kissed her hard before he. Wait, he was cut off by Alaric coming through the door out of breath. We've got a problem. There's a huge hydra in the lake, he said, breathing heavily. Fuck. He looked between the two. Okay, Rick, you go with Hope to go see what that hobbit got himself into, and I'll deal with the hydra, he said before kissing Hope one last time. Be safe and come back to me, he whispered before he left. Fucking hydras, he muttered and disappeared in a red flash. Naruto Pav. I shunshin to the lake. Since the barrier was down, I didn't even think about how this creature had gotten in the lake of the school. It was weird and needed to be killed before the students were put in danger. I arrived on the deck by the lake. The sky was dark, the moon providing the only light as I stared at the creature. It was large, three-headed creature that resembled a dragon and a snake with translucent white skin, or scales to be exact. Alright, this is going to be tougher than I thought. I thought to myself. I created 3 shadow clones. Alright guys, I need you to distract him, alright? Hi boss. They answered and jumped off to engage the big 3-headed monster. They fought using taijutsu. They weren't making any headway, but they were being used as a distraction long enough for me to power up 2 Fuden Rasenshurikens. I created a 2 Rasengans in my left and right hand, adding element my wind to the blue energy orb. I applied the necessary amount of chakra to my feet and dashed across the lake. Leaping into the air, I launched the 2 attacks. Fuden Rasenshuriken. I threw it at the distracted creature. I watched as it sliced 2 of the heads clean off. The blood sprayed like a geyser. I was about to walk away when I heard one of my clones scream. It's not over yet, boss. I turned back and stared wide-eyed at the creature sprouting 4 new heads where the previous ones were decapitated. Fuck. I said. It must have regeneration abilities. This was going to be like fighting a better-looking Orochimaru. You know, that sound weird because I'm pretty sure he had a thing for little boys considering the hickey he gave Sasuke. No. Focus Uzumaki. Okay, so I used wind mixed with pure chakra and it regenerated well. What about yes. Fire, that's got to be it. I was cut off by my thoughts by the monster launching something from his mouth. I managed to dodge in time, but somehow it got on my clothes. Ah. Ripping off my t-shirt, I watched that venom or acid, whatever he spat, left a nasty burn. Must be about 2nd degree by the looks of it. Flipping through signs, I decided 10 make more shadow clones. Alright guys, on my signal we're going to burn this fucker. Okay. The strongest fire jutsu we've got. I shouted at my 10 clones who now around me. We surrounded the beast. I was the closest. flipping through the signs of the Kaiden Jutsu at the same time, and the sounds of shouts echoed in the empty expanse of the lake. Kaiden. Guka Mekyaku no Jutsu, was screamed, and the sky lit up with flames. After a few seconds of the fire raging, I looked to see whether the creature was dead or burned to ash. Hopefully he was, because if fire didn't destroy him, I might have to tap it my Yuki or Sage mode to kill him. I neared the creature, who was laying half inside and outside of the lake. The flames started to die down. It was hot, scorching actually, and the burn on my arm was taking longer to heal than normal. I heard the dying screech of the dragon, snake-like looking creature. Breathing a sigh of relief, it was over. I dispelled my clones. As I turned my back, I felt claws raking across my flesh in my back. Groaning at the sensation, I fell down to one knee. "Aw fuck, what the hell, I thought you were dead," I muttered, gritting my teeth. I turned my head to look back and watched the creature give me a smirk. I assume because I'm not sure whether this thing can smile or speak, but it looked very cocky to me, like it got in one last hit before it died. "Ha, I'm calling you Orochimaru, by the way," I muttered. For good measure, I used another fire jutsu to ensure it burned up. I could feel the blood running down my back. Finally it was dead. I walked back to the school but heard something from the woods. I turned back. Changing my eyes to my demon eyes, I saw 10 people in uniform for infiltration. It was all black. They didn't look like they wanted to enroll their students in the school either. "Hey!" I shouted as I watched them. Still, their movements, from their scent I could tell that they were just humans, but dangerous, arms with guns. "Who are you?" I asked, walking closer. I took in their movements. It was guarded. They were ready to kill. There are 2 behind me, another 2 flanking my sides, and 6 in front of me with their weapons pointed at my upper body. Tiny red dots lighting up on my skin. "I asked you a question. What are you doing on private property?" I asked again. I formulated a plan in my head. If they were a threat to the students, I would kill them quickly. I had 3 kunai with tags, so I could use them before they managed to fire a weapon at me. "Who we are none of your concern. Just know that your existence is an abomination," sneered their guy in front of me. He stared at me with what I identified as disgust and hatred. I was used to those kind of looks from the villagers back in the elemental nations. It wasn't anything new. My mouth curled into smirk as I chuckled dryly at the man. "As that's so." I didn't wait for his answer. I reached in my back pocket for the kunai and threw it quickly at the positions I scoped out. "Then I don't need to be gentle then," I said, and disappeared in a red flash and slaughtered them. I killed them quickly, elongating my fingernails into claws, and slit. Their shots rang out in the woods. One of it made itself into my arm. I flinched. "That hurts," looking to the guy who dropped his gun, trying to get away, obviously terrified after he watched his colleagues or friends murdered in a blink of an eye. Grabbing his throat roughly, "Nah, shaking my head mockingly at the man as I held him against the tree. "You're going to give me answers?" I stared into his eyes. My own was blazing red. I felt bad killing them. I always did whenever I took a life, but these people were killers. They would kill any supernatural creature, good or bad. It didn't matter whether they murdered a child. From the way the leader spoke. "Who sent you?" I asked. The man, probably in his early 20s, shook his head, refusing to answer, sighing inwardly. I didn't feel like torturing him, but I needed answers, and the quickest way was to put him in a level genjutsu. "Megan. Narakumi no Jutsu," I whispered. This jutsu would let him see something horrible, well, maybe more horrible than what I just let him witness. I let him out the hold I had him in as I heard him scream. No, make it stop, please." I felt bad for the man. Even though it was a low-level genjutsu, these people had no chakra, so he would be able to dispel it. I waited a few more seconds as I watched him scratch at his face while rolling on the ground, begging for it to stop. Putting my hands together and interlocking my fingers, I whispered, "Kai." Kneeling down to the man, I watched. He opened his eyes and tried to scramble away from me, but I grabbed his leg. "Are you ready to talk now?" He nodded frantically. "Please, I'll tell you anything." "Who sent you?" Repeating the same question. "I work for a group called the Triad. I don't know everything because I'm not that high on the ladder, but, the man started stuttering. Sighing to myself, must be the after effects. Whatever he saw must have been pretty gruesome. I waited patiently for him to gather his thoughts. "All I was told was to come here and kill the headmaster. That's all, I promise." I nodded. I pulled out my phone. The screen was cracked from my fight earlier. I found Alaric's number. "Can you let me go, please? I promise I'll never come here again," he pleaded. Unfortunately, I couldn't let him go. They knew about me. "Not yet, buddy. What does this Triad do? And why do they want the headmaster dead?" I asked the sniveling man, who now had tears running down his cheeks and light red marks in his face from his fingernails. "We guard a pit, and make sure abominations are forgotten," he said somewhat proudly. I narrowed my eyes at the phrasing he used. It was clear that this triad, whatever they were bad news. I lifted him up, reaching up to his neck, giving him a quick death. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go, I whispered. Snap. I watched the man fall limply to the ground with his eyes still opened. I looked away and put my hands together and offered a small prayer. Have mercy on my soul, Kami, I whispered softly. I could sense two people approaching from the school. I gathered the bodies quickly before performing a Doden jutsu to make a deep hole. I put their bodies inside and finished with a fire jutsu and closed back the hole. The steps were closer and I looked to the side and saw Emma and MG standing there looking at me. I'm sure they were looking at my body because the claw marks on my back still hasn't healed, but I was pretty sure it would take a day or two before it closed up completely. Naruto, what happened? Asked Emma. I gave the woman a small smile and walked toward her. Don't worry, we'll discuss it later. I need you to patch me up. And I need to call Rick. The woman nodded while MG watched my back, or specifically my blood. I saw the black veins start underneath his eyes. His eyes dilated and turned completely black. He used his vamp speed and I grabbed him by his neck, snapping it quickly before lifting him up on my shoulder and turned to the shocked witchy guidance counselor. I'm not fond of being sucked unless it's Hope. I tried to joke, but the woman snapped out of her daze and hit my arm. That's disgusting, Naruto. Now come on, we need to deal with that wound before Hope and Alaric gets back, she said scoldingly. Hey, you had dirty thoughts. I was referring to when she embraces her immortality, I said, thinking about the fact we haven't spoken about it, but I hope she would. You've talked about it? She asked carefully. I looked to the woman. She was in counselor mode. He smiled and shook his head. No, not yet, but with everything happening, we haven't had enough for our relationship, and it doesn't seem like it's going to calm down any time now either, I sighed heavily. We walked through the halls. It was nearing 2 a.m. and most of the students were woken up by the sounds of a fight. They watched me carefully. I called Caleb over and handed MG to him. Caleb, make sure MG gets something to drink. All right, I told the dark-skinned vampire. Sure, man, you look rough. Stating the obvious. I scratched my head impishly. I fought a fucking Hydra, dude. Of course I look rough, I deadpanned. Language, scolded the guidance counselor. I waved her off and told Caleb I'd see him later. Let's get going, Emma, before these people get a free show, I said suggestively while the woman just shook her head. You're incorrigible, she muttered. After I had the wounds cleaned, treated and bandaged by a very irate Emma who clearly did not like being awake at 2 in the morning. I dialed Alaric's number and waited for him to answer. Hello, Naruto, you okay? Yeah, I'm good. I ran into some other trouble though. You and Hope need to get back to the school, Rick. It's important. Yeah, about that. Landon is with us and he stole or activated or whatever, but we found the next key, he rattled off quickly. What the fuck is up with Sticky Fingers? He's changing from Frodo to the fucking golem, did he say? My precious, to when he stole the next key? I asked cynically. I didn't wait for his response. Just get back here, Rick. I have information that might put this entire situation in perspective, I said tiredly. We're driving back now. I'll be there in a 1 hour tops. Sure, and don't stop for anything, I said seriously. What? Why? The confusion clear in his voice. Just please trust me and don't stop for anything, I said before ending the call. I fell forward on my stomach on the bed and the nurses to the witch in the chair. Will you explain what happened now? She asked in her very British accent. I'll explain it when Rick gets here. I don't feel like repeating myself. I'm gonna nap now. Wake me up when they're here, I finished off sleepily. Hope's POV. I fell asleep after the whole ordeal with Landon finding his mother, and apparently she decided she didn't want to be a mother. The boy was crushed and tried to get comfort from me, but I rebuffed his advances and told him there was nothing between us because I was in a relationship. I was happy regardless of everything that was happening in between. And now we were driving back to the school. I fell asleep but woke up when I heard Alaric talking to someone. I heard my boyfriend's voice. It sounded tired and angry. I waited for Alaric to finish the call before I looked at the phone, seeing that the line went dead. What's wrong? Is Naruto okay? I asked worriedly since we left him by himself to fight a Hydra. I heard the man sigh. He's okay, but something's wrong. We need to get back. I nodded and listened to him and put my head against the headrest. And closed my eyes. I heard Alaric speak again. Are you going to tell him that you kissed Landon tonight? It sounded like he was angry, even concerned before I could answer. If you do, he'll probably kill him. I sighed and turned to look out the window and answered. Not that it's any of your concern, Dr. Saltzman, but Landon kissed me and I pushed him back. That's what you saw. I would never cheat on Naruto. I stopped and rephrased my sentence. I care about him very much, I said smiling. I knew I was in love with him but I wouldn't want to tell Alaric that first. I wanted Naruto to hear it first. I glanced at Alaric in the corner of my eye and he smiled. By the way, why do you care so much about us? I asked curiously, and to be honest I never thought I would hear the words from Alaric's mouth ever. We bros, he said easily. My eyes snapped in his direction. Oh god, not you too. I groaned dramatically. I heard the man laugh for the first time in a while. When did you get so close though? I'm starting to think he goes on dates with you instead, I asked seriously. You know, when we were gone for a week. I nodded my head. Well, we went to Dragon Realm and I met real speaking dragons Hope. It was quite the experience, but that week was basically a year to us, he said. My eyes widened. Wow, that's amazing. So you had a year to get to know each other then? He just nodded. Yeah, he's crazy about you Hope. I hope you realize that. I smiled, blushing slightly because I was crazy about him too and I missed him. I decided I would sleep in his bed tonight like we had done before. Nothing happened, of course, other than heavy makeout sessions and cuddling. He was an amazing cuddler, especially when he let his tails wrap around me. I know. I murmured. At the time I didn't realize that Landon was awake listening to the entire conversation, but I didn't care really. I was in love with my blonde-haired fox, and I have to tell him that and show him too by opening up completely about everything that comes with the Michaelson name. Naruto was lying with his face down, comfortably on the bed in the infirmary. He was tired out. He used a lot more chakra than normal since he arrived in this. Heard his phone go off with a text message waking him from his power nap. Taking the phone out underneath the pillow, he saw two messages, one from Hope and Alaric. Tribrid Princess. Hey, where are you? I checked your room but you're not there, babe. Rick. Hey Naruto, where are you? He replied to both of them saying he was in the infirmary. He sat up, looking over at the chair next to the bed sat Emma sleeping. He wondered why the woman stayed. They spoke to each other, but it was more about Hope than him really, and their course. She respected her patient's privacy, but she would make sure to check in with him too whenever Hope was in a mood. He heard the door open, accompanied by a gasp from his Tribrid Princess. She ran over to him, looking him over, frowning at the bandage that was wrapped around his chest and back. You said you were okay, baby. What happened? She asked hysterically, gesturing to the wounds, while Alaric, who now joined, saw as well. I guess a hydra has claws. Hope narrowed her eyes at his nonchalant tone. Of course they do. How did you? Never mind, I thought you would heal already. Naruto scratched his head and smiled at the girl. Probably a day or two, depends. I think there was a poison underneath its claws, so it might take a while, he said, rubbing the girl's hands. Are you okay? What happened with the golem? Alaric chuckled at the new nickname. Well, we've got another key to Malivore, meaning more monster attacks. We found his mother, and apparently Landon is connected to Malivore somehow, and that's why he's able to find these keys and activate them, said the man, explaining the events. Naruto nodded his head. I see. Well, Alaric, humans wanted to infiltrate the school. They're called Triad and they were after you. Apparently you're interfering with their goal, he explained, looking between the occupants in the room. Hope now sat next to him with her head on his shoulder. He recounted the events that occurred in their absence, leaving out the gory details of how he obtained the information, and glossing over their deaths. He felt Hope tense in his arms slightly when he looked at the time. It was nearing 5 a.m. He needed proper rest. Wow, so that's everything we missed, murmured Hope. I'm sorry I wasn't able to fight with you, Naruto. He shrugged and kissed her head. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you're safe. It was Sunday morning. I'm going to sleep. I'll see you later, Rick, he said to the man, and pulled Hope along to his room. When they entered, he went to lay down on the bed and took off his jeans and shoes, leaving him in his jockey and socks. He still wasn't able to lay on his back, so he laid down on his stomach and patted the space next to him. Come here, you look like you want to say something, he said gently. Hope smiled and undressed herself, taking one of her boyfriend's t-shirts and putting it on over her underwear. The t-shirt covered her, just about covered her thighs. She makes herself comfortable on the bed, playing with Naruto's blonde locks. When everything happened, Landon kissed me. I pushed him away, of course, and said I was in a relationship with you, she admitted quietly. She watched her boyfriend's reaction as he turned on his side and put his cheek on his open palm. Can I kill him? He asked seriously. No. No, what? She widened her eyes at his response. She expected jealousy and anger, but not enough for plotting his death. It was very much like her Uncle Cole. Not even maim him, he whined before the girl kissed him. No murdering or maiming the human baby. She rolled her eyes. Well, I'm happy that you're okay with us being public. I've seen you in the halls wearing that short skirt, looking absolutely sexy, and don't not to mention the sway in your hips, princess. Very tempting, he smirked at the blush on Hope's face. You're a pervert, you know that, He laughed. I no blame my godfather and sensei. He used to peek on the woman in the hot springs, claiming it brought him inspiration for his erotic novels, he said, remembering how often Jiraiya was beat up by Tsunade for peeking. I hope you're not making it a thing with spying on girls in the shower, she said, sternly narrowing her eyes at her boyfriend's innocent smile. Ah no, there's only one girl I'd like to spy on, he said, easily using the other hand to trace circles on his Hope's smooth, milky thighs. And who would that be? She humored him. Well, she's beautiful. He took her hand, intertwined their fingers, laying a soft kiss on the back of it. She's definitely one of a kind, punctuating each statement with a kiss. She has light blue eyes, he said as he sat up, now leaning over the girl, moving his lips to her neck as he continued. She smells like the forest. After a light drizzle, he sucked on her pulse point. He heard Hope pant slightly, and even if she didn't sleep for a week straight, she'd still be the most gorgeous girl in the room, he said honestly. Do you have any idea who I might be talking about, Miss Michaelson? He asked near her ear. Hope moaned softly at the sensations she was feeling. Maybe, but just tell me more about her to be safe, she said, breathing slightly heavier. Hey, well, there's so many more things to say. She's brave, kiss. Smart, kiss. Very adorable when she pouts, kiss. I just so happened to be falling in love with her. He gave her a toe-curling kiss that went on for a minute or two before they broke for air. And she's got amazing boobs, he joked. Oh God, you were being sweet, then you spoiled it, she laughed and punched his arm softly. Hey, I'm injured woman. Treat me with care, he whined in response. Hope rolled her eyes and pulled him down. Lay here, I want to talk to you. He looked up from his spot on her breasts. Sounds important, he asked lightly. The girl out his head on her chest and took a deep breath. It is. I should have done this a while ago, but I told you I was scared. I still am, and seeing you get hurt like this makes me worry even more, she said, running her fingers through his hair. My father was the original hybrid, my mother the werewolf alpha. She began to tell him her story from what she could remember as a child, from what her aunts told her happened when she was a baby. She told him about how her father sent her away from New Orleans, her kingdom, while he made sure her home was safe enough for her to return. She told him about how when she was 7 she met her family and her father for the first time since she was a baby. I was 7 and an ancient magic was in me. I lived with it for a couple of months until it made me hear whispers. It was awful, she said. Her voice had broken slightly as she was telling him about her past. It hurt. She never really discussed it with him or anyone really, and now the dam was bursting. He raised his head and reversed their positions as he leaned against the headboard, holding the girl between his legs, and allowed her to cry into his chest. You don't have to continue if it's too difficult, princess, he said softly. It saddened him that she went through hell since before she was born. People trying to kill her just like him, but the difference was she had a family that would go to the ends of the world to protect her. No, I want to just keep holding me, please, she half pleaded. Always, princess, always, he said softly. For a moment everything was quiet, and the only sounds that was heard in the room was their heartbeats, and broke the silence and started talking. It got too much. My 7-year-old body couldn't handle an ancient spirit and everything else at the same time. My family made a sacrifice. My aunt was the strongest witch after my grandmother Esther and grand aunt Dahlia. She used a spell that took the hollow out of me and split it amongst my father, my uncle Cole, Uncle Elijah, and Aunt Rebecca. The sacrifice was that we couldn't be in the same place, never mind the same state, so each of them traveled to different parts of the world, while still promising always and forever. She paused and took a breath. My family wanted me to get a normal education, so I was sent here to live and attend school instead of my real surname. I used my mother's, so I went by Hope Marshall. Did you see or speak to your father? Letters and phone calls. I missed him dearly. One day I decided to do a spell I learned from my aunt. It's kind of like a visual representation of me being where my dad was but not really being there. I was scared and I missed him, so I tried to see him because he stopped sending letters for a while and I didn't know why, but when I saw him he was in the middle of slaughtering people, she said sadly, shaking her head at the memory. The hollow was difficult to control. It gave you terrible impulses and my father fell victim to it. I had never seen him so angry before, so violent, because that wasn't the father that would call me princess or the man that loved art and painted with me. Naruto imagined himself in her position. It would be a shock for 7/8-year-old girl who grew up sheltered from the violence and cruelty of the world. I'm sure he hated that you saw him like that, Hope. He probably wanted to keep his little princess shielded from violence and cruelty. I would do the same for my daughter, he admitted quietly. In his mind he was picturing a blonde little girl with the bluest eyes and a little button nose. Definitely Hope's eyes, he thought with a sigh. He felt the girl acknowledge his words with a nod. I realized that, but I missed my dad, and I waited and waited for him to explain why I saw him like that, to try and explain why he was angry at me. She choked back a sob. I waited years, but nothing. Not a peep, not a letter or phone call. I started to question my mother more, but she couldn't give me answers, only told me that he loved me wherever he was. He rubbed soft circles on her back. What happened? He asked, not knowing what really to expect. I acted out at school. I broke the rules expecting my dad to come, but my mom showed up and I did something. Naru, I did something stupid and reckless. I trusted a boy too easily and the plan I had fell through. My dad came home, but with two of us being so close to each other, bad things started to happen. Snakes coming out of nowhere. The whispers got worse. She told him what happened to her mother, being kidnapped and dying to save her. She died because of me. She struggled to breath. It was the telling signs of a panic attack as she rehashed her mother's death. She felt lips against her cheeks. She opened her eyes to see her boyfriend kissing away her tears. His voice became clearer, no longer muffled, as she followed his instructions. There you go, breathe my love. There you go, you're safe, I'm here. He reassured her over and over until she calmed down completely. Are you all right? He cupped her cheeks, staring deep into her baby blues. She nodded, biting her bottom lip to stop it from trembling. Now listen to me, okay? He said firmly as he tucked Hope's hair behind her ears. You made a mistake, yes. You trusted someone and they failed you, but Hope, you cannot blame yourself or torture yourself for the decisions of others. It will break you, and this guilt you carry hurts only yourself and your mother, who's surely watching you. I'm sure she wants to live your life, experience new things, and I'm sure she's at peace because of you, he told her honestly and sincerely. She said that. He raised a brow in question and she clarified. Before my father took the hollow out of me, the magic was too much. My heart stopped and I saw her in the bayou with her friends. I told her I wanted to stay with her, but she said it wasn't my time yet. I blamed myself for her death, but she just gave me a smile like she was happy and told me, I'm at peace because of you, Hope. I thought it was my own subconscious trying to ease my guilt, but from everything that happened recently I can't help but believe that I wanted to see her so much that God gave me the opportunity to say goodbye. She finished. Naruto chuckled and nodded. Maybe, but you're wrong, she's still with you. He pointed to her heart. She's with you always and forever, just like your family promised, as is your dad, Hope. His blood runs through your veins, and every time you shift into your wolf, your mother is with you. She gave you a gift, cherish it, princess. He smiled at the small smile on his tribrid's face. You're amazing, you know, she said in some awe of how easily he accepted her flaws and mistakes, not by glossing over them, instead by acknowledging them and talking about it and reassuring her with sincerity and honesty. Naruto shrugged cockily. I know, I try my best. He laughed. Come on, let's get some sleep and we can talk more when we rested. He changed their positions. Hope was now lying in front of him with his arm wrapped loosely around her, kissed her cheek and whispered his promise in her ear sweetly. An eternity of tomorrow's princess. It was already 7 a.m. They spoke for a couple of hours now. They fell asleep with a content smile on their faces. Just in. Community. Forum. More. A New Legacy by Hamida Gurdon. Naruto and Legacies overrated. M. English. Drama and Supernatural. Naruto U. Hope M. Words. 75k plus. Faves. 165. Follows. 116. Published. March 6, 2021. 3 Chapter 14. The Iconic Bell Test. The sun was setting. The remaining light filtered through the windows directly onto Hope's image it created was picturesque. Too beautiful to was awake, his chakra replenished as he enjoyed the feeling of Hope's head lying on his chest, her hair sprayed across it. Beautiful, he thought. The silence in the room was welcoming. It brought a sense of peace, a peace that he hadn't often enjoyed in his life. In the elemental nations, breaks in between missions were far and few, and wondered whether he would have enjoyed being a normal civilian more rather than a shinobi, but he banished the thought, laughing at how ridiculous it sounded. He heard Hope's breathing pick up as she woke from her sleep. From the look on her face he knew she felt at peace, or more than what she felt, opened up to him about her past and finally let her walls. Couldn't help the goofy smile that appeared on his face. It remained on his face when he heard a sleepy voice mumble, "What are you smiling at?" said his awakening lover. He chuckled a bit, thinking about his thoughts. Nothing really, just how gorgeous you are and how lucky I am that I'm able to call you mine, he said sincerely. Hope put her chin on the blonde's chest and narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Her hair fell over her face. The smile the blonde had on his face was somewhat seemed perverted, but she let it be after him being so sweet and romantic. All believe that for now. A small smile graced her own face anyway, despite the suspicion in her tone. Pushing her hair from face, she resumed her position, laying on his chest. She heard his strong heart beat in his chest like a thump, like a drum. It was calming, soothing, and made her feel secure. Like before she met him, she was a lost ship traveling aimlessly through the open seas, but now she found her anchor. The sigh that fell from her lips was a content one. What time is it? She murmured with her eyes closed. She felt fingers running through her hair, massaging her scalp. It would surely lull her back to sleep. About 5 p.m. It's still Sunday, don't worry, he reassured his tribrid lover. Wow, we slept the entire day? She asked, surprised. Usually she would be up and never slept the day away no matter how tired she was, but she couldn't help it whenever she slept in Naruto's room and felt his arms wrapped around her. It felt like she could sleep for a century. Yeah, that's because I'm an amazing cuddler, he proclaimed proudly. Yeah, you are, but you're also a big eater, and it's surprising you never. A rumbling growl cut her off mid-sentence on cue, as if emphasizing her point. Now that you mention it, I might be a bit hungry, princess. Hope now lifted herself off her boyfriend and laid on her side, and raised an eyebrow in the understatement of the century. Just a bit, she asked, and the Michaelson smirk made its way into her face. Naruto rolled his eyes and humored his girlfriend. Yeah, a bit, but I'm in the mood for something that's not on the menu, he said suggestively, inching closer to Hope. He caged the girl between his arms and watched her trap her bottom lip between her teeth. Fucking sexy. Alright, calm down, she loves teasing you, so relax and take charge like the alpha you are. He cheered himself on mentally. His eyes were no longer looking at the lip trapped between his girlfriend's teeth, instead they nearly drowning in those big blue beautiful eyes of his lover. And what would that be, say, combined with the sleep and her lowering her voice even further, it sounded husky. That no doubt awakened his libido. He nearly took the girl right there, but she was a virgin and he wouldn't pressure her into anything. His eyebrow twitched at the use of his title, and how sexily it fell from her lips. He held back a groan, and regained his composure, flashing his own foxy grin. You my tribrid princess, was all he said before he devoured her lips in one swift move. His hands traveled down her body and landing on the back of her naked thighs, rubbing it gently, squeezing gently. Hope moaned in his mouth at the action. He used the opportunity to slip his tongue inside. The kiss was needy, hungry, and oh so passionate. Hope gripped his untamed blonde locks between her, breathing sped up as the kiss continued like that for another 2 minutes before he moved down, nibbling at her jaw and neck, leaving marks that would heal in a few minutes given her werewolf healing abilities. He listened to Hope moan quietly. He moved down to her collarbone, kissing softly. God, you're so beautiful, princess, he murmured between kisses. He sucked on her pulse point long and hard to leave a nice-sized bruise. Mine. He's more animalistic, side growled mentally. More, baby. He lifted his head and reversed their positions easily. Hope was now straddling his lap, and she definitely felt a very warm welcome between her lover's legs. Unknown to Naruto, Hope was ready to give herself completely to him. He was her lover, and she couldn't help but echo her mother's words in her mind. Have a epic love. To her he was it, her epic love, her own fairy tale. He was no prince, no angel, but a man that sent from a different world to become her own, and she was completely and irrevocably in love with. Tuned back into the sensations she was feeling, she felt his hands run up her back underneath the shirt she was wearing. She gripped his hair tightly as she grinded herself into his not so little, panted heavily. Knock. Fuck, muttered Naruto, stilling his movements, his head laid against Hope's very, very nice chest. He was about to start up again, but there was another knock on the door. I'm sorry, can we continue this once I kill whoever that is? He asked jokingly, but inside his mind a chibi and very perverted Naruto was preparing torture beyond what Ibiki would ever imagine. Hope managed to catch her breath and smiled at the frustration clear in his voice, never mind the frown on his face. She got off him and found her jeans before pulling it up. She looked back at her boyfriend's face. She couldn't help the giggle that came from her mouth as she watched the unbelievable look on her boyfriend's face. Damn it all to hell, he muttered and pulled out a sweatpants. His boner had subsided by the knock on the door. He knew it wasn't Alaric, so he assumed one of the students was at his door. Give me a second, then we can go get dinner together, all right? He asked Hope. It's okay, don't kill whoever's at the door, she said as she disappeared into the bathroom to use the shower. She is aroused and just as frustrated as her blonde boyfriend, but she hid it rather well. Naruto sighed and went to open the door. His bandages were still wrapped around his body, but he felt the skin knitting back together. He decided to change the bandages after a swung the door open and looked at the person who decided to interrupt his sexy time with Hope. He furrowed his eyebrows at the boy. It was MG. He wondered absently what he could possibly want on a Sunday evening. Naruto, hello, I'm sorry for The boy said awkwardly. It was clear he heard what was happening in the room. Besides from the scent that was lingering in the room, it was arousal. He smirked inwardly because he just now realized Hope was very, very into it. No worries, MG, how can I help you? He asked politely, try to ease the awkward tension in the doorway. Well, I want to apologize for this morning. Yeah, I didn't mean to attack you, it's just that I've been having trouble controlling myself, he admitted a bit lamely and angry at himself. Well, the reason is because my blood is much more tantalizing than humans, MG, but if you're having problems controlling yourself because you haven't accepted what you are yet, he said simply. He knew the boy had a problem with being a vampire. He watched the boy's face change from frustration to shock to confusion in a split second. Vampires truly are amazing creatures to be able to change emotions that quickly, he thought with an amused chuckle. How did you? MG's eyes widened when the bathroom door opened and Hope stepped out with a towel around her body. She looked up into his eyes and squealed. Naruto looked and realized the reason the boy was frozen was because of Hope. He rolled his eyes and pushed the boy out of the doorway and stepped outside with him. He was closing the door and said to Hope, "Don't give the boy ideas, Hope." Jokingly, the girl rolled her eyes and threw a shoe and managed to close the door in time and laughed, turning back to the shocked vampire. MG. No answer. I wonder if vampires can go in catatonic shock. He questioned himself. He shook the boy. His eyes snapped back to Naruto. Yeah. You seem busy, so I'll go, but I wanted to ask if you'd be able to give me private lessons. Scratching his head lightly. Well, a group of us actually, he confirmed. Naruto watched him carefully. He was nervous, probably trying to make sure they prepared to protect the school if needed, because if last night was any indication, they needed to be ready. I'll talk to Rick about it, all right. He patted younger boy's shoulder and added before he went into his room, I trust you'll erase the image of Hope in nothing but a towel from your memory. He asked seriously. The boy nodded quickly and saluted. Yes, sir, he said, saluting. Naruto swallowed a laugh and nodded at the boy. Good man, he said before disappearing into his room. He stepped in and saw Hope dressed in her jean and one of his hoodies. He couldn't help but smile. I'll go have a shower, but help me with the bandages, please. Sure. She simply undid the bandage on his back. The skin was still raw. She trailed fingers near the hated that he got hurt so badly and sighed heavily. She asked softly, will it scar? Naruto shook his head slightly. No, I can feel my skin knitting back together. The only scars that I'll ever probably have is if I fight another demon or tailed beast, but the odds are slim of that ever happening. As Naruto said that, he couldn't help but feel as he cursed himself, but shook it off and went to water ran over his back. He hissed at the pain of water hitting the raw skin. Fuck, I can't for it to heal completely. He cursed under the shower. He dried himself and put on some clean underwear, and exited the bathroom with a towel around his waist. Hey, do you want to get dinner in town? Yeah, a burger and milkshake would be amazing. He nodded his head and put on a sweatpants. He handed the new roll of bandages over to Hope and she wordlessly helped him redress his wound, after he slipped a long-sleeved muscle t-shirt and some sneakers. What did MG need? Asked Hope as she watched from her position on the now made-up bed. She leaned against the pillows. He wanted to apologize for nearly attacking me last night after my fight with the Hydra and those men, he answered, lacing up his shoes. He what? Hope's eyes widened. You never told me that part. Naruto chuckled. It isn't a big deal. I snapped his neck before he managed to do anything. My blood is very appealing. He couldn't resist. He said the last, but somewhat cockily. He heard Hope scoff and laugh. Only you idiot. Hey. She ignored his offended tone and asked if that was all. Then he explained about MG wanting to find out whether they could get extra training. A few of their group. He assumed it was Hope, Caleb, Rafael, Jed, Josie and Lizzie, the self-proclaimed Avengers. And will you? She asked, moving from his spot over to her boyfriend. She whispered near his ear. I'll make it worth your while, she said seductively. He gasped and held his hand to his chest in a dramatic fashion. Well, I never. Hope Michaelson propositioning a member of staff for a favor by offering some very questionable rewards. Thwack. He felt a hit to his head. Idiot, you're not a teacher, so it doesn't make it wrong or immoral, she scolded. He turned around and grabbed the girl's hips, putting her on his lap. Hey, I'll have you know I'm very respected by the headmaster of this school, but since I'm not a teacher, just a no salary receiving instructor, what would my reward be? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows, with his hands wrapped around Hope's waist. I'll let you feel me up, she said, adopting a thinking pose. Okay, I'll bite. I'm assuming we're talking about the breast area, is that correct, Miss Michaelson? You are say, she purred, kissing his jaw. Well, over or under the bra? He said, now looking at her breast. Oh pie. A chibi Naruto was celebrating in his mind with a small nosebleed. Damn it, Ero-Senin really turned me into a pervert, he chided himself before getting his answer from his lover, who laughed. Yes, you may feel me up under my bra, she said as she said it. Naruto was making his way to her breasts, but she slapped his hands away. After you give my Avengers extra training sessions, he groaned. Ah, you vixen, you tricked me. He gasped. No, I didn't, you're just a idiot, babe, come on, let's go get food, I'm hungry. Ha, woman can't live with and can't live without them, he muttered under his breath. What was that? Hope looked back and narrowed her eyes suspiciously. She heard what he said but wanted to see whether he would say it out. Loved teasing him, it was easy and very pleasurable for her. Naruto smiled innocently. Nothing, dear, nothing at all. It was later that evening Naruto entered Alaric's office. The man was somewhat happy that his daughters came back from their trip with their stuck his head through the door and saw the man reading some ancient-looking book, probably trying to see where this vase comes from, but as far as Naruto was concerned the keys seemed random with no significant meaning whatsoever. Rick, he called. The man looked up. The doorknob was still not fixed, so he didn't close the door lest he wanted to be stuck in the room. You're awake. I hope you're well rested, he asked as the blonde sat himself down on the chair opposite the desk. I am and full of energy, he answered contentedly. Well, maybe you could use that newfound energy and fix the doorknob. He emphasized his point by pointing toward the door. Naruto, on the other hand, scratched his head while laughing. I said I was sorry, he shrugged. No, you didn't. Rick narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? I mean, I'm sure I did, he said, trying to convince himself and Alaric. You didn't, insisted the older man. Naruto sighed. Bro, he said tiredly. Bro, he mocked. Naruto chuckled. I'm sorry, then I'll have someone come and fix it. But I came here for a different reason. What, you didn't just miss my company? He mocked and smirked. Mockery isn't the product of a strong mind, Dr. Saltzman, he teased, and no, I would very much prefer the company of a certain tribrid than that of an old man. Their laughter filled the room. Alaric stood from his seat and poured them drinks. He handed the drink to his blonde friend. I assume you want to talk about this triad. He sobered up and got serious. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I believe they're the ones watching this pit where the monsters are coming from. I mean, from what the guy told me, it seemed like they were or in charge on sending away all those monsters we fought, but if their mission was to imprison or kill these creatures, why send them out now? He asked. He had been thinking about it. It didn't seem logical, but then again, evil is rarely logical and their goal was often spreading chaos. Under new management, maybe. But we won't know more unless we investigate them, and because we have another key, monsters will be sure to come, so we have to fight a war on two sides. True. He paused before looking to his friend with a serious face. Meaning we have to split our efforts. I mean, as far as we're aware, the monsters came in ones, but since they got the first key, they've been coming out more than one at a time. Not to mention this triad wants to eliminate you because they think you're stopping them from reaching their end goal, whatever the hell it might be. He sipped his drink as the two of them sat in contemplative silence. Are you saying I should hide? He looked to his blonde friend with a frown on his face at the thought of hiding from these people. Naruto smirked and shook his head. Of course not. We both know you would never hide while people are in danger, Rick, but I will ask you to be careful when you're investigating this group, he said seriously. Rick nodded. He knew Naruto wasn't the type of guy that would run from a fight. Neither was he, and these people were looking for a fight. He didn't know what their goal was, but he was sure it wasn't anything good. And what will you do while I investigate the triad? Naruto gave the man a wide grin after he finished his drink, putting down the glass, and stood to his feet and moved toward the door. I'll be training our very own Avenger squad. The next morning at 5 a.m. we find Naruto standing in a baggy black shorts, his feet bare, covered in black. Medical upper body was bare as his back healed impressively quickly when he meditated later that night and gathered natural energy to expel the poison from his body, while creating antibodies at the same time. The tattoo on his back that he got when he was 15 in the Elemental Nations wasn't large, it was the size of a hand. The Uzumaki swirl he got tattooed was in memory of his clansman that died in the Third Ninja War. Not many knew why he had it, but the few that did understood. He mourned the loss of his mother's village and their clansmen. As far as he knew, he was the only living male descendant after Nagato had killed himself using the Rinne rebirth on the villagers who died in the man passed his dream of peace onto him with the hope that he would be the one who would guide the elemental to peace. His eyes were closed as he breathed in the early morning dew that covered the woods and lake in a thin had removed the Hydra's ashes and remains from the battle area. He waited for his or Hope's Avengers. He sent her a message last night telling her their additional training would start at 5 a.m. no later, And now it was 10 minutes past 5 when he heard 8 sets of footsteps and 8 presences. He was confused. He thought it was only 7, but they must have gotten someone else. But then he realized that the 8th person was the golem he would recognize that Muddy sent anywhere. He sighed inwardly. He turned to face the group. They looked tired, each carrying a workout bag. He looked at each of their faces. Hope had a smile on her face and maybe a little bit of drool as she surveyed his chest. The boys looked ready. Josie had a small smile on her face too. She looked happy. But Lizzie had a scowl on her face as she muttered. Why do we have to be up at the crack of dawn anyway? Like, who even trains this early? She complained. He rolled his eyes internally at the girl, so very much like Sakura. Last night he added some chakra into a bracelet for them because they're siphoned magic. They would completely defenseless in a place without magic. Good morning to you too, he said to them. He reached at his pocket and pulled out the 2 bracelets. It was a simple band, but it had a charm attached with the Gemini sign. Here, he handed them over to them. These bracelets have my chakra imbued into it. It should give you enough juice to last for a month with constant usage. It will allow you to use your magic without depending on your surroundings. Never take them off, he said seriously. Chakra? Questioned Lizzie. It's kinda of like my magic and why I'm able to perform all those techniques, he explained simply. He looked to the rest of them and decided he was going to use the same exercise Kakashi used when he was a genin. The purpose was to build teamwork and trust between them. You all know why you're here and I won't waste time explaining. Over the past few months we have been facing a crisis, as most of you know. He paused, taking in their expressions. This crisis has been mild up to now, but a day ago I faced a Hydra, a creature who was told to be mythical, and it was a difficult fight because it kept regenerating, and because of my inexperience fighting it I got hurt more than I would have if I had information on my enemy, but that's something we don't have the luxury of. His hands was behind his back. His face adopted a very serious demeanor. It was his battle face. I've been promised a reward by someone, and so I decided to pick my best students who show promise to form a defensive line of, if you will, when I'm not on campus or when Alaric is gone. It's up to you as protectors to keep the younger students safe, to look out for each other. He was cut off by Lizzie. Alright, I get why everyone else is here and me because I'm awesome, but why is the Hobbit here? She turned to him. This isn't the Shire, Frodo. Naruto did his best to keep his laughter in and simply smiled at Elizabeth's question. He looked to the rest. They were confused as well. Hope was holding her hand in front of her mouth, trying to hold back her own laughter. Hey, he has every right to be here. Leave him alone, spoke the dark-skinned werewolf. I understand your concern, Elizabeth, but if he wants to learn how to fight I have no objections, but I will not be going easy on any of you, he said seriously, his eyes gazing longer at Landon so that he could understand he was serious. He saw the boy nod. All right, before we begin I've sealed off an area where we will be doing our exercise for today. He motioned for them to follow him. He walked into the woods that would give them more than enough coverage if they wanted to hide. Taking out the 2 bells from his pocket he showed them and tied around his neck. Your mission is to try and grab these bells from my neck. You have 2 hours, he said, and set a timer on the ground. He stared back at their faces. Are you serious? Questioned Rafael while Jed kept quiet. He knew it was a difficult task. Yeah, easy, right? Come at me with the intention to kill. He saw the scowl on Hope's face and the scared look on the twins. A tip: not every battle you fight will need a full frontal assault. Use your surrounding wisely. I'll close my eyes and count to 10, then we'll start. He closed his eyes. 1, 2, 3 inches. Naruto Pav. You know that moment where everything just fits. Like pieces of a puzzle seamlessly falling into place. This is one of those. The difficulties, drama, fights, and just life in general. I can't help but wonder whether it all was thrown in your way to lead you up to this exact moment. Serenity and calmness, 2 things I never thought I would feel in life, but both of those things seem to find me so easily whenever she's around. I came out of my thoughts when I watched the sleeping girl beside me wake up, opening up her light blue eyes, a lazy smile on spread across her lips. You're staring, it's rude, she mumbled sleepily. My face was resting on my palm as I admired the goddess before me, sheets draped high enough to cover her lower area but leaving her back completely exposed. I used my finger to trail her naked back and smiled back at my princess. It's called admiring. I paused, snapping my eyes back to her face, and I'd happily do it for the rest of eternity if I could. Amused soft laughter filled the room. I believe you said you could spend forever pleasing me last night, so which is it? Admiring or pleasing? She arched her perfectly manicured eyebrows, which I assume doesn't need grooming, or maybe she was just born with great of eyebrows. My mind flashed to Rock Lee's bushy brows. Oh gods. No, not everyone could be born with perfect eyebrows. I realized she was waiting for her answer and I shrugged easily. Why can't I do both? Now some of you may be confused at how we reached this point, so I'll rewind a bit to make it easier for you to understand how I became one of the luckiest men in the cosmos. Last started on Monday when Hope so easily persuaded me to give her Avengers extra training so they could be ready for any threats and new monsters. Flashback. 1, 2, 3. I counted with my eyes closed. Them hiding under the cover the woods provided wouldn't help much. I would be able to sense them, however I decided to remain in the open to see what they would do. But like always there was N'Baka who thought they didn't need to hide or form any sort of plan, relying on brute strength to overpower their enemy. Sure enough, once I reached 10 I opened my eyes to the dark-skinned werewolf standing before me ready to attack. They weren't shinobi. I didn't expect them to fight like shinobi, but I did expect them to have the sense to try and work together, at least to overpower their opponent. After all, they had all been attending my regular classes. I would emphasize on teamwork, but I guess not everyone paid attention. I see you've decided to fight and not hide. I looked to the boy, who looked insulted that I even mentioned the word hide. Internally rolling my eyes, I shoved my hands in my pocket and decided to taunt him. Werewolves were aggressive, hot-tempered and rash, like I would have been if I hadn't had Kurama teach me patience and to think with both my heart and mind. Ha! I don't need to hide, he said, full of confidence. I smirked. Foolish, I thought with a scoff. Pretending to care about his so-called confidence, I sensed a few others close, one being Hope's. Her signature was different. Not like the witches, vampire or werewolves, but a mixture of all three. I sincerely hoped my princess would understand the reason for this exercise. I see, since you're all that mud, I expect you to provide me some challenge. I smiled mockingly to the werewolf. But then again, you're just a mud. Even if you call yourself a big bad alpha, you don't have the power to back it up, so being the generous guy the first time, I'll give you an advantage. I spoke while enjoying the sneer on his face. It was fun to be able to rile up your enemies, to find what made them tick so that you could exploit their weaknesses, and maybe my dislike for him played a part in that, but more than that, I didn't want to see any of them die because they thought fighting alone would be better. I'll beat you without removing my hands from my pockets, I said, now staring into the mutt's eyes. My smile widened further when I saw his eyes flash gold, indicating my taunting was successful. He shouted and launched a flurry of punches, which I dodged. Fighting was too straightforward. I could predict what came next. Left hook, right hook, uppercut, jab, jab and repeat. I sighed out loud. Predictable. I waited for him to lean in and jumped a bit with my hands still firmly in my pockets and twisted and kicked him in his midsection, sending him flying against my foot. Connected, I felt two of his ribs crack underneath the power I put in. I walked over to the groaning wolf. Stay down. Two of your ribs are cracked, and even with your advanced healing it would take an hour or two to heal. I spoke loud enough for those in the area to hear me. I sensed two vampires coming my way. Before they reached me, I applied chakra to my feet and jumped up to the tree before me. I was wondering when you two would show up, I said before I watched them carefully and assessed their positions. Nice, well guarded, seems to be working together well, let's see. I thought to myself as their assault started. I watched them come at me. Their speed was definitely impressive, but considering that they didn't use their speed to their advantage. Good more. My hands still in my pockets and I dodged and danced around them. It was the basics of my taijutsu style: speed, flexibility and stamina. Instead of taunting them with words, I smiled throughout the fight, not even breathing heavily. They came at me one from the back and front at vamp speed. I chuckled inwardly and performed a shunshin at the last minute and laughed when they ran into each other. I used their confusion to my advantage. Using Caleb's back as a springboard, I jumped up and wrapped my legs around MG neck, snapping before he realized. The boy went limp and I saw the look in Caleb's eyes change. It was fully black now and veins protruding underneath his skin. Come now. I took my hands out of my pocket and sent a combination of attacks that left the vampire dazed before I snapped his neck easily. 3 down, 5 to go, I said, creating 2 shadow clones. I found Landon easily and knocked him out before he had a chance to react. I waited for Jed. He took my lessons to heart. He used his aggression to his advantage and did well, but not good enough. They needed to work together. The only two that did was MG and Caleb, but that was because they were both vampires. Sighing to myself, I waited for the twins and Hope to come out. I stood in the middle of the barrier, eyes closed, as I felt a tingling sensation in my head, probably an aneurysm spell. Opening my one eye, there was about a half hour left. Hope came at me attacking while other two provided support reluctantly by the look on Lizzie's face. Princess, I've been waiting. I smiled. She didn't return it. It looked like she was serious. My face changed as well and nodded. Don't take me lightly, Naru, she said, as a warning, but I never did underestimate my opponents ever. When you do you get sloppy, and when you get sloppy you get hurt or people die. I never planned to, was all I said, and we were off. The fight last 15 minutes. I blocked her attacks. Her attack patterns changed. Not good enough though. I grabbed her foot before I could knock her out. I felt a force push below me. I looked the back. The twins had a grin on their face. The force pushed hard enough into a tree that the impact was hard enough for the tree to break. I got up with a groan, cracked my neck, and looked to the three girls. Great plan, but you forgot something, was all I said before my clones knocked the two girls unconscious. All alone, darling, at last. I sprinted to Hope and fought a bit harder. I still held back some strength, but it was a good fight. She got a few punches in, trying to grab the bells, but wasn't fast. Timer rang indicating time was sent. One last punch that, I won't lie, did rattle my jaw a bit, and it seemed to damage her hand as well. Well, sweetheart, remind me not to anger you, I said, rubbing my jaw, opening and closing it, making saw it wasn't broken. Hope grunted and fell down on her butt. I sighed. I looked to the barrier and could see my younger students waiting for me. I created clones to carry the unconscious ones out of the woods and to the field where I'd be teaching them. I used the mystical palm technique I learned. More advanced medical jutsu was too far out of reach. I had good chakra control, but not as good as Tsunade, so I stuck to the one that would be good enough for emergency treatment. While the others were out, I went through the usual meditation and Tai Chi training with my cute little was the only one awake to 30 minutes. The others woke up. I finished up with my students and told them to sit down. I realized they watched most of the fights. I see you're all awake. I looked to them, feeling better. I asked lightly as I stood in front them. Man, I feel like crap, muttered Lizzie, and the rest agreed with them. She looked to the younger students, surprise written all over her face. When did they get here? She nearly screeched. Well, they saw most of your fights, and well, I want to know whether any of you have figured out the purpose of that exercise. I asked, looking to the Avengers. Showing how weak we are, said Landon miserably. Hey, maybe you are. Argued. They went on like this for a few minutes before I saw the contemplative look on Josie's face. I see you figured it out. Josie, mind sharing with the class? I asked, smiling lightly. Teamwork, she asked unsurely. I smiled to reassure her. You're right, teamwork and trust. Each of you asked to be trained, yet you fail to understand one very important thing. I look to my younger students now. Pedro, do you mind telling them why we fight in the first place? The boy nodded, stood up to his feet, and looked at the older students. Hi, sensei. We fight to protect. We use of gifts and abilities to help, and we never think that we can fight better alone, because having the back of your comrade or friend is what makes us strong. I smiled. It was a bit different than I would say it, but it carried the same meaning. You're right, Pedro. Strength isn't determined about how big your muscles are, but who you fight for. The people that matter to you. I paused, looking straight at Rafael. You, Rafael, or an alpha are supposed to be, but what is an alpha without his pack? I turned my gaze to MG and Caleb. Just because you are the two vampires does not mean you don't need the help of a wolf, or which you're not unkillable. I looked over to Landon. Your cowardice will put lives in danger. If you feel you cannot fight psychically, try and support them a different way. My gaze landed on the twins. Magic is amazing, but when you have a group mixed with vampires and wolves, magic should be used as a supportive role to hinder your enemy, which would make it easier for your frontliners to attack. But so that's all we good for? Asked Lizzie sadly and disappointed. No, Elizabeth, you need to have the trust of your entire team to support them from the back. Trust is earned, and you watching their backs means they trust you with their lives. It's an important role that I know the two of you are strong enough to handle. My eyes landed on Hope. Her blue eyes looked sad. There was a frown on her face too, but honestly she did well, but she needed to rally her team like a leader should, inspire, and she failed to do that. Hope Andrea Michaelson. I paused, waiting for her to look up at me. You, my lovely princess, are a leader, but you failed to rally your team and formulate a plan. No battle is won by one person, remember that. I understand you don't trust easily, however, if you don't trust your teammates, your friends, then they can't put their trust in you as their leader. I spoke honestly. I saw her clench her jaw, but she nodded. It's clear to me that you have obviously failed in your objective, but this was your first try. I'm sure the Avengers sucked too when the started out. I joked, trying to ease the tension. There were a few kids and laughs. All right, tomorrow same time and same place. Hope, stay behind please, I said, and dismissed everyone else. When they disappeared, I pulled the girl into a tight hug. You okay, princess? I'm just. I waited patiently for her to continue. Why did you make me the leader? I can't be responsible for so many lives, she said nervously. I chuckled. She didn't even realize she has been doing it the entire time, protecting them. Know you were born to lead, princess, whether it's armies, a team or family, and I know you'll do well, but first believe in yourself just like I believe in you. I said before pecking her lips. Now off you go to class before Alaric gives me an earful. I slapped her ass, she giggled and pushed me before running off. That's how it continued for the entire week. They learned to fight together. Of course there were still issues here and there, but they did well together, much better than my first gen team. God, even just thinking about it, we were lucky not to be killed by how mismatched our personalities were. Well, maybe I still acted like an idiot until I reached Shun, and then I let my real personality out piece by piece. I still wore the mask when I was around the villagers, but only a few knew the real me. It was now Saturday and apparently they were having a talent show. Despite the threat that was looming, Alaric felt he needed to try and keep some sense of normality throughout the entire ordeal, and I agreed it was important to not only concentrate on the negative, lest you want to fall down the rabbit hole or something like that, I guess. Turning down the hall, I felt like I stepped into the Twilight Zone. I heard a very chirpy laugh. A familiar laugh, but also not familiar. I came to a stop as I stared at the source of the chirpy laughter. Hope was not a chirpy person, it was why I loved her. She had her moments, but she was different than most girls. That made her special to me, beside the obvious of her being the only one of her kind and my own personal unicorn. Now I know we spoke about being public, but I did not expect her to run over to me, a plant a long kiss on my lips. After my initial confusion, I kissed back. After a minute or two I pulled away and noticed the slightly glossy look in her eyes. Her hair was up in a ponytail, which I know she only wore if she was training. My eyes trailed down her face to the big smile on her lips, and I couldn't help but smile back at the girl, but I was distracted by something else. My eyes flashed to red as I looked at the bare skin. There was a glowing trail. Weird. I thought she pulled me out of my thoughts by pecking my cheek. I missed you, baby, she said, burying her face into my chest. I felt her breasts against me. Hee hee, oh pie. No focus, Naruto. Okay, now I'm officially weirded out. My Hope was never cuddly unless we were alone in bed watching a movie I put on to intentionally scare her out of her wits. Are you feeling okay, princess? I asked, concerned. I noticed the glances from the other students in the hall, probably because of me and Hope being a couple, but ignored it in favor of making sure my princess wasn't sick or something, or worse, being taken over by someone else. Hope lifted her face from my chest and pouted. I damn near kissed it, but there were more important issues. Why wouldn't I be? I'm just very happy you're my boyfriend and I missed you. Didn't you miss me? Her pout changed into a frown. I panicked slightly at how quickly her moods changed. Of course not, but I just saw you less than a couple of hours ago, princess, I said, calming the tribrid, because she looked like she was going to cry. I discreetly moved her hair and confirmed my suspicions. This wasn't Hope. She would tease me, yes, but this wasn't her. Completely like something else was controlling her. I whispered a small lightning jutsu, enough to send a shock through her system. I watched the girl jolt and flinch at the sensation. Ouch. She held her neck and stared at me furiously. What the hell was that? I was about to answer when I saw a little worm-like thing fall from her ear on the ground. I looked down. Hope followed my gaze and honest to God squealed. I was going to laugh and tease her, but I picked up the creature and looked at it. It glowed like Hulk after being struck by gamma radiation. We have another monster? Asked Hope. I nodded absently. But we already have a. She stopped mid-sentence and I turned to her, narrowing my eyes, waiting for her to complete her sentence. Okay, I need you to remember I'm your girlfriend and you like me, and well, you get to touch my boobs, she said, smiling a bit. I sighed and pulled her hand to the hallway. Spill, princess, I said firmly. I wasn't angry, disappointed maybe, yes, because Hope knew that the monsters weren't coming one by one anymore. Last night Josie and I found a unicorn at the gate. He seemed harmless, and I couldn't really kill a unicorn. They're like every little girl's dream beside Josie, and I melted at the cuteness, and so we made an executive decision to keep it, she said quickly, scuffing her foot against the floor. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Sure, it seemed harmless, but if this unicorn was the reason for the so-called parasite, it was dangerous. Have you told Rick? I asked, even knowing the answer would be no. I looked at her face. She was biting her lip. I guess not. Hope, I know you're a smart woman. The monsters, creatures or whatever, are not coming one at a time anymore, and you let one inside the school because you thought it was cute. Frustration was seeping into my tone by the minute. I looked to Hope and sighed. I'll go talk to Rick and make sure no one goes to see this creature before we know what the fuck those worms are. The twins to help you. Also round everyone up who seems out of character. The little shock I provided you with is enough to kill the parasite apparently, I said before walking away. Yes, I might not be angry, but I wasn't a game and I needed her to understand. I glanced and saw the downcast look on her face before she walked away. I took my phone out and sent her a quick text. Be careful and safe, please. I typed and pressed send. I shunshined to Rick's office and told him about it. I had no idea how to kill a unicorn, but I sure hoped Dorian would provide some insight. We were now standing at the place where the unicorn was being held. Sure, it looked harmless, but I looked at the worms on the ground. It seemed to be spawning a lot of them. Dorian said that these worms are parasites, invade your hippocampus, then spreads its influence to your limbic system, which controls your emotions, which explains why Hope acted like she did earlier. I sighed looking at the monster. Okay, sure, it didn't look like a monster, but it was dangerous. Those parasites could destroy your mind or make you do things you normally wouldn't. Do you think this is all? I mean, for over a week we hadn't seen any other monsters besides this one. Rick paused and looked to me with concern and suspicion in his eyes. It's weird. Why send a unicorn? How could it possibly take the next key? My mind started working. If it was used to take the key, it would use someone with the knowledge, hence why it tried to use Hope, but Hope didn't know where Alaric hid it, only him and I knew. Unless. Fuck Rick, when last did you see Landon? I looked to Man quickly. My fingers were already dialing Hope's number. I hoped she saw the golem, because if I was right, Landon was the only one who could apparently activate these keys. How? We didn't know, but I would bet my life on the fact that something else was at play here. I haven't, not today at least. You don't think? I would fucking bet on it. I started running to the school. Deal with the horse, Rick. I ran towards the school, realizing I could have used a shunshin. Too late. I made it to the hall where Hope was gathering the students. Hope, have you seen Landon? I asked, looking around to the students who were now coming off there, assuming that's what they would look like. I've never tried drugs myself, but hey. No, not since yesterday. What's wrong? She asked. Her eyes were wide. I looked to the corner. Rafael was rubbing his head, groaning. Hey Mutt, did you see your brother? I asked impatiently. Wait, what? He asked confusedly. Fuck, I don't have time for this, I cursed under my breath. Naru, what's going on? We made sure all the students who were affected were sorted. She looked to me, waiting for an answer. I looked around. I was now surrounded by those little Avengers, and Rafael was finally coming out of his drug-induced state. Something else is happening, and since no one seems to know where the golem is, I have to assume that the parasite somehow got to him. My face set into battle mode, as I formulated a strategy in my head. Last night, I have to assume that he's been gone for at least 12 hours, it being nearly 4 p.m. now. Okay, barrier around the students. I was worried because I didn't know whether or what we'd be facing. I want you to gather the witches. Josie and Lizzie set up a barrier around the school. No one comes inside or goes out of this building. I said to the 2 witches as they nodded frantically and scampered off. I looked to the remaining 5. Jed and Mud, I want you to gather 10 more wolves. I want them familiarized with the golem's scent, and I want you to search the woods. I looked to the vampires. You 2 go with them and Hope, you're with me. If you find Landon, send out a text or something if you encounter a monster. Quote. I breathed in deeply and stared in each of their eyes. Work together. I want everyone to have each other's backs. I do not want anyone to die. Is that clear? I asked sternly, my mouth set in a firm line to show I was dead serious. Whatever or whoever was coordinating this was smart and clearly not a monster like before. I just hoped it wasn't the Necromancer, because we didn't have a weapon that could kill the fucking bastard yet. Let's go, Hope, I said, looking to her. She nodded and took my hand. We made it outside the school and into the backwoods. We were looking for an hour but haven't found anything yet. My steps were light. Hope's not so much, which reminds me I need to teach them the value of stealth. I sent her off to look in a different direction as I continued my route, with explicit instructions to wait and be careful if she found any creature. By now I'm sure the unicorn was dead, because Rick sounded very sad in his text message, probably depressed. He had to tell his daughter he killed a unicorn. I chuckled mentally. Gosh, she's going to be pissed off, because Josie really did love unicorns, not crazy mind controlling ones, but the ones that shit rainbows out of the asses or something. I smelled something that stopped me from continuing my inner monologue. It smelled metallic. Blood. Looking for any signs of struggle, I saw more blood trails when I came upon a creature gorging on the blood of a black curly-haired boy. Landon, damn it. I sighed. I didn't like him, but of course I didn't want him to die. Her gaze snapped up when she smelled or heard me, but I was being quiet, so I'm pretty sure she smelled me. She dropped his now limp body to the ground and crouched ready to attack. Her wings, and by the feathers on her chest I assumed she was a harpy, but I trailed my eyes further down. To her feet she didn't have any claws like the description I've seen in books when they spoke of the creature. Her wings were large. Her teeth were razor sharp, marred with the blood of the dead boy. If I were a pervert I would have stared at her naked chest, but I'm not a pervert. Well, maybe a pervert for Hope, but that's besides the point here. And no, I'm not. What's the word for being racist when you're referring to a different species entirely? Never mind, I'm not that either, but her kind being sent to murder students of the school was something I would definitely not agree with. Focus, Naruto. I stood up straight, watching her carefully. Who are you and what do you want? I asked. Yes, I knew what she wanted, but maybe we could get new information. I'm Serena, I'm a siren sent to get what was lost. I tilted my head and nodded. All right, so it was clear she wanted the vase. Maybe, just maybe, we had a chance. Okay, so you don't have what was lost then? I tried. Her laughter was alluring, so was her voice. I could feel it trying to induce me into some kind of trance like a genjutsu, but I flared my chakra to shrug it off and I continued to watch her, wondering what the hell was so funny. Oh no, I have already found what was lost and it's gone now. I cursed and immediately attacked her. No use keeping her alive. We fought. She tried to claw me with her claws, but I created clones and dodged her attacks. From what I knew, sirens would lure men to do their bidding. They could read minds and shape shift. I'm guessing that's how Landon fell into her trap. We continued to fight. Using my left hand, I created a Rasengan and shushined behind her, slamming the ball into her back. She flew against a tree and her wings broke her fall. I didn't allow her any time to rest. I punched and kicked her. I used one of my kunai to damage one of her wings so that she couldn't make it an aerial battle. What are you? She screeched. It was loud. Well, I'm assuming I pissed her off, but I didn't answer. Instead, I continued my assault and flashed my demonic eyes. I flipped through signs. K's no yeba. I muttered under my breath as the wind blade jutsu flew. She didn't see it coming. The wind split into tiny blades that cut into her body. Was now littered with cuts. She was bleeding heavily. I heard her before I saw her. I realized Hope was now standing there with Alaric and Rafael watching. The siren was kneeling on one knee as I stalked toward her. Her eyes flashed purple. I pitied her. She would die today. There was no helping that. Why can't I control you? She asked, frustrated. I flared my chakra once more, it sending out a pulse throughout the woods. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to die. I said quietly, loud enough for her to hear me. I took my kunai out and held it as I stepped in front. Her grabbing her had a smirk on her face, and for some reason it disturbed me. Before I knew, it was no longer the face of the siren. Instead, I was choking Hope, her light blue eyes staring back into my own red eyes. I was conflicted. Biting my lip, I tried to undo the illusion, but it wasn't an illusion, and the one thing that told me it was a real transformation was the siren itself. Will you be able to kill the woman you love? She asked in Hope's voice, but no, it wasn't Hope. I didn't want to hesitate. She was playing games with me, trying to see whether I would fault. My eyes hardened, my voice changing slightly, echoing, anger pulsing through my veins. How dare she? My beast roared inside me. Yes, I agreed. How dare she take on the face of my lover and try to dissuade me? You are not her. My voice echoed in the quiet woods. My grip tightened as I squeezed her neck. There wasn't a flicker of doubt in my mind that she was my mate. Her energy signature was not Hope's, but it hurt that I had to kill something wearing my princess's face. I felt a pain in my stomach. I felt her sink her claws into me. I coughed some blood. I heard Hope's voice shout my name in anguish, surely thinking I would die, but I promised her an eternity of tomorrows. There's no way I would die before I fulfilled that promise, and I never go back on my word. My nails elongated into claws as it sunk into the creature's neck. Her eyes widened. She still had Hope's face. I used my kunai and pushed it through her heart. I felt her pulse weaken in my grip before she closed her eyes. I flashed my canines. And you'll never be her, imposter. I let go as I felt her go limp in my grip, her hand out on my stomach. I felt the tissue knitting together. The only evidence of me being hurt was the hole in my t-shirt with my blood stains on it. I turned to the side and saw Alaric check over Landon's corpse, and I shook my head sadly. Hope was about to make her way over to me, but I couldn't look at her. Yes, my mind knew it wasn't her, and my beast agreed, but we agreed on one thing: the pain of killing something that wore her face was unbearable, even if it was an imposter. I turned away from her. I saw tears in her eyes, but I couldn't deal with that right now. What happened with the others? I asked Rick, wiping the remaining blood from my mouth. There was another one the wolves ran into. They managed to injure her by working together. I smiled a bit at that, and the man did too, but his face fell and he explained what happened next. But she flew away with the key. I nodded grimly. So that's. Before I could finish my sentence, I heard a gasp and looked to see Rafael watching Landon's body as it burst into flames. 2 keys gone. What the fuck? I whispered. Hope tried putting the fire out, but it didn't work. Soon after a moment, the flames died down and Landon came out of the ashes. Well then, I guess we know Landon is supernatural, said Alaric dumbly. I watched the faces of everyone. Rafael hugged his foster brother. A phoenix, whispered Alaric. I looked to my friend. His face was hilarious. I chuckled a bit and clapped the man's shoulder, getting his attention. I'm going to set the siren's body on fire, I said. My face still hadn't changed much, but the siren still wore Hope's face even in her death. Alaric looked at me concerned. Are you sure if it's too hard I can get rid of the body? He said softly. I shook my head. I needed to do this. She was an impostor, but it was my kill, so I would make sure to get rid of the body. Besides, I needed time to think. Okay, I'll take the rest back to school. I nodded my head in thanks. I heard Alaric speaking to Hope. She turned to look at me, but I couldn't look her in the eye until I knew the impostor was gone. I heard their footsteps move away from the scene. I stepped over to the siren, her blue eyes now dull. I pulled the kunai from her heart before I closed her eyes. A single tear slipped from my eye. Kaden Gukaku no Jutsu. It was on a smaller scale but hot enough to burn the body to ashes. I watched as the flames raged before it calmed down and the only remains were ashes. The wind picked up. It was getting later, the sky darkening, and the moon was rising. I sighed heavily as I turned my back and walked away. Later, after I showered and put on some sweatpants, I sat down on my bed trying to meditate, but I kept seeing Hope's eyes as the light drained from eyes snapped open as I heard the door open. You weren't at the talent show, she said softly. I heard the door click and her muttering of a spell. I didn't look up as I responded to her. I was tired. I didn't feel like it. I answered. I felt the bed dip, indicating she sat down. I closed my eyes once more, trying to calm my raging mind. I messed up today. You did, I answered. Are you still upset that I didn't tell you about the unicorn? Sighing. No, I'm not. Then why won't you look at me? She asked. Her voice broke slightly. I didn't answer, and I knew why I didn't want to look at her, because if I did I would look into those light blue eyes I love so damn much, and I would have to relive one of the worst moments in my life. Because if this is still about the unicorn, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I thought it was harmless, so I made a mistake, and I'm sorry about that, but you can't not look at me, Naruto. I heard the sadness as her voice rose, getting louder with each word. I stood up from my position from the bed, my back facing her. It's not about the damn unicorn, Hope, I gritted out between my teeth. Then what? Look at me, she screamed, and I'm assumed she put a silencing spell on the room, because I'm sure even Alaric would have heard her voice. She was never loud unless she was screaming at me not to be a pervert. I turned and faced her. I felt vulnerable for the first time in a long time. I felt like I was that scared boy in the village trying to get away from the beatings of the villagers. Because every time I do look at you, Hope, I have to see my hand digging into your skin, my hand pushing a blade into your heart, and I have to watch as I kill the woman I love. Exclamation mark quote. A tear fell from my eye, as my voice shook at the words. Then I have to watch the life drain from your eyes, and I know it wasn't you, Hope. God knows I do. My mind and heart do, but there's a small piece of me that thinks, what if it was you? What if it was you that I killed? What if I killed the woman I love? What then? I said as I watched tears flow freely from her eyes as she cupped my cheeks. She took my right hand and placed it on her heart. Her voice was soft, tender, barely above a whisper. Feel that? I nodded as I felt her heart beat. I'm here. You would never do anything to hurt me. I know that, so stop torturing yourself, baby, because I'm here, she said, kissing me softly. It took a second before I kissed her back. She pulled back and spoke again. And I love you too, baby. I couldn't help the smile that spread on my face. I kissed her hard. My tongue invaded her mouth as my hands traveled down to her ass, squeezing it. She moaned into my mouth. I nipped at her jaw, kissing down her jaw into her neck, biting down on the skin, sucking down on her pulse point. I felt her push herself into me, feeling my growing erection. God, I wanted her so badly, but I needed her to be ready. I want you completely, Naruto, she husked, and I complied. Before I knew it, our clothes were creating a pile on the floor. She laying naked before me, and I stared. Perfect, so perfect. I trailed kisses down her neck to her collarbone. She squirmed beneath me, more, she panted. I chuckled as I took her nipple into my mouth, sucking on it hard, and used my other hand to squeeze her breast, rolling the nipple between my fingers. So impatient, princess, I murmured, alternating between both breasts, giving them equal attention. My mouth trailed down her defined stomach. I moved my attention to kiss her inner thighs as I teased her. Baby, stop teasing me. I chuckled and dived happily into her pussy, teasing her engorged clit. I shoved my tongue between her folds, enjoying her juice that spilled. Her moans got louder, and thank God she put up those silence spells. I want you to ta. Me, baby. I nodded. I was hard and ready to enter her. I concentrated chakra into my finger and created an anti-pregnancy seal on her abdomen. She felt the tingle and questioned what that was. Anti-pregnancy seal? I don't want little mini-me's running around so soon, I said easily, and started kissing her, and I lined my dick up to her slit. I teased her folds with the tip as felt a slap to my back, indicating to hurry up. Relax, it's going to hurt, but I'll go slow, okay? I assured my princess softly as I entered her slowly. She felt warm, wet and ready for me. I wanted to slam into her, but it was her first time, so I needed to go slow. I saw her face contort into a grimace as she adjusted to my 8 inches. It was a lot to take. I devoured her lips and thrust quickly, tearing her hymen in one swift move. I saw the tears spring from her eyes as I kissed them away and stayed still, giving her time. You okay, baby? I asked softly. She nodded slightly. Yes, you can move now. I didn't even think twice as I pulled myself out to the tip before I slid in slowly. The slow pace was getting to me. I hadn't had sex in so long since before the war, but feeling Hope's insides grip me so tightly must have been the best feeling ever. I felt her nails dig into my back as she moaned near my ear, urging me to move faster and harder. I put my face into her neck as I thrust it in harder and faster. A thin sheen of sweat covered our bodies as I pulled Hope's body up. Her arms went around my neck. She was sitting on me as I fucked her tight pussy. My hands controlled her movements. She threw her head back. I could feel her clench down on my dick, indicating she was nearly there, and so was I. Her orgasm came quick. I felt her juices rushing against my dick as I continued to thrust and slowed down once the sperm spilled from my dick, painting her insides white. She kissed my lips softly. That was amazing, baby, she said with a fully satisfied smile. I, on the other hand, could feel my dick twitch, indicating I could go again. I smirked into the kiss. Another round, princess. She laughed and hit me. You ready again? So soon? Well, they don't call me the #1 unpredictable ninja for nothing. I smirked and changed our positions. I heard her laugh, and well, it's safe to say we didn't stop till the early hours of the morning. Flashback over. So yeah, I was enjoying the view right now, and well, maybe I just had a perverted look on my face and Hope caught me. She narrowed her eyes and looked underneath the covers. And gasped. Again? She asked, eyes wide. I scratched my head sheepishly and shrugged. #1 unpredictable ninja. Well, I didn't get laid, but I did get a view of an amazing ass. Naruto Pav. I heard a saying somewhere. It was something I completely agreed with, and even more than anything, I see it every day when I looked into her eyes. I can't remember where I heard the quote, but it was probably from one of those cheesy rom-coms Hope swears she hates because she's not a girly girl. That's a lie, because no matter how many times she tells me she lets me watch it because I didn't have these types of movies in my dimension. Flimsy excuse, but I let it slide, and maybe sometimes I rather enjoy it, but I would never admit it out loud because then she would say, I told you so, not feeling up to that at all. But I digress. The saying or quote I heard was simple. I see my future in your eyes. See, simple, easy to remember, and very hard to find in a person, but when I look into those blue eyes of hers, I truly do see my future. Our future, but again, I wouldn't say it directly to her because she would accuse me of secretly enjoying her rom-coms. A week had passed with no particular movement from the Triad nor any monsters. It's like the saying goes, the calm before the storm. Well, I don't agree with that, because in my world there were always little things that lead up to a storm, never calm, never quiet. So yes, I was a bit on edge, not noticeably so, but when I spoke to Rick or Hope, they could sense my unease. They asked me about it numerous times, but I shrugged off their concern and simply said I was waiting for the next key. It was now Friday and I needed to get to the Fox's realm to get more sealing supplies. To be perfectly honest with you, I had no idea how they managed to accrue all these supplies. Whenever I would ask, Ren would give me a sly look, one that meant the little fox was up to no good, but then again, when was he ever up to any good? I'm strolling through the empty hallways of the school. Students had classes, it was nearing lunch, and I knew Hope would go to the cafeteria to hang out with the so-called Super Squad. The name was lame, I said that, and I got a smack to the head for being rude, so I made sure to never mention the lame name again. Finally making my way into the cafeteria, I waved at the cooks. They made amazing food and I liked them because they could make ramen, not as good as back in my old world, but it would do for a substitute. I sat at the table the Super Squad would occupy. Even saying the name in my head made me roll my eyes. I wished they chose something else or badass like Legends of Tomorrow. Okay, well, that was used, but still, I mean, Hope and the twins were literally born from people who were named in their history of the school, so why not, I thought with a shrug. I came out of my thoughts when I heard a bell ring indicating it was lunch. I didn't have to wait long to see students filling up the cafeteria, each in the respective groups. I watched the entrance to the cafeteria waiting for my princess to enter, and when she did, a smile appeared on my face. I watched her walk towards me, her hair bouncing as she walked. God, I sound like a girl. And I mean that in the nicest way possible, but she was a gorgeous woman. No, saw me and I saw her smile with twinkle in her eyes. Her eye color often changed shades for different moods, and right now she seemed happy. I just hoped she wouldn't be too upset that I'd be gone for a couple of hours, most likely till 5 or something, depending on the foxes. They always seem to want to check in and mess around. Hey, She hopped over and sat down next to me, giving me a peck on my lips. Princess. I smiled and turned to the rest of the group that sat down. I squinted my eyes when I looked between Josie and Lizzie. They seemed to be having some drama. I gestured with my eyes and Hope's smile fell slightly and whispered near my ear. They found out something their parents had been hiding for a while, so it's causing some tension between them. I nodded. I knew what she was talking about and I wanted to speak to them before I left. So not that I'm not happy you're here because you usually have a class to teach. Did something happen? A new monster? She asked the last part quickly. I shook my head and wrapped an arm around her waist. What, I can't see my beautiful princess for lunch? I asked sarcastically. She rolled her eyes at me and raised her eyebrow. Spill Naru. A tone that left no room for argument. I do love it when she takes control, especially in the mind was drifting and she snapped her fingers with a knowing smile on her face, muttered under her breath. Pervert. I shrugged, not really denying the statement either, but I was only a pervert for her. Only for you. I quipped. But yes, I'm here because I'm going to be gone for a couple of hours heading off to see some foxes. I paused. Everyone else was having their own conversations. Alaric has gone off as well, digging more into our friends, and he won't be available on his cell for a few hours either, I said slowly, now gaining the attention of the twins. What? They asked together and scoffed. I rolled my eyes and spoke to them. I want to speak to the two of you before I leave, I said firmly. Okay, but you're not telling me this because just so I should know. She paused. Does it have to do why you've been on edge lately? Hope asked softly, and squeezed my hand and nodded silently. Hopefully it's nothing, but I want you to be careful. I gave her a long kiss and whispered near her ear that I loved her before I walked away. It was like something was telling, no, urging me to tell her about the quote I thought about earlier today. You know, the one I said I would never say out loud. Well, for some reason I didn't care if she teased me about it, I just needed to say it. I turned back and cupped both her cheeks gently, making sure our eyes stayed connected, and whispered, I see my future in your eyes, Hope, never forget that. With a kiss to her forehead, I watched her cheeks get red as her eyes widened in satisfaction as a smirk spread across her lips. I knew you liked it. She proclaimed loudly, loud enough for people to look at her. I chucked, smiled, and winked at her. I gestured for the twins to follow me into the hallway. We walked until we got to an empty classroom. I know why the two of you are upset at your dad, I simply said. You knew? Asked Josie as her eyes filled with tears. And you didn't tell us? Lizzie had a betrayed look on her face. I sighed heavily. I disagreed with not telling you because it's your future, but you both know that your father and mother has done and is still doing everything in their power to stop it from being your fate, I said sincerely. Their jaws were clenched, probably wanting to pound my ass right about now, but they also realized it was the truth. Their parents had been working relentlessly to find a solution to the curse. The two of you are sisters and this thing is tearing you apart, I said, looking between the two of them. Their eyes were planted on the ground. And I don't want that to happen, so make up, because it's neither of your faults, it's your fucking coven, and trust me, if I find the asshole that started this curse, he'll wish he'd never been born. The last part was out of anger because I love these girls like sisters. They knew of my past, accepted me entirely without any judgment. Okay, maybe there was a little judgment from Lizzie, well, not bad, but she was appalled that I didn't show her my tails. Always the drama queen, I thought with a dry chuckle. I'm going to be gone for a few hours, so be good, and you know I won't let anything happen to the two of you. Gathering them into a hug, I kissed both their heads. Look after each other and be safe, all right? I said softly, releasing them from my embrace. You making it sound like we'll find another monster while you're not here, said Lizzie. I always knew she was way too perceptive. I'm sure the golem will find a way to bring trouble. I smirked without any amusement. They nodded, but Lizzie outright laughed at the comment. He's a phoenix, you know, said Josie in his defense. Oh, I know he won't shut up about it, but to me it's like he came out of the flames of Mordor, so he'll always be the lost hobbit from the Shire. Lizzie was losing it. Tears sprang from her eyes as she laughed, and Josie shook her head, but I could see the amused smile on her lips. Ya nay, I said before disappearing in a shunshin. Hope's pav. Naruto just left with Josie and Lizzie. I hoped he could get through them because I haven't been able to, and we've been getting along really well over the last couple of weeks, in and out of training, so everything was going well. I finally managed to stop feeling all the guilt that used to weigh me down. Okay, maybe not all of it, but I felt lighter than I have in years, and I'd like to give all the credit to Naruto, but he would just roll his eyes and say he couldn't make me do something I didn't want to. So how long have you and Naruto been dating, Hope? I looked to my side and saw Caleb was the one asking the question. I gave the boy a small smile and mentally calculated how long, but it's been a few months now, give or take, maybe about 5 months. Wow, 5 months already. It seemed fast. I looked to Caleb and answered. 5 months now. He nodded. Though it passed so quickly, the vampire nodded along with MG. The only one who had a scowl on his face was Landon. Yeah, probably because we're fighting monsters left and right, joked MG, and I laughed along. Yeah, maybe. We were joined by Lizzie and Josie. They seemed better, and even sitting next to each other now, so definitely progress. What are we talking about? Asked Lizzie as she nibbled on her food. Rafael answered her. Hope and Naruto. I rolled my eyes and nodded. I'm still pissed that you kept it a secret. Well, I can understand Hope, but why did he, especially from me and Joe? She said, wondering. I shrugged. I really didn't know, but I hadn't even known that they were so close in the beginning of our relationship. Why would he tell you? Because he's friends with your dad. Asked Landon. Lizzie rolled her eyes, and I'm sure if she did it any harder it would be stuck in her herd. Yeah, there's that, but also because Joe and I see him as an older brother. A very cool older brother that would give you some liquor when you had a very shit day even though you're not legal. She blurted. My eyes narrowed. I knew Naruto kept alcohol in his room because I always saw him with a glass of whiskey when we're in his room. That idiot. I muttered under my breath. No one heard except for the vampires, but they laughed and Caleb looked like he even approved even more. Though they had a rocky start, they became buddies, not bros like he was with Alaric, but I don't think anyone would be able to become like the two of them. Even I got unreasonably jealous sometimes. Isn't he like 18 or something, or is it like a regular thing that he just has alcohol in his room? Said Landon, and I was confused because I missed out on something. I sighed loudly and looked to Lizzie, who seemed to feeling the same way, irritated by Landon at his questioning. Yeah, something about being old enough to kill, old enough to drink, and old enough to have sex. Something about his rules back home where he's from. She said with a wave of her hand, and MG took that as his cue to change the subject, for which I was grateful because I didn't feel like talking about my boyfriend when he wasn't here and I missed him already. Oh god, I sound like a lovesick teenager. Huh. I looked to Lizzie, wiggling her eyebrows. Well, are you going to leave us hanging? Now I was confused again. I don't know what you're talking about, Lizzie. I said in a confused tone. I truly didn't. I was stuck in my thoughts. I watched the girl sigh dramatically. I'm asking whether you and Naruto did the nasty already. I probably turned 50 shades of red right then. The rest clearly knew that meant, and Lizzie laughed while Josie offered a sympathetic smile, apologizing for her sister. The bell rang to indicate the end of lunch before I could answer, and to be honest, I really didn't want to answer that question. Oh, look at that, lunch is over, I said as I scrambled to get my stuff. Come on, Hope, don't be a prude, chided Lizzie, amused by my hasty retreat. Later, guys, I said, running off to my next class. It was Friday, so class passed pretty quick. Before I knew it, it was nearing 3 p.m. I got a text message in the group. It was a panicked one from Rafael asking whether we'd seen Landon. I haven't seen him since lunch, and I responded like that. Lizzie. Haven't seen the Hobbit since lunch. Hope. Me neither. Caleb. Dido. Okay, everyone was giving the same responses. Lunch was a few hours ago. Where could he have possibly wandered off to? Rafael. He left me a voicemail, but it sounds weird. Said he was leaving the school and it wasn't the place for him. Okay, now I'm worried because ever since he got here he's been trying prove or find some place to belong, so him upping and leaving out of nowhere doesn't sound like Landon at all. I hoped he was okay, but apparently being a phoenix gave him newfound confidence, and that was nice for him but terrible for everyone else. I got out of class and told the rest to meet in the common room. Alright, so did he take his clothes, Raph? I asked, looking to the panicking werewolf. Nah, he didn't. He just up and left or disappeared. It's weird, right? And cue Lizzie, exact moment to be snarky. It was amusing, but not in this situation, especially since he's the only one who could activate these keys as far as we are concerned. Maybe he went back to the Shire, commented the girl while looking at her nails. Josie smacked her arm. Not now, Lizzie. She looked to the rest of us. I sighed. I have to call Dr. Saltzman and Naruto, I said, taking out my phone, dialing their numbers, but both of it went to voicemail. No answer, damn it. I sighed. I know Naruto told me Alaric wouldn't be available because he was investigating Triad, but I at least hoped Naruto would be. We need to find Landon and not worry about your boyfriend right now, Hope. He said. I narrowed my eyes but didn't comment on his tone since he was worried about his brother. Okay, so we saw him a couple of hours ago. I looked to MG. Raph, play the voicemail for MG and listen to see whether you find anything out of place. I said slowly. It was the only lead we had, might as well make use of it. We listened to the voicemail twice. MG heard a car or engine, like he was driving somewhere, maybe a bus, or he caught a bus to wherever. Maybe he left by himself or couldn't take seeing his crush with someone else. says Lizzie unhelpfully. I gave her a look that basically said, not helping Lizzie, because Rafael is freaking out, but I can't help but think about where we followed a monster too. When he carried the vase, it was some warehouse outside of town. Of course we managed to track him down, but Naruto called Alaric to say he needed to come back ASAP, so we couldn't investigate further. Triad. My thoughts are now working overtime, because as much as I don't want to believe Landon's been kidnapped and he just left by himself, it is a valid possibility to consider. I looked to the rest of the group and made my decision. It sounds like he was in a vehicle. It didn't sound like a bus though. Say MG as he gives Rafael's phone back and Caleb nods his head in agreement. Okay, so let's get some weapons and move out. I want to be prepared for anything. God, Naruto is going to kill me. Josie gives me a really. Look. We can't get hold of Dr. Saltzman nor Naruto, but if something bad has happened, I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. However, if it's too dangerous, we wait for word from Dr. Saltzman. All right. I asked everyone. I could see their nods as they hopped off to gather their gear. We met in the hallway. Everyone looked ready. Do we even know where we going? Asked Josie. I nodded. If he has been kidnapped, there's a group that's basically working with the monsters. I don't know much about them because your dad is currently investigating, but we did manage to find a warehouse. The rest nodded along. I opened the doors and was about to take a step before I felt a piece of metal roughly shoved at me. I looked to the metal. It was a gun, a very large gun attached to a man in black clothing and wore a sneer on his face. Well, look who we have here, he said to the rest. And where do you think you're going? He asked somewhat casually, like he wasn't holding a fucking gun to a teenager. Out, but I guess not anymore. I shrugged helplessly. We were surrounded by men and women with weapons. I tried muttering a spell, but nothing happened, and the man laughed. Oh no, little darling, you abominations have no magic, feigning remorse. I narrowed my eyes before I could tell Caleb and MG to stop. They rushed out into the sunlight but turned back when they felt the burn to their skin. Oh yeah, no magic means no daylight rings. I watched him as he spoke and asked the question I'm nearly a 100% sure I already had the answer to. Who are you and what do you want? My confidence was waning. I'm sure I could take on two of them, but Lizzie and Josie would get hurt and not heal. The vampires would do okay, but considering that their daylight rings were out of commission, they wouldn't be able to fight while the sun was still up. Who we are? Triad, but what we want is none of your concern. He said, shoving the gun even more against my chest. Damn it, well, we're fucked. My mind so unhelpfully quipped. I nodded as I stared back at the twins. They were afraid, and it showed on their faces. So much for a road trip, quipped Lizzie before we were roughly shoved in, and I looked around. The school was crawling with these people. What are we going to do? Whispered Josie to me and Lizzie. I looked at her because there wasn't anything we could do without a lot of people dying or getting hurt. I'm not sure there's anything we can do, I replied. Damn it, Naruto, you better be on your way back. Was my last thought before the world faded to black. Naruto Pav. I was finishing up getting all the sealing supplies I needed to create a new barrier around the school. It was nearly 5. I reversed summoned myself to the school. In the woods, walking to the tree line, I saw black vans standing near the grounds. I used my heightened hearing to hear any movement. I watched 2 men stand with guns near the entrance. Fuck, I thought. I didn't expect them to try again. I dialed Alaric number and I climbed in one of the trees high enough to get a good vantage. I could even speak. Rick spoke. Naruto, the Triad has infiltrated the school. They haven't started harming students yet from what Hope said, but it won't be for long. What are they looking for? I asked hurriedly as I surveyed my surroundings. The last key maybe. Hope said Landon was missing, so I can assume they needed him for something. He answered my question. Damn it, I calmed myself down knowing nothing would work if I got angry at these fuckers. Are the Hope and the twins safe? I asked, not even masking my concern because I knew Rick would understand my worry. I think they are, but apparently they can't use magic and the twins don't have any more of your chakra either. I cursed underneath my breath. I knew I forgot something. Alright then, I'll try and get in carefully and see the situation for myself. I said. I was about to end the call when I heard Alaric speak. I'm on my way back. I'll be there in 30. Keep them safe please. He said the last bit pleadingly. I sighed. With my life, I responded before I ended the call. I did some inventory on the tools I had with me. I only had about 6 kunai and the rest of were ink and fuinjutsu supplies. I needed to get close without being seen. My Segakur no jutsu. I muttered under my breath. This jutsu would allow me to camouflage myself and blend into my surroundings. I created one shadow clone and told him to use the same jutsu. You know what to do, I said quietly. My clone nodded and we were off. I sneaked and managed to sneak up behind the unaware man. I put my hand over his mouth and used my kunai to stab him in the back of his neck. I felt his body go limp in my grip. I watched as my clone did the same to his partner. I took the kunai out of his neck and dragged him into the van, breaking their guns in the process. I created 9 more clones. I want you to check the surrounding areas, kill them quick and quietly. They nodded and ran off to do their job. I entered the school. It was quiet. I saw Emma sitting with the younger students. They were being watched by 2 people. I watched their expressions. They looked scared, but I saw Pedro's face. It had the face of a warrior. He was holding 2 of the younger girls in his arms, muttering reassurances. I smiled a bit, knowing the boy realized he needed to be calm. Realizing I couldn't let the students get shot, but the room they were in only had 1 exit and entrance. I walked near Emma. She was shaking. Scared for the students, I spoke next to her ear in a whisper. "It's me, Naruto. Don't say anything," I said quickly. She just flinched and subtly nodded her head. "Okay, are there only these 2 here?" I asked, looking around. There were about 30 students. It's clear that these people would shoot first and ask questions. Nodded once more. "I need you to stay calm. I'm going to create a distraction. I want you to stay absolutely still and tell the kids to close their eyes when they hear a noise." She knew from my tone of voice that I wasn't going to let them walk out here. Nodded once more. I knocked on the door as I watched one of the men motion to the other one to check it out as he kept watching the children with a gun pointing to them. The one walked to the door and opened it. I slipped out but continued the knocking. As he stepped out to the empty hallway, I grabbed him, closed his mouth and snapped his neck quickly. The other one spoke. "Jenkins, come on man, stop playing around," he said. I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. I waited. I looked to the students. Their eyes were closed. Good, I thought as I waited for the man to near me. As he did, I knocked the gun from his hand, letting it drop onto the floor with a thud. I grabbed his neck and snapped it. With a sickening crack resounded in the room as his body fell to the ground. I sealed his body and his partner's body up in a scroll and put it over my back. "You can open your eyes now," I said softly. I saw the sadness in Emma's eyes. Pedro ran over and hugged me. "Don't worry, you're safe now." I placated the boy and held tighter. I felt bad for killing them in such a way, but these students were important to me. I sighed heavily as I knelt down to face Pedro and wiped his. Was trying so hard to be strong for his friends. "I need you to stay here. I'm going to put a seal around this room. No one will be able to enter except me, all right? Once everything is over, I'll release them and you can come out," I said loud enough for them to hear. I was about to leave when I heard a gunshot. It came from Alaric's office. "Be careful, Naruto," said Emma before I applied the camouflage jutsu again. My heart was beating fast. I hoped Hope and the twins were all right. My clones dispelled and I got their memories back. They made sure the perimeter was secure. I passed the grand hall and watched as the students were sorting artifacts from the school as they were being watched by 6 guys with guns. Nothing's ever easy, I thought to myself. I saw MG and Caleb watching carefully, probably looking for a way to get rid of these people. I remained on my spot as I looked for a way to get rid of these people without letting anyone get hurt. "MG, Caleb, I want you to listen to me very carefully." I watched as their eyes widened, looking around. "Stop looking around like idiots," I heard the twin apologies under the breath. "Okay, I want you to recruit some vampires and use your speed and strength to carry as much students as you can when I give you the signal." I saw them nod and make the way subtly to the other vampires in the room and gave them the plan. The vampires nodded. "All ready for you, Captain," said MG. I'm sure he was referring to Captain Rogers from the Avengers. I chuckled under my breath. Sure, okay, and go," I said. The rest happened quickly. I ran through the 6 men quickly while the vampires were taking the students to safety. I got shot in my arm, but it didn't feel like the bullet I felt when I killed the others. When I was done, I saw the 6 bodies litter the floor, the necks mangled. I looked to MG as he watched me with wide eyes. I shrugged. My camouflage was undone since that bullet hit my arm. I sealed all the bodies. "Where are Hope and the twins, Milton?" I asked as I took my t-shirt off. I could feel the bullet in my arm and dug it out with my nails and hissed. It wasn't a regular bullet either. I watched my skin try to heal, but not as fast as I'd like. "They're in the transitioning cellar." He looked to my arm. "Are you all right, Cap?" I nodded and stopped the bleeding with a piece of my shirt. "Fine." I gritted my teeth. I unrolled my other scroll and took out my coat I wore when I was fighting Madara. It was the only thing I had on me without having to go to my room for other clothing. I put on the complete white coat. The collar was high, the edges were trimmed red, and there was kanji on the back for fox. It read, "Kitsune." I added the scroll onto my back once more. "Where's the leader?" The boy looked at my coat with glee but came to his senses. He's down there too, with 2 other men." I nodded. "Okay, I needed to get to them. I don't know who was shot, but I needed to get down there." Alright, keep the rest safe. The perimeter has already been dealt with, I said, vanishing in a red blur. I neared the transitioning cellar. I could hear Hope's voice and another unknown male, I'm assuming he's the leader. Help her, she's dying. Hope screamed. Well, no, how about you tell me where the next artifact is unless you want to be next? I clenched my jaw tightly as I listened to the man speak. I had 3 kunai on me. I heard footsteps near me. I grabbed the guy and snapped his neck without a second thought and laid his body carefully down. I sensed another presence as I turned. I was shot twice in my chest. I gritted my teeth. It fucking hurt before the man get let off another volley of shots. His neck was bleeding as I threw the kunai directly into his jugular. His eyes were wide as he dropped to his knees. I walked over, taking out the kunai. You fucked with the wrong school. I'm assuming he attempted to notify the leader, but he coughed blood. I looked to my chest and watched the bullet create a pattern like veins. Poison. I questioned myself as removed the bullets, but I felt weaker, not completely, but I could feel my chakra network combat the spread. It would take a few hours before it left my system completely. Sealing up their corpses quickly, I moved to where I heard the voices. The man was now pointing his handgun at Hope and my blood boiled. I saw Lizzie holding Josie's hand as she looked pale. Hey. I got the man's attention. Hope's eyes went wide as she shook her head at me. I paid attention to the short man. He was well built, but the sneer on his face reminded me a little too much of Gato when I had that mission to wave. Who are you? And how did you get past the others? I raised my eyebrow as I held 2 kunai in my hands and tilted my head to the question. How do you think? I asked sarcastically. The man looked angry. He raised his gun and aimed to shoot me, but I appeared behind him, sliding the kunai through the flesh in his neck. I was angry because he threatened my mate and my voice held a demonic quality as I spoke. I'll see you in hell, you fucker, I said, removing the kunai as he dropped to the ground, losing blood by the leader. His eyes dropped as his chest heaved one last breath. I sighed and put his body in the scroll before turning to Hope and the twins. You were shot, said Hope. I grimaced but didn't let it show on my face. My face was blank. I'm fine. I waved off her concern. She looked to me, but I turned my gaze to Josie and ripped the gate off the cell. Hope, give her your blood, I said before I felt a pain near my chest. The bleeding started up again. Fuck, I breathed heavily, leaning up against the wall trying to expel the poison. Hope cut her hand and let Josie drink her blood. After a few seconds, Josie's bleeding stopped and Hope came near me. Come on, you two, baby, you're not healing. I shook my head as I opened my eyes. Stop being stubborn, those bullets are made from mud of Malivore. Come on, please, she pleaded with tears in her eyes. I'll be fine, your blood won't work, Hope, I said honestly. She looked confused. Your blood or vampire blood causes havoc in my system, so relax, I won't die. I cracked a smile. I heard footsteps and shoved her behind me, but I saw Alaric's face and he looked relieved. We have to get Landon, said Hope. I looked to her. He was taken and they plan to raise Malivore or something, so we need to stop it. I nodded. Rick, can you handle this? Everyone who was a threat is gone. I'll release the seal I used to keep the younger students safe. I interlocked my fingers and whispered, Kai. No, Hope shouted. I looked to her confused. Excuse me. No, you were shot multiple times and not healing. You can't go get Landon. I'll go, but you'll stay here and recover, she said firmly. I looked to her, raising an eyebrow in amusement. If she ever thought I would let her go off on her own without backup. I find you taking charge very sexy, I said, wiggling my eyebrows. So not the time, muttered Alaric as he helped the twins. But I'm not letting you go alone, so deal with it and I'll heal in a few hours. Besides, I'm still capable of fighting, no worries. I gave her a cheeky thumbs up with a grin. I didn't give her time to respond. Let's go, she nodded reluctantly and followed me to the car. So where are we going? I asked as I sat in the passenger seat, concentrating my chakra to expel the poison. It was a slow process, but it was working. A warehouse. Alaric tracked them to after when we had to go after Landon the second time, she said, starting the car. I sighed and looked out the window. He keeps on disappearing. Fucking Gollum hunting his precious down, I muttered softly. Hope laughed and shook her head as she exited the gates. We arrived at the warehouse. It looked quiet, too quiet. We managed to get in relatively quickly. I was still in pain, but it didn't show on my face. I felt myself still feeling weaker. We made it into a room with a stairs and Landon being tied to a chair. I surveyed the room and saw a headless fucking guy. I motioned first Hope to look up. So much for being a phoenix. Useless, I said under my breath. I sensed another presence in the room. His signature was eerily similar to Aran, and untied Landon, taking his gag out as he started to explain stuff. I watched the headless guy get closer. All right, Gollum, we don't care if your father was an ant. What I do care about is where the other key is. He pointed to the other signature I felt. Who's this, your Gollum brother? I questioned because they did look alike like the hair, but he looked built bigger than the scrawny phoenix. Yeah, he's actually my brother, said the boy sadly. I sighed. And how do we kill the headless guy? I questioned to them. Landon went into some historical information about the headless guy who was apparently called a Dullahan, and the only way to kill him was stabbing him in his face literally. Okay, Hope, you deal with Gollum's brother while I take care of the Dullahan. She nodded. I headed off to fight this creature. The fight was too slow to my liking, besides he kept swinging his darn chain at me so I couldn't get too close. I created a clone behind him and threw my kunai toward the clone and watched as the clone stabbed him in the head. He crumbled down to the floor while Landon just watched from the sideline. I heard Hope scream, "No!" Turning around, I saw the knife fall into the pit of mud as it bubbled. Hope magically snapped the guy's head and turned to me. It's too late. I sighed and walked over to her, still struggling a bit. It's all right, we'll fight this Malivore guy together. I kissed her lips softly. It's not too late and it's not over. Hope stared at me. I could tell she was processing my words, but there was something else in her eyes. I can do something, she said firmly. What do you mean, Hope? I asked. She smiled, but it wasn't a smile I'd ever seen on her face. She grabbed my cheeks and kissed me hard. I love you. Before I could say anything, I heard her mutter a spell. Ad somnum. I fought against it, but being a bit weaker because of those bullets, I fell asleep. I woke up groggily and saw Landon on the ground, his neck snapped. Hope on the phone. She looked to me. I didn't expect you to be awake so quickly. I tried to move, but I felt my arms chained. My gaze traveled up to see it was chained into the wall. What is this, Hope? I said, pulling on the chains, but the pain in chest made it more difficult. I didn't want you to stop me, she said, looking down at the ground. Stop what, Hope? I was getting. I'm even more frustrated by her vague answers. I'm going to stop Malivore by jumping in there, she said, finally looking in my eyes. My mouth dropped open. No. No, you are not doing that. Please, we can find another way. There is no other way. Malivore was created by a witch, vampire and wolf, she said, chuckling dryly. I am the loophole, Naruto, don't you see? I shook my head, refusing to let her do something so stupid. I always wondered whether I was a miracle or a mistake, she said, trying to convince me, or maybe herself. I didn't know, but what I did know was that she was never a mistake. That's simple. You are always a miracle, never a mistake, Hope, I said sincerely, pulling on the chains. Laughed and came to me, kissing me. I love you so much, baby, but I have to do this, she said, walking away. I tried pulling more. I felt it giving way. Hope, if you do this, I'll hate you, I said, trying to convince myself. My eyes were filling with tears as I watched her smile sadly. You could never, but you won't remember me anyway. She walked to the guy who just woke up and casted some kind of spell. I watched her stepping closer to the edge of the pit. Hope, I screamed as jumped into the pit. My tears were streaming down my face as I felt my eyes burning even more, but I didn't care about any of that. I needed to get to her before she jumped. I gathered all my strength, breaking the chains. I ripped the wall and heard it crumble. I ran over to the pit, but it sealed up. My fists were raw as I pounded the ground, screaming her name. At that time I didn't even realize that I could still remember her, that she wasn't erased from my memory. Hope, please come back. My beast roared as I felt myself being dragged into my mindscape. I opened my eyes to the voice. It was Kurama in his human form. I see you've unlocked it, kid. I stared confusedly as he pointed down to the water beneath me. I looked down and saw my eyes purple with rings around it. I whispered in wonder, the Rinnegan. The end. See y'all in the next video.
I'm your driver tomorrow. I'm driving.
You know this ain't no 10-second race.
I got nothing but time.
Dollars.
Let's go. Wait. I gotta start the song over.
The fuck?
Okay, go.
Dollars.
Mama had to cater for the coupe that we rode at the school on the way to Popeyes.